Buff Nation, what up? BWB and my bandwagon buffs. What it is, what it does, and what it's gonna be. It's your man's Harry Billion. Family, welcome to the Liberian Perspective. Please do me a favor and smash that subscribe button. Make sure to give me the thumbs up. And don't forget to hit that bell notification so that you can get the videos as soon as it uploads to YouTube. Family, I got to go ahead and get into this live stream. We got a lot to talk about, so that's all the business I got. You know what time it is. Let's work. And let's work. We're about to work. Welcome to the show. Welcome to TLP Live at noon. Well, it's TLP Live now. It is 12:01 p.m. on the East Coast. That means it must be 9:01 a.m. on the West Coast. And you are watching TLP Live. So welcome. I am your host, Harry Billion. Today's show, we're going to be talking about a few things. It is Free for All Friday. We're going to be talking about a few things, all right? I got a few things that I want to get off my chest, a few things about Coach Prime, a few things about what's going on around the team. So today's show, the prognosticators are doing the same thing they did last year. They're agitating. They're poking. They're poking the bear or the buffalo again. Un3 is once again looking for attention. And I think, as I told you guys, this is what they do. There's just certain companies that don't get it, certain companies that what they do is they're agitators. They are professional agitators, and they know that Coach Prime's name, it is the hottest name spinning, and they know how valuable that is to their business. So what are they doing? Whenever they do any type of prognostication, whenever they do any type of guessing, because obviously nobody knows, nobody has played any down yet. Whenever they do stuff like that, it seems like they intentionally poke at Coach Prime because they know people like myself, other channels, we're going to talk about it. I'm telling you, I think it's genius. I can't hate on them because it's what you're supposed to do in the media. Now, are they that smart that they're doing it intentionally? I don't know. But they put out a list of their top, I think either top 10 or top 12 Heisman hopefuls for the 2024 season, and Shedeur's name is nowhere on that list. I looked at it, and I immediately said, I know what they're doing. I know exactly what they're doing. I saw it last time they did it, and now I know what they're doing. They do that intentionally. It's no secret anymore. And guys, this bug is on me. Please forgive me. My cup says Dad nailed it. So this bug is on me, and I gotta but I'm gonna have to get through it with this show. So if you hear me coughing a lot, please forgive me. The show must go on. It is Free for All Friday after all. My body feels like 10,000 midgets hit me with a baseball bat from every side of my body. And they had some big bats too. But we're going to talk about that. I'm going to give you the list of quarterbacks that are on that's on their list. I don't even know where these quarterbacks come from. Like, are you serious? We'll talk about that list. And then I want to describe something. We had a conversation not too long ago, I think 2 shows ago, and we talked about Coach Prime, all of the troubles, and I don't know if you want to call it troubles or things that are surrounding Coach Prime. We got into grace and all of that. I want to explain Coach Prime's grace and anointing to you to start off the show, because I feel like it was something that I wanted to articulate But for some odd reason, when these lights are on, I'm letting you into my process. When these lights are on, or I don't know if I can attribute it to maybe the bug got me and my brain just don't be clicking. But while my guests on my panels are talking, there are things that are dropping into my spirit that I should say, but then I forget every now and then. So I wanted to take the time and I want to explain the grace that is on Coach Prime's life. That's not what the show is about. It is Free for All Friday, so if you guys want to go in that direction, we can. But it dropped into my spirit before the show, and I felt like maybe I need to explain it for some people, because some people don't understand what we talk about, especially when you start throwing around spiritual terminology and stuff like that. I want to explain that grace and that anointing a little bit, encapsulate it, put it into a context, so most people who are not religious or spiritual, so they can understand why we said what we said, or understand why he's so popular. And then we'll talk about the snub and anything else that follows, because obviously it's Free for a Friday. And with Colorado, there's a lot on the table, okay? So welcome to the show. We're going to talk about that, all of that and more. Remember, guys, hot tips for tlpsports@gmail.com. And I will throw in there, for any of you who can remember, we got a new email now. I haven't created the graphics. I tried to create the graphics early, but I just couldn't get to it. But I got a new email for anybody that's paying attention. I'm just going to tell you, and if you want to come on the show, join tlplive@gmail.com is our new email. If you hit up that email and you want to join the show, that's up to you. But we're still using this right here. Hot tips for tlpsports@gmail.com. That's what we're using if you want to call into the show. But if you also want to hit up join tlplive@gmail.com, that's a little shorter. It has a better ring to it. Join tlplive@gmail.com. If you want to email that email, I will have both emails open, and I will be taking requests from that email. Please forgive me. Like I said, I still got the bug. I'm going to be sneezing, coughing, blowing my nose off screen. So I ask you to please forgive me, but the bug got me. It is a weekend, so hopefully I can make it through this show and go into the weekend and get some rest. But let me say hello to my panel. Give me 1 second. Before we get into the show, hello, panel. Hello, everyone. Gosh. Phil So Real, what up with you, X-Men? Hey, how you doing? Bishop Frank, DR, Newark. X-Men, what up? Ronald Benjamin, hey, how you doing today? Your Creole, I believe. Chanel Design and Creation. Dallas, Texas is in the house. I just want to let everybody know that I'm also streaming on Twitter, or X, formerly known as Twitter. All right. And before we get into the show, guys, let's deal with any current news that is happening with the hey T Nicole, what's up with you? Any current news? I'll yield to the chat. Any current news that's popping, so we can go over current news before I get deep into the show. So any current news? Hey, chat, any current news, and then we'll get the show going. Please give me 1 second. I'm going off screen. Kim B, how you doing? I'm going off screen for 1 second. Give me a second, okay, guys? Give me 1 second. Gotta go off screen. I don't want y'all to hear me coughing and sneezing and stuff like that. So excuse me. Man, this TV thing is not easy, boy. I tell you. Renee Owens, how you doing today? I see you, Renee. I see you. The tennis channel, I see you. What up with you, Willie? Hope all is well. Yo Creole, I believe, is coming with it right already. Yo Creole wanted to start the business already. I see you. All right, so what current news, guys? Willie has 2 offers. Willie Gaines? Okay, so Willie Gaines has 2 offers Do we know what the offers are for Willie Gaines? Yep, we got the Bishop is suspended indefinitely. We got that news out yesterday. So that's right, Bishop Thomas, my brother with the gap teeth. I call him Mr. Tank, Mr. Both Ways, Mr. Travis Hunter. He plays on defense and offense. UMass and offer from HBCU. Okay. Chanel, that typing is kind of crazy, right? IMAS and APB. I know. I feel your pain. I think you meant to say UMass. Oh man. Okay, so do we know what HBCU offered him? I knew it. I knew that's what you meant to say. UMass. UMass is somebody else. Arkansas Pine Bluff. What? He is going to disappear. That's basically what we're saying. If I'm riding the bench, I'm riding the bench on Coach Brown's team. I don't care. Boy, if you got any chance, I'm taking it with Coach Brown. I'm sorry, but that's just me. I'm a businessman first and foremost. I don't care anything. I'm a businessman, and I'm not about to go into obscurity. All right. I know when you sneak watching at work. I know. Yo, I appreciate you guys because I know a lot of you all got to be at work. Because if it's like 9:12, if it's 9:12 on the West Coast, some of y'all just got into work on the West Coast, and and if it's 12 noon, some of y'all are at lunch on the East Coast. So some of y'all got a short window on the East Coast to watch the show. But a lot of TV is like daytime TV. So I wonder how they do it. You know what I'm saying? I wonder how they do it. Do they get more retirees and older folks who are kind of at home, or is this what we usually do? Do we sneak watch? Some of us work in the pub, so we're watching on those big screens. Is this what happens when you have a noon show? Because most of TV is daytime TV. All of your sports talk are in the morning on your way to work. That's 6 a.m. to like maybe 8 a.m. slot, your radio time slots. So a lot of y'all are getting ready for work. You're listening to your favorite show. So I kind of feel the pain of that because I feel like I want my audience to grow, but I hope that the group that I'm getting, I hope that you guys are all cool with the show. So it's 11:15 in Dallas. Oh, word. Oh, okay. So y'all 2 hours. All right. So like I told you guys, we have one new email for the call in. Join TLP live at gmail.com. It's the new email, but I kind of did it last minute and I couldn't create the graphic. So still use this email. I'm going to be checking both. So for those of you who can remember it, if you want to join the show, join TLP live at gmail.com is the new email, but you can still hit up hot tips for TLP sports at gmail.com. All right, watching from the government. Hey, listen, man, take their money, okay? Take every penny they can. Do it. All right. Bishop Frank, take their money. That's not godly, but still, I don't care. Those people are just there's something else, boy. It's like their way or the highway. They can take your money, but if you take one penny of their money, oh, they'll come after you with some venom, viciously, okay? I know. I know personally. All right. I worked for 10 years, boy. And when it was time for me to go, those people would not give me a dime so that I can start my new life. That government is something else, boy. Anyways, y'all ready to go? Are y'all good? Y'all ready? That's all the news we got because I'm ready to get into this show Free for all Friday. It's time to go. It's time for talk about the video Willie posted. DC Carson Music, what up? All right, guys, give me a second. I know my panel is ready to come on. I'm going to allow from our conversation yesterday, I think we're going to be a 2-hour show going forward, and we're still going to be 5 days a week because that was the consensus from everybody. Hey, man, keep the show going. We love it. You see what I'm saying? So we're going to stay with 5 days a week. Somewhere in there, I might have to do a Wild Out Wednesdays. Wild Out Wednesdays when we talk about problems that are surrounding, problems that are surrounding Coach Prime and the Buffs. So if you're like Wild Out Wednesdays, can I get a thumbs up in the chat? Excuse me. Or can I get some fire emojis in the chat if you're like the term Wild Out Wednesdays? So Wednesdays, we'll talk about issues outside of football that are surrounding Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes. Wild Out Wednesdays. So we'll talk football the rest of the time. And then Wednesdays, when you coming on here Wednesdays, come expecting the pain. Come expecting some outside talk. But I appreciate everybody that chimed in and gave me your advice. I feel like you guys have a lot of wisdom. T. Nicole, DC, all of you guys who gave me your wisdom, I really appreciate y'all. Y'all make this easy for me. So I'm grateful for y'all. So, all right, Timothy D. Nolan says, that's fire. We have a Wild Out Wednesday. We're going to go 5 days a week, guys. We'll go 5 days a week. We're going to keep the same format 5 days a week. We're going to go to 2 hours. And then we're going to add in the, that break in that midweek Wednesday. We're going to take a break and we're going to talk about outside issues. You know what I'm saying? Stuff that's on your heart, stuff that you want to get out. I'll just bring up a topic. We'll talk about it. It could be related to Coach Prime. It could be related to the Buffs, but there's a lot of issues, underlining issues, underbelly issues, gunk and stuff that we want to talk about sometimes. And sometimes people just need a way, a platform, an outlet to just talk about it. You can spaz out in the chat, or you can come on here. I'll give you the microphone and you can just go at it. You know what I'm saying? All right, so Bishop's DC Carson Music says that's fire. Bishop Frank says that's fire. All right, so you guys have a lot of wisdom, and I like your counsel. Something about the people that I'm getting on this show, something about you says that I should be in this council. You guys are I should surround myself more with you guys. And my spirit is in agreement with your spirit. Not too many talk shows, not too many sports talk shows do what I do. That's why I kept saying I'm different. And maybe that's why I'm kind of like growing slowly but surely. But if I'm in obedience, I believe that eventually my time will come. And I just got to be obedient to God's voice and just do what I do. Now, that's a good transition. Let's talk about Coach Prime's grace. Let's get into the show. Let's go. All right, so remember, guys, when you come onto the show, that's hottipsfortlpsports@gmail.com. Or if you want to use the new email, join TLPlive@gmail.com is the new email. I do have that queued up on my phone, so I'll be able to send you the link. So call into the show. If something pricks your ear and you want to talk about it, you want to add your voice, not just in the comments. All right. Stretch it out. Entertainment. What up with you? Thank you. Thank you for joining the show. So yeah, if a topic comes up, you wanna join, you wanna add your voice to it, hit me up. For my panel, if you guys can hold on, I see your emails. It's right here, but I'm ready to go. Let me go ahead and get this out. I don't want you to be waiting too long while I kind of give my introductory in. Okay, let's go. It was brought up in one of our discussions, our off-the-cuff discussions. It was brought up. Some people were asking some questions like, who anointed Coach Prime? Why is he anointed? And then grace came up. And I want to explain what grace means to start the show off. All right, it is free for all Friday. The show is going to be 2 hours, but today's Friday. My Fridays I can go a little bit longer. So let's go. If the spirit kind of moves in that direction and people got a lot of things to add to the show, then I'll just move in that direction. If not, then I'll just end at 2 hours. Comprende? Y'all good with that? Let's go. So grace. Let me identify grace. I'm not going to give you the textbook definition of grace. Let me just give you what grace means. Grace is in some cases loosely consider grace as something you do effortlessly, something like you're operating in and you don't have to necessarily do too much. You don't do anything for it. It's something that's given to you. It's a gift. You're operating in grace. You're kind of operating in the thing that you do without much effort. That's grace. And it's like God gives women the grace of motherhood, nurturing, and all of those things. They can operate in it without effort. Women can just be natural nurturers. They're operating in their God-given grace. Okay? Men will naturally try to protect. That's what they do naturally. They don't have to try. Okay? If something's dropping, if something's happening, a male would try to jump in there because that's our grace, our natural grace. We don't have to do much to just operate in that grace. All right? Grace is also given in a sense of, let's say some people are given the grace to minister in prisons. So they have this for prison ministry. They can naturally just go into prisons, talk to the prisoners. It could be from where they were prisoners before, or God just gave them that special grace and that anointing to operate in the prisons without being affected by whatever's going on in the prison. They can do that naturally, and they can actually relate to the prisoners, the men or the women that are in the prison naturally without anything. That's their grace. God's given them that grace, and it's just something that they do naturally. There are also people who, and this one might become a shocker for those of you who don't know, and especially if you're not a Christian, there are actually people that are given the grace to work in places where there are strippers. Okay? I don't want to call it W houses, or places where adult entertainment is happening. Trust me, there is. They're given that special grace to go there and minister there where adult stuff is happening without being affected by seeing the goodies. Without the parishioners in this one is gonna hurt. When I was rehearsing this one, I was like, Lord, don't let me say this. But anyways, those people are given a special grace to go into those houses to worship, to not worship, but to minister without being affected by whatever is going on in those adult sceneries. All right, they have that special grace. Either they used to be in that environment and God saved them and sent them back into that environment to deal with people or to minister to people. They're given that special grace. All right. All right. So now that's grace. So you understand what grace means. All right. Now, I know some people have issues with Coach Prime and how he deals with rappers because it came up, right? So Coach Prime, he has a lot of different friends that are not necessarily Christians. And I want to tell you this because at the end of the day, we're each given a specific amount of grace to do something specific. In the early days of hip hop, one group that turned another group away was the church. The church turned a blind eye to people who were hip hop lovers or hip hop people who used to love hip hop. And it was unfortunate because I feel like the conversation that we had where we said the HBCUs had an opportunity to court Coach Prime and give him the keys to the house and said, go do what you do. I feel like the church the body of Christ, we missed an opportunity in a generation by turning away or turning our backs to the hip hop community. So we missed that opportunity to affect them, to say, okay, we embrace you. What is it that you're offering? Let's see how we can coexist. Let's see how we can both influence each other, right? Because there were some positive aspects to hip hop, to early hip hop, not probably not today. There were some positive stuff going on in hip hop where the young people of hip hop were speaking about the ills of society and the things that were going on in society that needed to be addressed, that the church was afraid to address. And when the young people started to go out and allow their voices to be heard, the church turned their backs on hip hop. So we missed that opportunity. So where I stand at, I don't know Coach Prime personally. I believe it's plausible to say that Coach Prime is given a special grace to reach some of the people that he's reaching that maybe certain groups of people cannot reach. And I hope I'm making some sense. So where I don't know him personally, and if I was to, because the church or God tell us not to walk by sight, to walk by faith, where if I was to just look at Coach Prime and say, well, if I'm looking at the optics, I'm saying, well, why is he got all of those people around him cussing? Why is he doing X, Y, and Z? All those rappers who talk about womanizing and all of these things. Why is he doing that if he's a Christian? Those are some of the questions that came up in the chat when we were talking. So that's why I'm like, okay, let me get an opportunity to discuss this and explain it a little bit more to maybe some of the people that were confused in that conversation, so they won't be confused anymore. So what I'm saying is, it's plausible. I'm not saying it's God gave him the grace, because I don't know him personally. I don't know his personal relationship. I'm just looking at it with the optics, just the optics. That's it. But keep in mind that the early church was also looking at the optics of early hip hop, and we turned a blind eye to it, and we said, that's not for us. God is going to judge you. You are all demonic. But keep in mind what I discussed about grace. There are some people that you cannot reach. You or myself cannot reach, because we don't have the grace for that. And I want to remind us that Coach Prime is not called to be a pastor, because he doesn't have the grace for that. We're all called to be ministers, but not everyone is called to be a pastor. Now, Coach Prime, his grace and his anointing is for entertainment. It's obvious, because that's what he thrives. He does it naturally. Nothing, he don't even have to try. So in the last couple of shows, that's what we've been trying to let you know. Coach Prime ain't got to try anything. He don't have to do anything. He has that natural thing. That's what we say when we say anointing and grace. That's what that is. For those of you who are not Christians or understand religious, spiritual things, when we talk about that grace, that's what that thing is. That thing that you do naturally without even having to try. Why do people just come to you or attach to you naturally without you having to try? Why are you here on this channel? Something about me connect you with my spirit, your spirit, my spirit. We connect somehow. It's a special grace that I have on my life. It's an anointing that I have on my life. And that's some of the reasons why you're here. So Coach Prime has that grace on his life. So you can agree or disagree with me that maybe the people that are around him, that are naturally attached to him, are part of his grace. Because him as a minister, like I said, we're all called to be ministers. We're not all called to be pastors. There's a difference between being a minister and being a pastor. Pastor hold a higher ranking because you are now directly responsible for other people's lives. Once you are anointed for a pastorship or you are a shepherd, those people that come under your fold or under your leadership, you are going to be held accountable for their lives. So understand that, because while we are all called to be ministers, not everybody has the grace to be pastors. The grace that is given to pastors, I liken it to like mothers and children. They're nurturers. They know how to rock you. They know how to, you know what I'm saying, they know how to keep you and nurture you. Those are pastors. We all called to be ministers. Like I'm on a sports talk show, and right now I'm ministering. Why am I doing it? Beats me. That's what he said to do. That's what I'm doing. All right. I had a whole other lineup, but my spirit just kept saying, put grace on the thumbnail. Put grace on the thumbnail, and I fought it. And I said, oh man, I want to go with the daggone. I want to open up with something else. But hey, if you're not obedient, obedient is better than sacrifice. I have no idea what I would have sacrificed if I wasn't obedient. So I'm submitting to you guys who may be confused about Coach Prim's grace and his anointing, that if you're confused about the people that are surrounding him, that may be gangsters, gangster rappers, that may be outwardly worldly people, he has that special grace. God has given him that special grace. If the people around him don't influence him to do what they're doing, then he has the grace to operate that thing. Now, that grace comes at a price. If, for instance, you take the people that are operating in those adult houses, all right? The people that are given the grace to be operating in those adult houses, once they start partaking of the things that are going on in those adult houses, their grace they have lost their anointing. God has removed his anointing from them. This is how you know that you're not ministering no more. You're being ministered to. Oh my gosh. Oh man. And I'm sorry that I'm doing my monologue right now. I'm preaching right now. I'm not looking at the comments because I'm sure y'all wilding out in the comments. But let me just repeat that. Just understand, the second that God pulls his anointing away from you, the second that God pulls his anointing away from you, and allegedly you'll start becoming like a Kirk Franklin, T.D. Jakes, etc., etc., etc. The gifts of God are without repentance. Remember, I said this in the last time we talked. So you can still be operating in that gift, but the anointing is away from you, so you no longer are operating under God's grace and anointing, but you're still operating under that gift. So when you start partaking of the things that God sent you in to change, and it starts changing you, you are no longer anointed by God. God's anointing has left the building. Love don't live here anymore. Anointing don't live here anymore. So if you want to apply some type of judgment or critique on Coach Prime, just look at his life. Just outwardly, because you don't know and I don't know. That's why I'm saying be careful, because you don't know. It's plausible to say that he's operating in his grace and anointing because he's reaching a generation of people that the church has turned their backs on. Now, the second that he starts partaking of those things and start becoming like them, and he starts looking less like God and stops using God's name and start doing a whole bunch of stuff and looking like them, now you know that grace and that anointing is no longer there. So that's what I wanted to kind of like let you know, that when we say anointing, the things that Coach Prime is doing naturally, the people that he can reach naturally are because of God's grace and anointing. Now, I don't know him personally, and I'm never going to sit here and say, I know emphatically that God's anointing is on him for those people that are around him. I don't know that, But if I was to just, let's say, test the spirit by the fruit, or test the fruit by the spirit, I can look at the fruit and say, it looks okay, because number one, he doesn't have the grace of a pastor. He's not responsible for nobody's life. He's operating as one man, just himself. He's not responsible for a flock. So he's not a pastor. That's not his grace. He has the grace and the anointing of an entertainer, and he's entertaining people. So that's what he has. And people gravitate to him. That's his anointing. While you're entertaining, you're going to get all kinds of people around you. You're still operating in that grace. So am I saying that he's pastor? No. So I'm not going to apply that to him. I'm just going to say, you know what? I hope, and I got to keep praying and hoping that he is doing what God wants him to do, because I don't know personally. And with that, I think I'm settled now, because with these lights are so bright. Coach Prime talks about the bright lights on the field. Sometimes when the light, and I'm telling you this because my ring light is right here. Sometimes when the lights are so bright, it's affecting the way that I think, and it's affecting the things that I say. It's hard for me to explain, but sometimes the light is too bright because I'm looking directly into the light and my camera is in the middle of the light. So it's hard for me to really think sometimes. So the brighter the lights are, it is harder for some people to operate in that bright light. But Coach Prime has a grace and an anointing for the bright lights because it doesn't affect him. He can operate that, and his words don't even flinch 1 second. He can come off like this, because he has that grace and that anointing. I hope I made sense to a lot of you in explaining Coach Prime's grace and his anointing. So for the Christians that may be confused, for your Jason Whitlocks, for those people who are outside of the body of Christ, please understand that the gifts of God are without repentance. What that means is you don't have to do anything for it. You don't have to be good or bad for it. He's going to give them to you naturally. All right? And the grace is on your life and is evident of the things that you are operating in. So that's what it is. Have I made enough sense to you guys? Okay. Have I made enough sense to explaining grace, Coach Prime's grace? And hopefully going forward, when the conversation comes up again, you guys will understand how he operates for a lot of you people, because I know a lot of so-called Christians, they think that calling out somebody who's got a lot of secular friends, they're looking at the optics and they're judging it based upon the secular folks that are around that person, but they don't understand that that's grace being applied to that person. There's a reason why they are around that person, because the word of God, some people cannot and will not hear the word of God through the church. They're only going to hear it through your connection with them. Hopefully that makes sense. So if you say that you are a Christian, Jason Whitlock, and you're disparaging somebody that God has an anointing on, you got to be very careful, because God makes a mandate and he says, do not touch his anointing. If you're speaking ill of God's anointing and you're not correct, there's going to be that angel that comes and says, well, Deion Sanders, I know. Moses and David, I know. But who are you? And if they don't know who you are, you're in trouble. Anyway, I'm going to leave that alone. That's going to be on Sunday's message. I don't stream on Sundays, by the way. All right. I'm done. That's it. Now, we got to talk football. That was explaining God's grace on Coach Prime and his anointing on Coach Prime, and why certain people should not be looking at just the optics. You don't know him personally. Don't just look at the optics. Don't walk by sight. You got to walk by faith, and just understand. If I knew him personally, then I can talk about the spirituality part. Like how really, is he really about this life? Because what I see kind of checks out, but is he really about this life? Is he really anointed? Is he really that spiritual? I don't know. I can't say. All right. Whew. Let me bring on my guests. Hopefully, I made a lot of sense for you guys to understand. what I'm talking. And keep in mind, guys, you can now call into the show, jointlplive@gmail.com. That is the email, jointlplive@gmail.com. But you can still use the old email. It's right on your screen. Hot tips for TLPsports@gmail.com. Boy, this thing is trying to get me, boy. I tell you, this bug is trying to take me under, but it ain't gonna happen in the name of Jesus. I rebuke it. I bind it in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Here's the link, guys. I'm sending out the link for all my people that want to talk about this grace. If you dare talk about this grace, we can talk about it shortly. Or we can just move on to Shedeur being snubbed. And that's just how it's going to be. You understand what I'm saying? Let's go. Come on the show. I'm sending the link out right now. Hot tips for TLPsports@gmail.com. All right, guys. Whew. Boy, I'm telling you. I hope you can y'all hear it in my voice? I'm sending out the link right now, guys. My eyes are teary. All right, here we go. Bishop, welcome to the show. How you doing today? Thank you for calling.
Oh, all good. Salute.
What do you think about the grace and the thing I just talked about, if you want to talk about that?
Just understand, we all know that somebody had to draw a line in the sand and said, let he that has no sin cast the first stone, and everybody dropped their rocks. And that's all I need to say.
Are you speaking about anyone specifically when you say that?
Just understand, hey, this walk is not an easy walk, but understand, if you're in certain industries, i.e. government, or in the public eye, you are assigned to certain people that other people would like, what are you doing with them? But you still got to do your assignment. And if who you're going to serve, you're going to be worried about what they're saying or what he's saying. So just walk your walk. You're gonna have people to hate on you, but that comes with the terror. He said with persecution. So let's walk it out and let's keep moving.
You just added something that that made a lot of sense. Like, you're in government or you're working in certain places, and wherever you go, the anointing should follow.
Correct.
That's dope. Tennis Channel Willie, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you, my friend. How you doing? Good job, man. Good job today.
Thank you, man.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. Good job today. I knew we were gonna get to, this is good. This is good stuff, and it's all connected. A lot of people don't see the connection with our lives, and those of us that are Christians and those that are not Christians, but those that have gone through churches and stuff like that, they understand it. But sometimes people get, you got two mindsets going out there, and I ain't gonna even go into none of that kind of stuff. But it's all connected. Everything that we do, everything that we say, even what Prime is doing. Prime, I'm gonna just say one thing on that. That grace you're talking about, Prime has grace that none of us has. He can get into the White House where none of us can't. That's grace right there. I can't get into the White House. They say, man, who you are? Who you in the say, who you? But yeah, but I think it's good stuff, and people are gonna do. There are gonna be people out there that understand it. It's gonna be others out there that don't. So, but that's okay. That's the world we live in.
All right. So let me bring on Coach Mike. Welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in. Appreciate you.
Inshallah.
All right. So what do you think about this grace thing we're talking about? What are your thoughts on this?
So, I'm gonna use his name, Yahweh, Jah, Elohim. His grace is sufficient and abundant, and it is unmerited favor towards humanity. it's a gift. It's gracious. It's an aspect of a relationship with him. You know, it's a source of forgiveness. It's a source of access. It's a source of endurance. You know, it's a source of kindness. So when you touch on top, you automatically hit a plethora of things. And when you are in the Most High's favor, you receive all these great gifts. But there's certain aspects of these gifts what he wants you to do with them. And you covered it in your monologue.
That's what's up. All right, so let me bring on
You
Phil.
covered it in your monologue.
I'm sorry, go ahead. You wanted to finish?
No. I just said you covered it in your monologue.
Okay. All right, Phil. So, my goodness, boy, I'm telling you, Phil So Real. Phil, what's up, man? Thank you for calling to the show, man. What happened to that ginger recipe you're supposed to send me? I'm dying out here.
You know what? You know what? I felt so bad when I heard you first get on the live, and I was like, dang, I'm slipping, man. So I got you. I'm gonna work on that right now.
I'm just putting you on the
I gotta
spot, man.
make sure you
I'm
get taken care of, man. No, but
How you doing?
I really don't have too much to add to the piece that you did about grace. I think everybody that already spoke before me really
All right.
summed it up pretty well. I think when you're walking in your calling, whatever it is, there's gonna be a little bit of hate, but there's also gonna be a lot of love. And I think you have a great page for a little bit of both.
One thing I'm gonna tell you, Harry B, if you're gonna why don't you take your visual off and you go get you a spit cup because it's breaking up, it's coming up, but you gotta spit it out. And you know we're gonna have a
You
bunch
got to
of ladies on
purge.
here. Yeah, you gotta purge it. And so you know we're gonna have a bunch of ladies on here. So you should cut your your visual off and then go and hack up the rest of that bacteria that's trying to come up out of you. You know what I mean?
Got you.
Facts.
Got you. I got a bucket right here, so I got you. When I go up, just know that when I go off screen, that's what I'm doing. All right, so somebody got to lower your volume or you got to mute. Let's get into this show. Let's now that everybody's clear on because I know we had a couple of people in the chat that didn't really understand the whole idea. I know last time we had that conversation, you know, some people were being ignorant, but some people kind of like didn't know, hey, what's going on, you know. So I just wanted to make sure that people understood what we were talking about. That's why I wanted to make sure that I covered that. All right, so now On3 has their list of of Heisman hopefuls, and for some odd reason, Shedeur's not on that list. I'm going to share with you guys the list, and then you guys tell me what you think about the names that are on this list. Let me go ahead and pull that up, but give me 1 second. I had it queued up. I forgot where I sent it, but give me 1 second. Let me pull that up.
Hey Harry, I know you're trying to pull it up, but I want to point out I looked at that article that you're mentioning,
Mm-hmm.
and they're getting those numbers from FanDuel, so they're looking at it from the standpoint of betting and gambling. So I don't think that's gonna carry the same weight as like your analysts, like your Kurt Herbstreets or your Joel Klatz. I don't think those guys will have the same list as the people in Vegas do. So I just want to put that out there as well.
Now, do you happen to have that? Do you happen to see that list on your in front of you? If you can send it, I can for some reason.
Yeah, I can shoot it to you real quick. Give me just a
Yeah,
second.
please
Man.
do that to me. Please.
So
do that.
you're saying that Vegas is betting that he won't be a Heisman candidate or he won't make the list.
No, he just got high odds. He got high odds, 1,800 plus.
Okay.
Wait, you say you saw him on the list?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
On the On3 list?
I just sent you the
Yeah.
I just sent you the link, Harry.
Okay.
1,800 plus and 6,000 plus.
which is really high
Where are they getting that
or
information?
unlikely.
They're probably basing that off of the offensive line play along with his play. That's the only way they can come up with that.
Is it people based or computer based?
It's Vegas based.
Yeah, Vegas crunching numbers. Vegas didn't get it right in the first 3 games, but they're doing it again. They're doing the same thing again. Just give me
I
one
just sent
moment.
it to you here, so let me know if you got it.
All right, so I'm waiting for my screen to update so I can share the list with everybody.
Well, what they're saying is that when they went out 3-0 and they had to play a top ranked team like Oregon, this is what happened when they played the Oregon Ducks. He didn't live up to par because they was ranked 19th in the nation, and Oregon was like ranked 8th or 9th somewhere at that particular time.
So are these lists? Are these proclamations made on based upon the previous season or the current season?
The previous season.
Yeah, they try to do a projection going forward based off of last year because some of the names that you're going to see on this list are guys that didn't necessarily have monster years this year, but they're projecting they'll have a breakout year. Because they got the kid from Tennessee on here, that Nico Emiliama kid, and he only started 1 game this year. That was the bowl game, but because he looked so good in the bowl game, they're thinking he might be a top 5 Heisman guy next year.
Okay. All right,
And
guys.
he's
So
a
here we
freshman.
go.
He was a true freshman this year. He's a sophomore next year.
Okay.
All right. So I had everything cleared up. I don't know what happened, but here we go. Somebody got to mute your screen, please. If you can, guys, mute your screen. All right. So this is the 2024 Heisman Trophy early odds favorites released. Now, you guys say you saw. Now, you said the numbers, the lower the numbers, these numbers, the higher the opportunity or the higher the chance that they'll make it. That's correct, right? For our audience that don't know.
Yes.
All right. So, and for those of you who watch the teams, we are certain that these quarterbacks are returning. All of these quarterbacks are going to be returning to these teams, right?
Ewers hasn't confirmed yet. There were conversations that he was going to come back next year.
Okay, but you guys are seeing my screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right, so we got Ewers, we got Carson Beck from that's Georgia's quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
He's at 750. All of these quarterbacks, Jalen Milroe, Dylan Gabriel. That's from Oregon. All right, so Nick, what the heck? Jackson Arnold.
I think it's like Amali Aleva or something like that. It's his, it's one of them USO names.
Connor from Texas A&M. Now going from the 2023 season, right? We're looking at the 2023 season. Were any of these lists projected to be early on there?
Are you saying the people that are on the list for next year, were they high on the list this year?
Right, those people, yeah.
I think you was probably was probably the only person that was high on that list because he was a returning starter. The other people that were on that list, this was their first year starting, except for JJ McCarthy. Everybody else was a first year starter on the list that you had pulled up.
All right, so I don't see where do you see Shedeur?
He's not on the list. He got snubbed.
Oh, okay, that's what I was saying because I thought you said you saw him, but he had like 1,000 or something more.
Yeah, that was. I looked into a deeper dive. That was last year's odds. Well, this year's odds.
Oh, okay, so he did get snubbed then.
Yeah, he got snubbed.
Well, a lot of these guys played bowl games too. Aren't a couple of those guys on there? They played.
But see, they have him as the number one. See, they have him as the number one quarterback coming out in 2025. But then they snubbed him for the Heisman, so that don't make sense.
It doesn't make sense because
But that Heisman stuff, it don't always matter about, being the number one pick, because if you look at Jaden Daniels, the kid that was the Heisman Trophy winner this year, he might be the third or fourth guy picked as far as quarterbacks is concerned. So that don't always translate.
well, not necessarily the hopeful, the NFL hopeful, but as far as the production being that he had 3,200 yards behind a terrible O-line, and he was in the Heisman talk early on, and then based on the recruiting, if we're ranking the recruiting as Coach Prime and his Buffaloes being number 2 in the transfer portal, how is he off the list? Like, can anybody make that make sense for me?
I can't make it make sense.
Well, you got most of them seem like they're SEC schools, right? Most of the quarterbacks. I see about 3 or 4 SEC. I can't see the full thing, but I know it's about 3 or 4 SEC schools.
I mean, the conference shouldn't matter much, right? Because what should really matter is about the potential. We're talking potential, right? We're not talking what conference you're in, but the potential. I mean, I'm a little green on this
Vegas is
stuff.
all about making money. Vegas is all about making money. So if they don't think, what I'm saying, he's gonna do that well, then they're not gonna put the odds high on him like that. I think if he's not on this list, which in my opinion he should be, I think they're looking at last year and they don't think that Deion is gonna right the ship. I think that's what that means. I think they're not confident that Colorado will be relevant enough to win a Heisman. Because if they lose more than 3 games next year, you can pretty much forget about the idea that, Shedeur could win the Heisman. If they win 9, 10 games, then he definitely will have a chance because he's going to be the reason why they have those 9 to 10 wins.
Harry, what I want you to do is I want you to go pull up the 2023 Heisman hopefuls for last year and see where was some of these guys like Jalen Melrose and Cabe Cublet and DJ Ongole, and see if they was on the list for the preseason Heisman odds, and then you'll see the correlation if Vegas is snubbing them for real or not. Because Prime was promoting those guys for Heisman. You got to promote your own self to win the Heisman. You got to have a fan base. Your college fan base got to be promoting. Your school got to be promoting you. And then once that get win, then the media will pick hold up on it. So see if they had on 223 who was on the top list last year to see what that list looked like. And then you'd have a comparison.
Well, okay, so I didn't pull up the on 3 list, but according to this list right here, Jalen Daniels is the one that won it, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So we
Correct.
had these are the people that were on the list, I believe, in 2023. Bo Nix was on there. Go ahead.
I found one. I found one from 23. I can send it to you. I can just read off some of the names if you want me to. Either one is fine.
Send it to me so we can put it on screen for everybody.
Cool. I'm working on that right now. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, see Jalen Melrose on the list again. JJ McCarthy on the list again. Doug Gabriel on the list. DJ Ongole on the list.
Shedeur's not. Oh yeah, Shedeur's on this list. So,
but that doesn't show the Vegas odds. That's just a general search for Heisman hopefuls. But what I'm going to send you has the actual odds, and they have it listed in order. Okay.
Because I'm looking at it like, okay, the odds. If you're about money, then there shouldn't be any type of, oh, we don't like Deion, right? I mean, it just doesn't make sense because all of the quarterbacks that we're looking at, everybody that's responsible with football stuff, they're saying like Shedeur should be the top odd, the top person to be even considered. So how does Vegas not not consider what the sports writers are saying? How isn't that what they usually do as far as like, okay, these are the people that we consider that are going to be considered to be Heisman hopefuls?
When it comes to Vegas, man, it's a lot of funny business going on when you get the money involved. So while it may seem practical that he should at the very least be on this list, and like I said, I think he should. I think Vegas is looking at some stuff that we don't know because there's always some kind of funny way that Vegas ends up being right. So, I know obviously last year.
Would they write about Colorado this year? Because they said 3.5, 2.5, or 3.5, right?
Hey, but they don't have to bat 100. Clearly, Vegas is making money because they build new hotels every year, so they can miss, but they don't miss often. Is the point?
So what I mean, would you consider them missing for 2023? Wasn't it like so very close? If you're talking about money,
Yeah, but they still had 12 games, so they got their money back basically. Because if you felt like you was gonna follow the wave, like I'm gonna put somebody up. We got a guy that be on the panel, and he's so frustrated with the way Colorado lost the year. You can tell he lost a lot of money during the season because he don't have nothing positive to say about Colorado. He always negative, so you can tell he was betting his money, and he
chat
felt
on the panel.
not on our panel, but on other panels.
Oh, okay.
So Vegas kind of.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. So I got a couple. I'm looking at a couple of different ones pulled up from last year, and a lot of them had Caleb Williams, obviously, because he's the returning Heisman Trophy winner. They had Drake May, Bo Nix, Jordan Travis, the kid down at Florida State. Quinn Ewers was on the list. Jalen Daniels was on the list for some of the ones I've seen as well. So a lot of the names that they had on the list for last year didn't really end up, being one of those top 4 or 5 guys for the Heisman this year.
All right, so are you guys seeing my screen right now?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Jalen Daniels was 11 plus 1,100, and he ended up winning it. Does anybody know Jalen Daniels play and can give us a little bit of a recap of why they think he won it?
He rushed for 1,200. He rushed for 1,200, and he threw for before he got hurt. He threw for like he was leading the nation in passing percentage.
Hold on, guys. Hold on 1 second. There's a lot of feedback. If you can mute or lower your volume, there's too much feedback.
Yeah, that's not my phone. That's not my phone. So he was leading the nation in passing percentage. He was leading the nation in QBR before he got hurt. He was leading the nation in rushing as well as touchdown passes. And when he played Alabama's defense, he looked at like Cam Newton mixed with RG3 mixed with Vince Young. Like he really destroyed that defense that game before he got hurt.
How many games did he play before he got hurt?
I think that was probably like game 9, 8 or 9, because it was towards the end of October. That's always when LSU plays Alabama.
So he didn't finish the season. He still won it.
No, he got hurt towards the end of the season, but I think he played every game. I think his numbers just went down a little bit the last 2 games.
5,200 yards.
Yeah, he was pretty consistent.
Okay. So the fact that we don't have Shedeur on this list, like, I mean, I'm looking at it in several ways. It's like either it's something to say, hey, talk about it, or or we know what we're talking about, because I don't see all of these quarterbacks. So this is the in case anybody's confused, this is the 2023 Heisman odds that we're looking at. These are the people that we're looking at. Now, I would say maybe Vegas got it right, because I think they said that Colorado was going to win 3 games, and we won 4. So, 3.5, right? We won 4. Well, how do you win 3.5 games, by the way?
They're basically saying either they're going to win 3 games or 4 games.
So
If you think they're going to win, Yeah, if they think they're going to win 3 games, then you bet the under. If you think they're going to win 4 games, then you would bet the over. Is how that works with Vegas.
Okay, so I would say they got it right. Would you not agree?
Well,
No,
they
because
accurate,
they weren't supposed. No, because they weren't supposed to lose that dang on Stanford game, and they weren't supposed to lose. They weren't supposed to lose the Arizona game, and they weren't supposed to lose the UCLA game. I just watched. Listen, I just watched video of the UCLA game. They got in the red zone 3 times and put the ball in Shedeur hand, and they came out with 3 field goals.
Yeah.
They got 4 turnovers back to back. Like that game, you could tell Vegas had their hand on that game too.
But what did you say that would be the point then? Let me bring on Ron Tate to the show. Ron, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in.
Hello. I think that there were some questionable things.
Somebody, can y'all lower your volume, guys? Because I'm getting too much feedback.
Okay. Can I go on now?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. I think there were some questionable things that went on concerning Colorado throughout the entire year. The hits, some of the hits, when you looked at some of the hits that Shedeur was taking, and no flags, no warnings or anything were given. Some of the questionable calls, a couple of the obvious ones, the catch for Travis, the tiptoeing down the sideline for Travis, both calls, without hesitation, was out of bounds, no catch. And as far as the Heisman, I mean, I've been listening here for a couple of minutes, dipped away from work, and hey man, these guys, the old school racists, are not going to allow Coach Prime to have any opportunity whatsoever, even if it includes his son. They have Shedeur rated the NFL. No, it was a sports analysis that he was going to be the first pick in the NFL draft when he comes out in 2025. So, I don't understand how they can leave him off of the prospective Heisman list and not consider his play for this year. Now, I looked at your list and I was going through some names, and I'm shaking my head. Like, what else did he have to do to prove that his ability and his talent made him one of the best football players in college this year?
Exactly. Because that's I would look at it and say, well, isn't that the whole point of how he put up 3,200 yards behind a questionable O-line? How he does that, and then if you look at, I'm not trying to be delusional. I'm just saying, if you look at the O-line that they're bringing in, based on the numbers, like forget about anything else. I'm not trying to use our brains. Based on the rankings in the recruits that we got in, if you do that and you say, okay, based on 3,200 plus, and then you say, okay, he's getting a better O-line, then that means his numbers are going to increase. That puts him on this list. Whether it's at the bottom of the list or somewhere in the middle, that puts him on this list. So what else what other numbers would Vegas or On3 be using to say he gets on the list? I don't get it. I mean,
but Harry, I think what it boils down to is, I think Vegas just don't think that Colorado is going to improve drastically enough this year for him to be
Come on,
talked
man.
about with the Heisman. Because no, hear me. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just trying to answer the question.
No.
If
I'm
Vegas thought they were going to be better, okay,
I agree.
gotcha.
I agree with what you're saying about Vegas, but when you look at Harry's statistics on what the coaching staff as dysfunctional as some may think it was this past year, and the success that they had, then you would have to assume that using the same coaching style, no changes, the same coaching style, increasing your talent, that you would have to have better play next year, in 2024. I mean, that just stands to reason when anyone wants to analyze what's going on there at CU. If they want to judge the team's talent, if they want to judge the team's play, considering the individuals, their numbers that they're using to bring these individuals in and to rank them using their numbers, then you would have to assume that the offensive line is going to play better, that the rushing.
Did his audio go off?
That's going out again, I
I
think.
think so.
Did he go off?
So Phil, can you hear me, Phil?
Yeah, I can hear you.
When people are considering the numbers for everyone else, how do you prognosticate other teams if you're saying CU's not going to improve? Then how are they what are they using to prognosticate for the other teams?
So from what I understand, the way Vegas works is it's pretty much the same way as like a lot of these analysts look at their way too early projections for next year. They're looking at the recruits that are coming in, recruits that are leaving, turnover with the coaching staff, things of that nature. So that's why I'm saying this makes me feel like Vegas is not high on Colorado to be successful next year. Because let's be honest, if Colorado is going to be successful and have a chance to win a championship, whether it be a conference championship or a national championship, Shedeur is going to have a Heisman-like year in order for that to happen. So I think that's telling me that, yeah, Shedeur may have a lot of stats next year, but they don't think Colorado is going to be good enough for those stats to matter, because you can put
But
up
the
good
Heisman
stats
is
on a
based
bad
on
team.
personal. The Heisman is based on personal
Right, but it's gonna
achievement,
go.
not
It's gonna go to a winning team. You're not gonna have a team that went
Yeah.
4-8
Yeah.
have a Heisman
Facts.
Trophy winner. That's
Yeah.
the
Gotta
point that
win.
I'm making. So they can't. They have to win at least 9 games in order for him to win the Heisman. Period. If they win less than 9 games, he's not getting the Heisman, no matter how
'Cause
many
he could
yards he
have-
puts up.
Because he could have a good season and the team have a losing season, and he probably won't win it. I mean, he'll still be in the running,
He's
but
not.
he probably won't win it. So the team has to be successful.
what was LSU's record this year?
9-3.
So 9-3. 9-3 was better than a guy that's going to the national championship and they're what, 13 and what? And 0?
Based on the stats, yeah, JJ McCarthy went through about 5 games where he didn't even throw a touchdown pass.
I'm talking
So
about
he didn't have enough.
I'm talking about a
Penix.
Washington Penix.
Okay,
Let me
well,
read
Michael
off.
Penix, he had a little drought there in I want to say about between week 7 to like 10, where he wasn't putting up a lot of numbers. Daniels was able to be consistent all season with the numbers he put up.
Yeah, let me read off Jaden Daniels' numbers for you, so you'll understand why he got the Heisman. So they played Florida State in the first game. He went 22 for 37 for 346 yards. He had 4 passing touchdowns. No. Let me get that wrong. That's wrong. He had one touchdown and 1 interception. He came back against Grambling. He threw for 269. He had 5 touchdowns. He played Mississippi State. He threw for 361. He had 2 touchdowns. Against Arkansas, he threw for 320, 4 touchdowns. Against Mississippi, he threw for 414 yards, and he had 4 touchdowns. They had a loss. So Florida State, he lost. Mississippi, he lost. Then they went and played Missouri. He threw for 259 yards. He threw 3 touchdowns. They won. Played Auburn. He threw for 325 yards, 3 touchdowns. They won. He played against Army. He only played a half of the game. He threw for 279 yards, 3 touchdowns. They won. They played against Alabama before he got hurt. He was 15 to 24, 219 yards with 2 touchdowns. They lost. Played against Florida.
Hey, don't
They
forget
won.
to add, he ran for 163 yards too that game.
Yeah. I ain't put the rushing on now. He rushed for 1,134 yards with 10 rushing TDs. So he put up a total of 50 TDs, 4,000, almost 4,000 yards passing, and almost 1,200 yards rushing. So that's almost 6,000 yards with 50 TDs. That's a hell of a season.
Yeah.
6,000 yards, including his rushing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, what that tells me is that Shedeur should be on this list. I like to read into things. What that tells me is that Shedeur should definitely be on this list. If we're talking about close to 4,000 yards passing, Shedeur had 3,200 yards. So I say Shedeur be on this list, but that's just me. And once again, we're going through
But again,
another. Go ahead.
it means Vegas is not high on Colorado. If I had to make a gentleman's bet with you right now, I would say that Vegas would put Colorado at 5.5 wins. I think just based off of that, I think that's where they're gonna put Colorado over under to start the season. Because if
Well, I
they
thought
had
they
more
already have it
confidence in
at 6.
Colorado, he'd be on the list.
Yeah,
Wait.
I thought it was 6 or 6.5.
Yeah, I thought they already have us at 6.
But I don't look at that until spring happens and then the fall camp happens, because we're gonna have opportunity to have more transfers after spring. So let's just say, I don't know, Colorado gets 3 more top guys, from the transfer portal after the spring, that number's gonna move. Or let's say they lose some guys, that number could go down. So that's why I only go based off of it, around August, September timeframe.
So who do you think they have to lose for that number to go down, or who do they have to get for that number to go up? Anybody can answer that.
Well, I think that changes depending on the team. You take Ohio State this year, they lost like 18 or 20 players in the portal. And some of those guys were pretty good players. Alabama just lost 10 the other day, some 5 and 4 stars, and maybe only a couple that were getting significant playing time. It doesn't matter, for it. It depends on the team. I mean, Ohio State lost 18 to 20 guys. And
But are we
yet,
deep?
now
Are we
their
not
projection is to be in the top 10 next year.
Ohio State?
Ohio State,
Mhm.
number 7.
It might.
They're projected to be, I'm looking at it now. They're number 7. Alabama, Georgia, Michigan, Oregon, Texas, Utah, Ohio State. And that's why I'm like you, Harry. I want to know what is the calculations that they're using to come up with their decisions. What is the formula that they're using to come up with their decision?
Well, they just got Ohio State just got Will Howard, I think, in the transport portal.
Yeah. What did Will Howard play for last year?
Kansas State.
Oh shoot!
Well,
what position is
bumped them
Will
from
Howard?
wherever they were to number 7.
Quarterback.
So Kansas State is losing their quarterback?
Yeah.
Wait, are we not
But
playing Kansas State?
Yeah, that don't mean
They
I don't
are,
think
but
they're gonna be weak though.
there was a freshman that was coming behind him that was going to get his playing time. So it was more him running from competition than saying, I want to get off a bad team.
Wait a minute. Stop. Let's pause this. Wait. Kansas State's supposed to be tough. Remember, one of our discussions, Kansas State's supposed to be one of those teams that's supposed to be tough. If they're losing their
Correct.
quarterback, who is their leader, then we can't plausibly say, well, time to look at it again. That's not a way to think. No.
And Harry,
No.
I'm in the prediction that I made of 9-3. I had them losing to Kansas State, but I forgot. I was going to double check that to see on their who that quarterback was going to be. But at the same time, I don't know. I'm
Go
back.
go go and look at Kansas State's bowl game from the week before last. That's going to be
Okay.
their heir apparent. That's going to be their new guy. That's going to be starting for them, and he looked pretty good in the bowl game. Now, obviously, it was
Yeah.
just one game, but I think just because Will Howard is leaving, I don't think that makes them a drastically worse team.
So wait, you're saying that Will did not play
Yeah.
in that bowl game? He left out?
Yeah,
No,
he
he
had
didn't play.
he
And that's the
chunked
same
deuces.
game. And that's the same game we brought up about the Pop Tart Bowl.
Oh yeah. Where the referee was slapped on the butt?
Exactly.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Phil, you're saying, well, they got a decent quarterback coming in behind him, so we still kind of keep their projection as this is going to be a tough game for Colorado.
Yeah.
I would say that, yeah.
But
give it a toss-up
but
too, yeah.
but hold up, if we're comparing apples and apples, right? That kid that's coming in as a freshman, how does he stand against Shedeur?
But it's a team sport though, because think about it, he can throw for 120 yards, and Shedeur throw for 350. But if they have a good rushing game and they run for 250 yards, 300 yards, something like that, Colorado can't stop them. Kansas State can still win the game. So it's not just about looking at, okay, is Shedeur better than their quarterback? That's one piece of it.
Well, I'm just saying we got the better quarterback because the way that you judge the team, right? You judge them by the quarterback and the pieces that are around the quarterback. So even though it's a team sport, if you're looking at it, you would say, okay, we got the better quarterback. And if we get those edge rushers that we're getting, the linebackers that we want, Levante Bentley, don't laugh, please. Levante Bentley, with Lundy. If we get who we want, we can get at their quarterback. We can rush them. We're looking better because we got the better quarterback. I understand it's a team sport, but you got to judge the individual pieces based on the team, right?
Yeah, but we don't listen. The only way we will have a better quarterback if Shedeur Sanders decides to run more than he sits in the pocket and holding on to the ball. If you check what they're saying about this guy, Avery Johnson, he threw for 178 yards, which is not that much, but he rushed for 71 yards and he had 3 touchdowns. So you saying NC State is not a bad team. Like if you can run on an NC State team 71, almost 100 yards rushing, that's pretty decent.
But you see what you gotta see what we're doing, right? You gotta see what we're doing. The evaluation that we're using when you are making Heisman evaluations or you are evaluating any team. This is not the line of questioning that you will go through. Because am I crazy? Because I feel like whatever measurement stick that they use, Colorado is always there's always a different measurement stick. And let me bring in T. Nolan. Maybe he can take this first. But T. Nolan, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in. Are you there, T?
Hey, how you guys doing?
All is well. So, let me know if I'm sounding crazy, but when we are measuring Colorado, are we using the same barometer that we use for other teams?
No, and we can't help it. I mean, it's they're an outlier. Even when we think we are, we're not, because they got Coach Prime, first of all. And secondly, think about it. If I'm an opposing team preparing for Colorado, and I will tell my team, forget about the record. Forget about everything that you heard and know from Colorado last year, because only one game they really got their butts really handed to them. And the team that they had, they just replaced with better players. So if I'm the opposing coach, opposing team, that's how I'm approaching it. But no, I think you're spot on.
Anybody else want to chime in on that thought?
Yeah, I think it, like my man was saying before too, it's going to depend on if Shedeur does things a little bit different than what he did last. Get rid of the ball a little bit quicker. He's got the line. I believe we got the people coming in that's going to give him the protection he needs. But before, I mean, what about does that ante hold up in college football? Defenses win games. Does that hold up in college football too?
I mean, if
Yes.
you've been watching
You got a
any of
good
the postseason, defense have been winning these games in these postseasons. If you look at Michigan's game, it was basically their defense that won the game.
So if we score 30 points, and they score let's see, we score 30, they score 31. Scored a lot of points. We can put up the points. The challenge is going to come. Can
The
we
defense.
win the games? Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell y'all something else. You know what Shedeur quarterback rating is? He's number 56 in the nation. That goes a lot into a Heisman hopeful too, because they saying his decision making on the field is not that high because his QBR is a 63 and he's 56 in the nation.
Well, judging from the NFL scouting evaluation that they're doing on the players, they're saying that his decision making is excellent. They're saying his ability to throw the short and medium pass is excellent. His long balls are better than average. And now that there are more athletic quarterbacks coming into that position, the Heisman is not based on your rushing yards at the quarterback position. It's your talent level. That the Heisman is supposed to be the best football player in college. Your talent level at that position. And your talent level, you're the best at that position, and you're so high, your rating is so high at the quarterback or any other position that it's far greater than anyone else's talent at their position. And there you have the Heisman. Hence Daniels, his rushing yards and his passing and his passing yards. Rushing is not a must. It's because years back, those quarterbacks that won the Heisman, they didn't have a lot of rushing yards.
All right, guys. So let's take a look at it because we're talking about defense. You guys judge these numbers because I want to keep this line of thought where you're not you don't want to be a crazy or delusional fan base. You want to be able to put things into perspective, in which we try our best to do on the show here, is to take these numbers and say, okay, let's look at these, and in subsequent shows or coming up shows, we're going to be taking a deeper look into each recruit and stuff like that. But if we're looking at this right here, Colorado potential targets at defensive tackle, his name is Jamari Cadwell, 6'3", 325 pounds, second team All Big 12, 8.5 tackles for loss, 6.5 sacks, 2023. And then we got Kennedy Charles. He's 6'1", 295 pounds. I want to see all 300s, but that's not too bad as long as he's athletic. Phil Steele, preseason All Independent first team. We got 10 tackles for loss, 5.5 sacks in 2022. TFL, 7 TFLs, 3 sacks. 2023 only played 7 games due to injury. When we're prognosticating, we're taking all of these potentials and including the people that we have on that we finally got to sign. We're taking these type of numbers, right? Somebody can qualify and quantify these so that the people that are watching or listening can understand that we should be basing our prognostications on these numbers.
Yeah, but those are the potential guys. They haven't got those guys yet.
Well, listen to what I just said. I said we're looking at potential guys and including the guys that we have on staff that have already signed. So when we're looking at those numbers, we're taking all of these things into perspective to say this is what makes the team and what we're thinking about as far as where they should be ranked, right?
Right, but we also speculating on the preseason odds. So the real odds hasn't came out yet. We still have to wait until the spring unfolds and the spring game happens, and then you'll see the real numbers come out and the real projection of the players and the real projection of the team. They don't even have a defensive coordinator, and they haven't even named the offensive coordinator yet. A lot of those things go into Vegas odds and preseason odds.
Yeah, I agree.
So as far as like How important is that defensive coordinator position when it comes to Coach Prime's overall I guess hopes?
I think it's going to be very important because we can assume at a great amount of certainty that Colorado is going to score points, even with the ragtag offensive line they had last year. They did score points. It just wasn't enough to win. Now, with the talent level increasing on the defensive line, and also so far with defensive linemen, edge rushers, and a couple of linebacker upgrades, and along with some of the guys that were injured or redshirt last year, that according to well off, that those guys have pretty good talent at the linebacker position. So with the talent level increasing, and on the defensive side of the football, then I'm trying to look at it that way. How are we evaluating the team? I'm trying not to get overly excited, trying my best not to stay level-headed and use whatever system that the analysts are using to judge the team. I get frustrated because when it comes to Colorado, it just seems that the formula for evaluating the team, it shifts. Coaches leave and coaches change teams every single year. Alabama is great for that. They lose coaches yearly, probably going to other teams. So I think with Coach Prime at the helm, his philosophy of coaching, it worked this past year. We were frustrated because some things weren't consistent enough, but his philosophy worked as far as the team makeup, as far as the consciousness of the team, and the consistency, which wasn't there. But that formula works. And so we think if we use or think that, okay, we have a formula that works, so we look at better talent. So what do we think is going to happen with the team with a successful formula? Should the team do better? My personal evaluation is that the team is going to do better.
That's part of my frustration as well, because I, for one, I don't want to be looking at something and then screaming, "Oh man!" As soon as we get a piece, it could just be a depth addition, and we start screaming, "Yeah, we about to win! We about to win!" I don't want to ever do that, So I'm always looking at it critically to see, okay, what are the numbers? How does this add up? And then it's Coach Prime. Like right now, I'm showing you guys, if you can see on my screen, I'm showing you guys Auto saying, "Promise, I'm doing my part." This team will get a different version of Auto. Y'all get ready for 2024. Somewhere in the back of my head, I'm thinking, dang, Auto, they're not going to use you. This is just me. I don't want to be negative on the team. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't have faith that they're going to run the ball. And it's just that thing that balances me out, because they let me down in 2023. I feel like they're going to let me down again. Nothing in what Coach Prime has said, nothing in what anybody is saying lets me know that they're freaking going to run the ball, and that scares the snot out of my nose. As much snot as I have right now because I'm sick, I feel like daggone it, Auto, brace for impact.
What has to happen, Harry B, is that they're going to give him an opportunity to run the ball, right?
Yeah.
If was a hypothetical example, if he get 10 carries, out of 5 of those carries, he need to have 10 plus yards on each carry to get the ball back in his hand again, to get it out of Shedeur hand. If he's toting the mail and he's getting a first down every time he gets the ball, he's going to run the ball more. But if you run a Dylan Edwards in between the tackles and he can't break a linebacker tackle, they're going to go away from that. And that's what we seen last year. We seen Dylan Edwards try to run through between the tackles. We seen Wilkerson try to run through the tackles, and we seen Hankerson try to run through the tackles. And very seldom did you see any of those guys break a tackle and get positive yards. So that's what happens when you're an offensive coordinator. If you seeing these guys putting themselves behind the change, they're going to put the ball in what they see is a for sure win, which is Shedeur hands. But as over time, the team in the offensive line, some kind of way they stop blocking for the guy. Because if you watch the first 3 or 4 games, he had a bunch of time to pass the ball. But due to debacle in the Oregon game, things started shifting.
So let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a question. Let me put this on the table. My philosophy it comes from watching the NFL for years, even when I got here in 1989 from Liberia. NFL football just seemed so easy to watch and to follow. When my dad explained it, and I didn't really understand what was going on in the field. And that's the more I watched NFL football, I realized that NFL uses this run scheme a lot, and that opens up the pass. If the run wasn't working, they did it until until it worked. Now, Coach Prime made a statement, and he was like, "You see, like this is where my fear comes from." That one statement that he made that scared the nonsense out of me is that he said, "Well, did you not see us run the ball, and did you not see that it didn't work?" That statement fears me that they're not gonna that what you just said. That if he's given an opportunity to run and he doesn't get the first down or doesn't get 5 or 8 yards, that's going to spook them again to go away from the run. And I feel like because we have Shedeur, we have no choice because that's our opportunity to, if he throws the ball, we know he's gonna do some good things with the ball in his hands. So that's where a lot of my fear comes from, that they're going to try to run the ball to just kind of tell us, you see, we're running the ball, put them in bad positions, and then they're going to fail, like running Dylan straight down the middle, trying to run backs that are not big enough straight down the middle, and it's not going to work, and they're going to get spooked. That's what I fear.
I understand it, but just a slight pushback on it. At Jackson State, man, they ran that ball. Shedeur still got his, but they ran the ball. Now, I think the OC will probably have a lot to do with it, and I feel your trepidation on it. But we got some guys in it. Listen, last year we put our hat and our eggs in one basket, and that was Hankerson. He got 90% of the carries. Somebody said if Alto get like 10 carries, I don't think Alto got 10 carries the whole year.
He didn't.
I mean, am I wrong?
I don't think he was really meant to.
Right, he did not.
Yeah, you wrong. Let's clarify that. Let's clarify that. So Dylan Edwards got 76 carries. Hankerson got 78. Wilkerson got 53, and Alto got 14. They had a total of
Okay, I'm wrong.
358 carries, but Shedeur had 111 carries with minus 77 yards.
Well, that's because they include
That's sacks, though.
carry.
Yeah.
Those are sacks.
Are we
But they include those
including
towards
the
the rush.
sacks?
You have to, because they included in it. They include those. Those sacks are included as negative rushing yards.
Yes.
Yeah, that was
So
the point
that
we made
hurt
one of
the
other
overall.
shows.
So that hurt the overall yardage as far as rushing, being last and FBC and all of that stuff. You got good nets, 100 and something sacks, or having 52 sacks.
So like, okay, like everybody has their I guess I can't find the right word right now, their trepidations, or they have their thing that's in the deep parts of their mind. They're like, my thing is just the running. Okay. I want to know from the panel, and if you don't mind sharing, I'm not telling you that this is what you're saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying what are the things that are buried deep in your mind that you fear a little bit that you may want to share with us, that if this doesn't happen, I feel like, oh man, everything we're talking is going to go down the drain.
Let me
Like,
help you with that, Harry. Let me help you if you don't mind. Last year, with that offensive line, the way it participated, if we had an offensive coordinator that had bought into the system and was working hard for Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffs, they could scheme plays. To make it easier on your offensive line is crappy, so you say, but you could scheme and get some rushing opportunities in a game. Now you change offensive coordinators that make in-game that's able to make in-game decisions and changes to adjust for the defense that they're facing, then you're going to have changes. Our offensive coordinator did not do that. Our offensive coordinator didn't even communicate most of the time with the quarterback to let him know what's going on. What can I do? What can't I do? Where should I look? Where should I? They did the bare bone minimum. And at every level, almost every game, you see that I saw, you see an offensive coordinator or a coach sitting down, even with the pros, sitting down beside Patrick Mahomes, and they're diagnosing and talking about various plays, either previous plays or the plays that's going to be able to work the next time they get an opportunity on the field. We didn't have that. We're hoping, which Coach Prime's saying, I'm going to be more hands-on this year. And I think what he means by that, if he sees that going on, he is definitely going to step in and ask for something a little better, a little different. We need to rush the ball. And I think with the NFL touch that we're getting in the coaching staff, the offensive line coach played in the NFL. Sapp, NFL. Coach Prime, Coach Zimmer, NFL. Pat Schumer, whatever the guy's name is, NFL.
Phil Lowe.
They understand how valuable it is to rush the football.
Understanding has nothing to do with none of this. I mean, we all understand what they needed to do. They understood what they needed to do, but they still didn't do it because we had some weak offensive lines that couldn't block, and for some odd reason, we could not make adjustments to try to see if we can be creative. So understanding is one thing. We all hear the word, but
Harry, you switching up. You switching up, Harry B.
Yeah, don't switch up on it, Harry.
I'm not.
Let me clarify my point.
Question.
Let me clarify my point to you,
I'm
Harry.
not switching anything. I'm just saying he said understanding. So I'm saying it is one thing to understand, but there's another thing to apply it. How is that switching?
Well, I'm talking about the application of it did not happen during the game or throughout the season with the offensive coordinator. It did not happen.
Well, we can say that about the defensive coordinator too.
Well, the defensive coordinator.
But that wasn't the original question. I'm gonna go back to your original question. You said, what pushback would we have? I don't know if you pushback or not. That with the team we have now, people we have coming in, what would be my greatest fear? Is that correct? That's what you said.
What is the thing that you're most concerned about? What is the thing that you're most concerned about if you don't see happen that we're gonna have a tough season? So you're on the same track.
Okay, so that's the question I want to answer. Mine would be, is that the team? This game is such a mental game. We've got the physical pieces there, I believe. Everything that Coach Prime has been asking for, he's been getting physically. Now, can they put that together as a unit? Can they function as a unit? Can they function together? That will be my greatest thing. At what point, if it happens, at what point, and I don't go around expecting stuff like that, but at what point you may have a breakdown. And I'm not going to say total communication, but at what mental capacity this thing will it fall apart, or can it fall apart? If I thought like that, because you got to remember, physically we got what we need. Do we have the brothers that's going to come in there and be mentally strong? Because that's going to be the key to it, and that will be my greatest fear right there.
Can I interject real quick?
Yes, sir.
One thing we need to recognize is that the game is won on third downs. Their third down percentage was 38%. You cannot win football games like that. Another thing I want to interject. They were sacked a total of 56 times with almost 500 yards negative. That hurts you too. So all we're trying to do is get them to understand is that we want you to run the ball, like Harry B is saying. We want you to commit to the running game. We don't want the ball in Shedeur hands 111 times with negative 71 yards rushing. All right. We want to see positive. We don't want to see 4 different backs carrying the ball and they only accumulated 800 yards for the whole season. That's bad.
Yeah.
And don't get spooked too early if the run doesn't work. I want to see a total commitment to the run. And I know that because a lot of people have questions. This is the thing that we saw in the season. Because a lot of people have questions. I believe that they're going to try to attempt to run, but then they're going to get spooked. That's one of my thoughts. But Coach, I want to hear, are there any pressing concerns that you're like, if I don't see this might be a tough road? Anything at all?
Well, the first thing I like is that they are listening to the panel. All right. They also listening in-house, but they're listening. They got their eyes and ears to the street. And we need for them to pay attention to what we are saying. We don't want to control the team. We don't want to control the philosophy. All we want you to do is make it make sense for us. That's all. Because we're not the blind leading the blind here.
Yeah.
That I mean, thank you for saying that. I mean,
yeah,
I know that somehow I feel like they're listening. I don't know who they got listening to us, but I just feel like, and I'm going to drive it home again. Don't get spooked. Do not get spooked if the run doesn't work, because the way that the NFL works so beautifully is that they keep working on things that don't work. So if you got a philosophy where you say, we're going to keep working it, even if it doesn't work, we believe in it, we trust the process, you got to trust the run process in college football, because if it doesn't work the first time, just like that pass, if it's not working, you keep trying it and you keep doing it until it works. You got to treat the run the same way. So, Phil, what do you think?
Hold on real quick. I want to interject real quick. See, that's why Panda hasn't been on the platform. I see Panda done drop. Man, stop it. Prime don't need us. I'm going to tell you something. If you go back and look on YouTube, Neely put together Colin, Big Dog Chico, RJ, all on a panel. If he's not paying attention to YouTube, you're sadly mistaken, Panda. Listen, he's going to find out, and he's going to keep his receipts. He lets out small little innuendos saying stuff that we done said on the panels. Like he told us on one of those interviews, he said, you can't see through my house. I got tinted windows on the house. I remember saying specifically, Prime, we're looking at the house and we can see right in the house. So these are things that he's saying when we're on these panels, and he's letting out that he's listening. So Panda, I don't know what you're talking about. For some guys like Big Dog Chico to just start out a platform and talking about him, as well as Colin out of nowhere, he's got all these guys on an interview with him on Zoom calls.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
He's doing good. They're doing good. Good call, man. They're doing really good.
So, Phil,
Also, Harry, too. I mean, Harry's awesome.
please don't put my head up. Thank you. So Phil, anything that I know you got a lot of them, but just give me one of them. Anything that concerns you that if you don't see a change in this specific area, it's going to be a tough season for the Buffs?
I'm gonna go outside of the X's and O's. I want to see, does this team give up when things start to look bad? Because Dion always talked about how there was a team that didn't have any quit, but I think it was a Washington State game on the Prime show where he was like, you guys quit. So I'm hoping that this year, if things start to go bad, they can still keep their heads held up high and go in and execute, practice like they're supposed to, play like they're supposed to, and try to turn things around.
So okay, so your thing is I want to see whether Coach Prime, what he said, because Coach Prime did speak kind of extensively about the fact that this team doesn't quit. So are you saying that you don't necessarily believe that?
No. I'm saying based on what he said on the Prime, the most recent episode of Coach Prime, he told him that they quit with the Washington State game. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I want to make sure that there's something that doesn't happen, because it's plenty of ups and downs throughout the season, and it's easy to get sidetracked when things ain't going right. And sometimes it's easy. Well, shoot, it's easy to get sidetracked when things are going right too. And I think that's some of what we saw, in the first 3 weeks of the season. Things were going good, and they didn't keep their focus. So that's why I'm saying, like, when stuff don't go the way you want it to, how are you going to adjust and respond to it?
Okay. T Nolan, did you give your proclamation yet based on what you're seeing, what you think? Or this is this line of thinking you don't want to even think about it?
No, I haven't given my proclamation yet, but just
one thing that you feel like they need to work on, or we might, all of this hopeful stuff we're talking might be a problem.
Somebody said it earlier, and it was the mindset. I think after the Oregon game, it was demoralizing. That's when we start seeing problems with the line. It was a lot of internal stuff going on, but after that beating, it looked like we don't even deserve really to be playing this type of whatever. It was a demoralizing beatdown mentally. And I think it took an effect on a lot of them young men. And you saw it showed up the rest of the year. Now going from the Pac-10, which is a passing happy conference, to the Big 12, which is a run balance conference, we must run the ball. You think of Jalen Hurts, who was a pass. Well, he ain't passed that much, but they ran the ball. This is Oklahoma. You had Kyler Murray. You had, what's that other little guy named Baker Mayfield, all the way back to Sam Bradford. They slung the ball, but what running backs did they have? Joe Mixon. What's his name? Should be in the Hall of Fame. What's his name? Big dude from Houston. Running back. Adrian Peterson. You had Adrian Peterson, Joe Mixon. You had all of these guys that came out of Oklahoma. Yes, you had talented quarterbacks, but in the Big 12, they run the ball.
Well, one second, guys. So yes, somebody said Panda was canceled off the show, so let me bring him on so he can run the ball. Panda, please pause your, please lower your volume, guys. There's a lot of feedback. If you guys can lower your volume, there's a lot of feedback. Somebody said Panda was canceled off the show. I'm just going to prove that he wasn't canceled. I don't know who said that. Panda, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in.
Happy New Year, man.
Happy New Year. Thanks for calling in. Don't start your mess today, okay? I don't feel good. Well, he just left. He pressed the wrong button. The Panda, come back and don't start your mess today. I don't feel 100%. So I ain't got no time for that stuff, okay? But anyway, Panda, come back. His button got clicked today. So we got Ron. Ron, did I ask you already? Did you already speak?
No, my thinking is along the line of not giving up, but the defensive and offensive adjustments That's on the coaching staff. These players, when you're on the field, when you're among the 11 on the field, even in guys on the team, you need to be led.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm going to be looking for, to see if the offensive coordinators and the defensive coordinators are making adjustments during the game or at halftime or between quarters. That's going to benefit and help the players and put the players in better position. They didn't receive that this past year in 2023. I'm looking for that. If I don't see that, then I'm really going to worry.
All right. Panda,
I
welcome
think.
back to the show.
I'm sorry.
I don't know what. Panda, welcome back to the show. I don't know what happened, but welcome back to the show, man.
What's up, man?
All is well, man. All is well. Just fighting this bug and trying my best to keep this show going. So, hope all is well with you. What are your ideas? Let's just jump in right into it. Let's bring you into the fold easy. Let's start you off easy, okay?
I'm feeling like Cat Williams right now.
Don't start with me. I ain't got.
I'm
No, we're not
feeling
breaking
like
the
Cat
internet.
Williams.
Let's start you off easy because you must have something, even as much as a Coach Prime, loyalist. What are some of the things that are hidden in your head that you don't want to share publicly, but share on my panel? Breaking news. This is what Panda thinks. Give me a little bit of something where that concerns you. If this one thing doesn't happen, I got concerns, Coach.
The schemes. I think having schemes that match the talent on the roster. What we did before, or had schemes that Alabama had, or different bigger programs had, but the talent didn't match it. So, like, I think it was T. Nolan said, the ability to adjust is essential, but base it off of the talent you had. I felt like what we did before, we had a system and we wanted players to conform to the system. If you listen to the backs, the linebackers and stuff, he said it took him until the end of the season. When he finally got it, he started getting sacks. So that Alabama defense doesn't work unless you have 2 years in repetition to get to that efficiency. So we need to have schemes that fit the talent. That's a situation I find will make us. If I see that's not being done, I'll be like, okay, we have a problem.
Okay.
But some of the things that you were saying, but Coach Prime is, man, that man has a team. Stop doing that.
Hold up. Don't take us backwards. Wait, I know you're ready to unload. I know. Come on,
Yeah,
Cat
I'm
Williams.
feeling like Cat a
Hold the
little
line,
bit
Cat
because I'm the
Williams.
only one that going, you know what I mean?
Hold the line, Cat Williams. Hold on. Let me bring
All
on
right.
JR Boxing. Let's have some order on the show. I know Cat Williams is ready to go and break the internet, but just hold on for a second. JR Boxing, welcome to the show. How you doing today? Thanks for calling in.
Hey, what's going on, Harry B? Hey, to the panel, Stretch. Salute to you, sir. Hey, you know your stuff, man. You know what you're talking about, Stretch. You know what it is.
Hey man, I just appreciate the Liberian King allowing me to be on here because you know what? I've been trying to cipher through a lot of different talk shows, and once he became a talk show, I was like, man, this man be spitting them gems, and he's so positive, but also he gonna be constructively analytical, and I want to be a part of his whole scenery. You know what I mean?
Yep. Salute to you, Harry B. Keep progressing,
appreciate
man.
you
Keep
guys,
doing
man.
what you're doing.
I appreciate you. Some people say I'm too critical to be in Coach Prime's circle. It might be a blessing. All right, so the blessing in disguise. But anyways, JR Boxing, tell me what are some of the hidden things in your head that you don't share publicly, but you're like, man, I'm a supporter or not a supporter, but I have like this idea that if they don't change this one thing, they might be in trouble next year in the Big 12.
You know what? I think they're gonna be okay in the Big 12. As far as like expectations with winning and stuff like that, like the wins will come with the amount of talent you amass. So if you're looking at what's happening during this recruiting, the recruiting cycle or the transfer portal cycle, they are amounting talent. And so that's what you need when you think about, projecting forward to like the Alabamas or Ohio States of the college football world. What do they have over everybody else?
Depth.
Talent, depth, talent, depth. That's what CU did not have last year.
Good call.
You take one player out, a Travis Hunter, who's after Travis Hunter? Cormani McCon, everybody's Cormani should be. He's a freshman. Come on, now. There's growing pains to athletics in general. I played college ball. I played at Oral Roberts. We played the University of Kentucky. My coach was giving us every speech in the book. We can do this, guys. There's no way. We knew as players, we finna go out there and Rump Arena and get blew out by 40. And guess what? We lost by 54. So it's a talent issue. Coach Prime said it on Well Off Media throughout. Hey guys, we need you to dominate each other. We need you to dominate in the trenches. We need you to whoop butt in the trenches. We need you to treat practice like it's a game. But when you're constantly having the same person dominate over and over and over and over, cream rise to the top. Travis Hunter dominated in practice. Guess what reflected on the field of play on Saturdays? He dominated in the game. Same thing. Shedeur dominated during practice. He was pretty good during the games. The offensive line, they got their butts whooped every single day in practice. Guess what happened in the game? They got their butts whooped every single game. So it's no scheme that you can put behind it. I feel that I'm a pretty fast runner. I don't care how hard I train. I'll never be able to beat Usain Bolt, ever. Because he's just that much talented than me. So when you get more talented players on the roster, that creates a culture of, you know what? If this guy can't do it on the field, the next guy can.
Did
You
he
put
go?
11 players on the field that are talented, because that's what Alabama does. Not everybody on Alabama defense is a dog. But you have enough talent collectively with 11 players to say that's a top-ranked defense. That's just how it goes in sports like football and basketball. That's just how it goes. Basketball a little bit less, because you can have one dominant player and they can take over a game. It doesn't happen like that in football.
Can I
So
push back a little?
No, not
Yeah, go
time
ahead.
for pushback. Give me a second before you push back. So, according to JR Boxing, there's nothing really concerns you that if they don't do, they're gonna to you. You're just more optimistic. You're saying that they're gonna be okay overall, based on what you just said.
They'll be okay overall. Top to bottom, from the 86 roster spots that they have, they'll have a tremendous amount of talent top to bottom compared to what the roster was last year. It is what it is.
I agree with
Talent,
that. I agree with
talent
that.
wins games. Coaching schemes will put you in the best positions, but
To
you
win.
still need the talent on the field to execute the coaching scheme.
Thanks.
All right, Panda, go ahead with your pushback.
but you could make adjustments like double teaming and stuff like that. In certain schemes, you could talent, like what you said overall is correct. However, you have to put adjustments in the personnel to take care of the deficiency. If you use that mindset, we're never gonna win no games. So yes, talent is essential. And I was the biggest critic of the O-line was trash, and everybody was like, yo, you can't say that. So it's not a situation where I am saying it in a elusive manner. I'm saying like, hey, you can double team some of the issues we had with the offensive line. There's ways to do it. To say that we don't have the talent and go out and just lose, I'm sorry, sir. That's not how you approach deficit. You approach deficit by designing things to make it work. And we didn't see that with the offensive coordinator. We didn't see, he said, okay, I can't have Shedeur drop back for 4 seconds. I don't have it. So let me adjust to make a direct draw slant. And even when he did make some adjustment by putting in a tight end, the tight end couldn't block to save his life. So yes, I could understand your point about talent, but you also have to create the scheme for the talent that you have to at least compete. We can't turn around and say, hey, because the talent doesn't exist, it's going to be a walkover. I do not look at football or sports in any way like that. You have to use your strengths. The issue, we use
All right, Panda, cut it short,
Jimmy
buddy.
Horn wrong. We use some of the players wrong, and that's on the coaching staff. Some of the players who are more athletic, we put them in the wrong play scheme.
Panda,
I hope
can I
that makes sense.
So,
can I ask
Panda,
you a question,
guess what?
Panda?
Before you ask Panda a question,
Mhm.
I got to bring on DC Carson Music. DC, what's up? Thank you for joining the show. I appreciate you.
What's up, everybody? How y'all living?
Hey,
Um,
good,
Wonderful.
sir.
All right.
do you
So-
want to directly answer? I want to give before you answer. Let me give is only right in the order of things because he was addressing JR boxing. JR, let me give you an opportunity to push back, but Panda, don't answer. Just listen to him, please. All right, go ahead, JR. He just unloaded on you, so let me know if you have a pushback.
Hey, thanks, Harry B. Panda, I don't completely disagree with you, sir. Two things can be right at the same time. I think we're both, right in the situation. What I will ask you though is when you say about adjustments. So throughout the game, CU made adjustments. Now, just from our untrained eye, because none of us are offensive coordinators or anything like that, or defensive coordinators, so we can't truly say that they did not make adjustments. I can say that,
Correct.
adjustments were made because they stayed close in games. There was essentially 2 blowouts during the year, or 3 if you count USC. They came back towards the end, right? But
Right.
let's say 3 blowouts during the year. All the rest of the games, how many points did CU potentially lose by? Things like what, 7 to 10 points, right?
An
So
average
adjustments
of
were
8 and
made.
under.
3 to 7 points.
Yeah, 3 to 7 points. Thank you, Tennis Channel. Good seeing you too, Tennis Channel. I haven't seen you in a while, sir. But
Yes, sir.
but so adjustments were made in the course of the game to keep them in. Yeah, we can nitpick on certain things, like maybe they should have did this, maybe they should have did that. But who's to say they did not do those things and they didn't get executed well? For the example that you use with the tight end going out to block, and not being able to block. So I believe adjustments were made, but you still need talent to execute those adjustments.
All right, so
I
DC,
think
let me
we're
bring
saying
you
the same
in.
thing.
Okay, so both of y'all agree we can move on. DC, let me
Yeah,
bring you
we
in.
good.
Give me your thoughts. Give me your thoughts if you wanna join that conversation, or you wanna just go ahead and give me a general idea of the discussion.
Yeah, I think to get into the conversation about CU and what would they need to change. I think like we all have different expectations. Some are 6-6, some are 8-5, some are expecting 12-0. And I think you have to look at what you expect. Are you trying to take a country, a city, or a hill? Of course, I'm looking at it from a military standpoint, but using strategy on that. Am I trying to take a country, a city, or a hill? They all require different things. So if we're talking about does CU have the resources and the talent and the training and all that to take a hill? Absolutely.
What's
And
the
I think
hill?
that
What's the hill?
is,
What's the city? The 12 or just a bowl? Or can you equate it to those two things?
that's
The
why I
Vegas.
love you, Harry. That's why I love you. Because I'm saying a hill is probably more so around 5 to 6 games.
So that's
Yeah,
a bowl.
Vegas.
That'll be
Vegas.
a bowl.
Yes. And
Okay,
if you're
so that's
talking
the hill, and the city would be 12.
the city would be like 8 or 9. That's what I
A
would
good
say, 8 or
bowl.
10.
A good bowl. A
Right.
good bowl.
All right,
And
all
I
right.
think
Go
if
ahead.
you're talking about taking the a country, you're talking about championship. You're
Correct.
talking about that level. So
Definitely.
now that we look at it and we had a discussion from that one, do I think CU has all the places? And again, because there's a big unknown we don't really necessarily know, and that's coaching staff. Because that's a pivotal thing. Do you have the people who have the ability to sense what's going on in the game from the down on the field or up in the booth and be able to make those end games? Just like you hear another coach that has a great show. We're talking about 25 seconds to make a call on that next play and respond to what they're giving you. And hopefully what you call matches up. We talked about scheme. So we don't know that necessarily. We don't know it on the defensive side, and we kind of know it on the offensive side. I think that as we have these discussions, we have to start thinking about what's the expectations. And we don't have all the pieces in place, to be honest with you, to say anything other than they will be better.
Yeah.
One thing I want to interject, man. You know what? And there's 112 people in here, and I'm very pissed off with you guys. It says be angry, but sin not. We started off the conversation spiritually, and we only got 6 likes. Listen, you need to hit the like button for the Liberian King, because
Oh my gosh.
you gotta put this out to the masses. The conversation that we're having, man, this is real, organic, and genuine conversation. For us to only have 6 likes, that's appalling.
How you know we got
Man,
6
why
likes?
you trying to police people, man? Relax,
I'm in
man.
the background. I'm in what am I? What is? I'm in StreamYard, so I don't see what's going on YouTube.
Well,
So
see, I got my computer right here. Look,
you ain't gotta show me your computer. Okay. Oh, so you're on YouTube, right?
I'm on StreamYard and YouTube.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, guys, please do me a favor and hit the like button. I appreciate you hitting that like button, man. Listen, I appreciate you guys. I'm grateful for what we get, man. I'm definitely grateful. But
Harry, I gotta say this to you, brother. Also, it's that I watch other shows and things like that, and I'm not gonna get into talking about who and what, when, where, how. But I will sit back and say is probably one of the most balanced, because I don't like pep rallies. They're nice, but that's not for me. And I understand some people like that. And I mean, again, this is YouTube. It's like millions of billions. You can go do what you want to. But I like the fact that, again, we're having the analysis from different angles. And the thing is that I really want to stress to folks, yeah, definitely get them likes up and share. But I think that I feel like I could be doing something else, but I come here is because the camaraderie. You've heard me say that before, but I believe in what you're doing, because it's a great format for people to talk and learn, not just about football. I mean, everybody wants to see you to do well. Everybody wants them to excel. But I think that there's more to not just learning, like you have a Coach Lowry on there that's talking about, stuff that I didn't know about the game. And then like Tennis Channel brings some aspects of it and the things that he looks at. And then there's a lot of people, Ron the Panda, JR, the Phil, all kind of stuff. So I think we got to build on that. But I think there's some people that are coming in and they're not understanding. These are just football discussions. Nobody's saying Colorado's going to suck.
yeah, exactly. So, I mean, sometimes now I just kind of ignore certain people in the comments. It used to kind of bother me when I look at certain comments, but now for me, it's just like, okay, I understand what you're doing. I can see a mile away, but I want people to understand, like, these conversations. People, you're watching different channels to get Colorado information. So you comment, but this is your opportunity. If you feel some kind of way, come on the show. Let us know how you feel. I put the information on the screen. I say, hey, man, call into the show. This is your opportunity. Call into the show right there. The email's on the screen. So some people are afraid to come on, but they'll continue to be in the comments saying some crazy stuff. So if you feel that way, if you feel like this information is not correct, then this is where you share your thoughts.
I look at it like a black barbershop, man. You go in the shop, there's that old head who had been in prison, came out, got a different perspective on life. You had that kid who went to college, came back home. It's literally a barbershop-like environment.
Absolutely.
But I think sometimes people get a little too passionate about people saying wrong things or right things. Even in a wrong statement, I learned, bro. We can't get to the point where your perspective is alpha. I like the fact that he said it's the Nigerian perspective. He bring a perspective based on how he grew up, how he see the world, and I believe everybody has the ability to do that. Sometimes we can't get too passionate.
Nigerian perspective? God forbid.
Like Liberian.
Hey, Harry B.
Yeah.
I got a guy that I love his perspective. His name is Afro. If you can Afro, you can tell Afro wants to get on the panel.
Did he get the email? Did he shoot
No,
the email?
He didn't get the email.
It's up top.
Let me put it back on the screen. Give me a second. Let me put it back on the screen. Hot tips for TLP sports at gmail.com. It's hot tips for TLP sports at gmail.com. So it's right there. If you want the short version, I think I said it in the I said it in the beginning of the show, but I do have a new email we're going to be using next week. I just didn't have time to do the graphics, but it says join TLP live at Gmail. So if you can remember that, just join TLP live at gmail.com. You can shoot me an email there too. So the new email, guys, going forward is going to be join TLP live at gmail.com. So either one you can remember, just hit me up on that and I will send you the link. Either join TLPlive@gmail.com or hottipsfortlpsports@gmail.com. Either one, you can join the show. I will send you the link and you can come on here. You can give your perspective.
Hey, Mike, isn't Alpha the one that play NFL? That played in the NFL?
Yeah, that's him. That's him.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh
give a
yeah,
really
yeah,
good review.
yeah, Harry.
So
Yeah,
Panda,
Harry. Alpha be breaking it down. Alpha be breaking it down like Mike does too. To be breaking it down.
Yeah, he give
So
a
Panda,
really
how
good
do
perspective.
Panda, yeah, how do I fit into the barbershop theory when I cut my own hair?
Uh-oh.
Cause you the mentor, you the psychologist. You know, listen. Hold on, Tennis Channel. I got something for you, Tennis Channel. I got something for you. Every time a person gets a haircut from the barber, what do you hear? You hear so many stories. So you have a well-versed theory. You're well-grounded. You're like the philosopher. You're like the psych. You're like the pastor. You like the poet. Like you the main man.
So then I got all these ears around me. So where's the noise coming
Dennis,
from?
I think what he's saying that you're the guy who never gets a haircut there, but you're always there playing checkers with somebody.
He the guy that will stop by after he done played golf and just shoot the you know what and then talk before he got to go check on one of his properties.
You guys know who my audience is? I watch a lot of these panels and stuff. A lot of time I'm on there and all I do is this. I just listen. I don't get in. I don't say, and I listen. And I listen. And I listen. Couple of them I shut off. And I go to the next one. And I listen. And I I'm like, I'm saying, but I appreciate this one because of what we do here, man. I really enjoy what you're doing. I tell you that all the time.
You guys need to stop patting each other on the back and let's get back to this football.
I was just about to say that, man, because I got my cat William energy on.
Let's get back to this football talk.
The bromance for a minute, man.
Are we seeing our feminine side coming out here?
I said let's stop the bromance. I didn't say no feminine side.
I appreciate some grown men, giving each other flowers. But let me bring Mr. Alpha on the show. Welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in.
What's up with you, brother? What's going on with you, brother? What's your top? I saw the title in regarding the Heisman stuff, but it sounds like you guys kind of switched over to some other topics.
Oh yeah, this is Free for All Friday. So on Free for All Fridays, we kind of we start with once we exhaust that one topic, we move on to the next. And right now, we are switching up the topic. We were just talking about if you are a Colorado fan, we can let you come in on this. What is the one thing in the back of your head that you don't necessarily share publicly, but you won't mind sharing on the panel that you feel like if they don't do this one thing or they don't change this one thing, it's going to be a tough season in the Big 12. What is that? If you want to answer that before I move on.
Defense. I don't really care about the offense. Defense. Because there's going to be games where the offense is going to be good. There's going to be games where the offense is going to be bad. But if they can't get stops when they need to get stops, I don't care how it happens, it's going to be a long season. So the thing that Colorado have an advantage of, and I think Colorado fans is going to have a rude awakening, but I think that they have the talent to get over the hump. In the beginning of the year, Colorado was the hunter. Once game 3 happened and they was going into Oregon, they became the huntee, meaning they became the ones that were hunted. Once they became hunted, they could not react to it. They don't have that advantage this year. When the season starts from game 1, they will be the hunted from the beginning of the season. And that's going to be a very different situation. And I have to see how they react to that. Because once they flipped the script and they couldn't have a surprise attack anymore, you remember Japan and the Pearl Harbor, and they was able to get us because they surprised us. If Colorado don't have that surprise factor anymore, can they win games? I got to see that.
All right. So subsequently, we talk about those things. Well, before I move on, let me ask you a question. What specifically did you see this season that made you feel like this is something I'm not going to share publicly, but I kind of hold in the back of my head? If the defense doesn't do X, Y, and Z, what did you see specifically that made you feel the way you feel in this year?
what I had a problem with the defense outside of personnel was that they couldn't stop what you knew the offense was running. The offense would run 5 slants and they couldn't stop it. The offense would run 20 crossing routes and they couldn't stop it. The offense would run zone and they couldn't stop it. Anything that the other team wanted to do, they did. When you're on defense, your responsibility is to make the offense, if they beat you, they can't beat you with what they want to do. They have to beat you with things that they're not used to doing. And if they beat you like that, fine. But you're not going to beat me doing what I know you're going to do anyway. That's the problem that I had with the defense, whether it was schematic, whether it was scheme, whether it was situational. Everybody in the crowd knew they were running slant. Even the announcers got to the point. They said, this is ridiculous. You can't stop this play. Colorado State ain't got no, they don't have more talent than Colorado, but they ran a crossing route the whole game and scored damn near 40 points running the same play. That was a
Can
problem.
I ask you a question, Alpha?
Yeah.
Given the talent that existed there, right?
Okay.
Be Coach Prime for a day. How?
Okay.
Give me a 2 ways to stop it, because that was my biggest critique. Because even my friend, she was able to see the slant route, so we all did. If a female is not in the football,
Sam made that obvious. Sam was like saying the same thing.
Yeah.
right?
So
give me a how with the talent. I'm not talking
all
about
you got to do,
what's
okay.
coming
So how you do it is, they did have a problem because their safeties weren't good in coverage, none of them. But you take away the inside and let the safeties play over the top. That's simple as that. Take away the inside, run coverages that make them take away the inside, and let the safety play over the top. There's no reason why that slant is open every single time. I don't care what you run, but you got to say you ain't going to beat me on the same play. Take away the inside, safeties, y'all play deep. We got everything else underneath. Simple as that. Simple as that.
Coach Lowry. Oh, sorry.
No, that was good. That was good.
Yeah, it's really that simple.
Let me bring in Coach Lowry, and I got a question for him based on what you just said, Alpha. What do you think Coach Prime and his team could have done to stop the number 13 in the Stanford game from killing us the way that he did? What do you think? What are some of the adjustments you could have made?
That wasn't the only player that got us. You know, we just can take that one, because I've been watching the games over and over and over, and I didn't even know that Travis Hunter got a one-handed catch on him in the end zone against Arizona. I had to go back and, because when you don't watch the game like a coach and you watching it as a fan, you don't see a lot of things. So back to the situation you're talking about the Stanford game. Okay, so what I teach my guys is we're not giving up the quick slant. Like, I cut off the quick slant. Like Afro say, we're gonna play a 2-high shell safety, and we're gonna get this quarterback that beat us in tight spots, tight windows. We're gonna make sure this quarterback is an accurate thrower. All right. And so what I do is I teach my corners to stop the quick slant. We're pressing and we jamming to the inside. We're not releasing no receivers to the outside. If we do, we're gonna sink all the way to 15 yards and bail on the coverage and release the receivers to the safeties. What was happening is Coach Kelly had those guys in man coverage, and when you're out there on an island, it's like a deer in a headlight. Have you ever seen a deer in the headlight?
I've taken a deer off the side of the road and cooked it.
Hey, yeah.
I think he got caught in the hairlight. It was somebody's hairlight.
Not just off the side of the road.
I seen the deer with headlight, Coach. It ain't pretty sight.
All right. Back to the situation at hand. So when a deer gets caught in the headlight, it gets stuck. All right. So a lot of these guys, when you're out there on the island, you got to remember the measurements of a field is how long and how wide. And when you got a guy out there on the island by himself, and he's not a primetime guy like Deion Sanders or a guy like Afro or myself or any other people that can relate, you fold under pressure. You fold You seem like you're on an island by yourself and you don't know what to do. So you get the jitters and you be nervous. And when it's time to make a play, you're not a playmaker. You're just a player. You're like they call them now, the Jimmies and the Joes. You just like a regular guy. So what you have to have this moxie about yourself. And you have to be able to overcome fear. And you got to overcome the situation at hand. So when a coach is teaching you basic techniques, you need to apply these techniques to your game regimen. A lot of guys don't know how, and I thank God for allowing me to take yoga, because I took yoga in college, and a lot of men didn't take yoga 25 years ago. And so when I was in a yoga class, it taught me how to slow my heart rate down, how to slow my thinking down, how to meditate. So when I got in the game and everybody else was running full speed and moving at a high level and their heart was beating and their senses were going out, I was using my skills that I was learning throughout my college lifestyle, and I was applying it to myself on the field. So that's what made me a better player. I didn't allow the moment to take me out of my character. I allowed my skills that I
let me push back a little bit.
Good.
Everything you're saying is absolutely correct. So let me start with that. You and Alpha, phenomenal. But if the thing that you are highlighting is individualism, and the players display that they didn't have that level of dog. So even the best call, they still had to make the play. There were times that Coach Kelly made the right call, and the personnel could not deliver. So
it wasn't a good scheme, Panda. It wasn't a good scheme.
I agree with that. But I'm saying, despite it have not been a good scheme, even if it was, we could agree that they didn't have the talent to make the actual play.
Hey, Panda.
Can we agree on both of that?
I agree with you.
That's all
I agree with you. But listen, Panda, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna be quiet. Panda.
Don't do that, man. Talk. This is the barbershop.
No, because I want everybody to talk. I just want to interject this, Panda. Panda, you was not on the panel with the guys. See, I've been on Rawhide Media, and Rawhide been trying to simmer me down for a while, as well as Rob the Media been trying to simmer me down. I've been the one that's been talking about this, and that's how I know Coach Prime be listening, Panda. I told them that they went and got a bunch of guys that were reserve players and not starters to build this team. They had guys that was backups. So we knew, listen, I'm on Instagram, and I challenged Shiloh. I challenged Shedeur on Instagram, and they blocked me because all I wanted was these guys, like I call Shiloh. This is what I call. I say I want the SEC Shiloh back. I don't want the Pac-12 Shiloh. I want the SEC Shiloh.
He didn't play though. He didn't play. Why you want that Shiloh? He didn't play.
He did play for South Carolina. What are you talking about? Afro?
He ain't played.
Afro. Go look at his film. Afro. He did play.
Jackson State Shiloh.
Yeah, give me Jackson State Shiloh before the ACL. Before the ACL.
I seen that. Listen, you know why I know he played? Because there's a couple guys that went to South Carolina from our community that played on that team. So I always watch the South Carolina Gamecocks.
Yeah, but coach, to push back to what you're saying, if your safety is the highest tackler on the team, your team sucks in the defense.
That's not true.
That's not true. That's not true.
Wait, let me finish. A safety plugging all the runs at that level? Hold up, coach. Both of you all are coaches now.
There's a lot of teams where the safety is
I
the
think
highest.
you need to be a little more specific.
It just matters.
Say
the scheme.
The safety on CU had to make a lot of tackles.
And that's the point I'm making. That is exactly the point I'm making. So
all right.
Before you get to Shiloh, there is how many other players on the team? So if Shiloh has to come up that often to be the run stopper, there is an issue in the middle.
Well, there are two things. There are two things here. I think we have to consider. It's the elephant in the room, or it's the elephant in the barbershop. It's the elephant in the conversation. Coach Prime came in with limited amount of time and he had to replenish the team.
Yep,
So
limited time and resources.
Limited time,
Yeah.
limited resources, and he had to start instilling his philosophy, his thought, and his philosophy on the team and the culture. Start changing the culture by speaking constructive and positive. We're gonna win, and I want to win now. He knew what he had. He knew what he had, and he was hoping, like the rest of us, he was hoping for the best.
So I got a question. I got a question for that, Ron. And I don't know if anybody else on the channel, Alpha Coach, or anybody else tends to answer that. Okay, so you're saying he came in and he didn't have enough time to get new talent. And how do you do it? That so did he have enough time to assess what he had in house? Because it's almost like
this is what I.
Well, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish that point. It's that because you're saying, well, he didn't have enough time to assess the new talent, fully coming in the portal. But my question is, did he have enough time to at least assess what he had in the cupboards before you just throw everything out and go in, or most of the stuff out and go in?
No, not at all. Not at all. You leave Jackson State, and then you go to CU. The biggest thing and the blaring thing in his mind and in the voice that he hears is 1 and 11. Not relevant for over 10 years. 1 and 11, not relevant. He walks in, and the first thing he sees and hears in a meeting is a guy. They have their cell phones out, and a guy playing music in a meeting.
Yeah, can I say one thing to that?
We don't do that. So we have to take that into consideration. And now at game 9, at game 8, at game 10. His staff is evaluating prospective players, prospective recruits, prospective guys that may enter the portal, putting their ears on the portal beat. So, and this year it allowed him to go out and get, we're going to hit the portal, but we're going to get experienced players that are not just backups, but guys that have played in games. And guys that have made a difference on their team, and he's done that to the best of his ability.
But does he have now? And then I'm backing off. Does he have players now that are functional or phenomenal?
Yeah,
I think phenomenal.
Wait, hold on.
Phenomenal is something. Let me answer that real quick. Phenomenal is Shedeur. Phenomenal is Travis.
Yep.
We have to wait and see if we can rub off a diamond again. If he has a lot of good players that are consistent with what they're doing, they will have 10 wins this year.
That's just 2 players.
Yeah, but I
mean that's what I'm saying. You're not gonna have unless you're Alabama or Georgia 4, 5, 6, 7. Not at CU at this time. Year 2 or year 1 and 3 quarters. You're not going to have that enjoyment of losing a starter and the backup is a 5-star, and his backup is a 5-star or a 4-star. It's not going to happen if his good players remain consistent.
If you hold that thought real quick,
okay,
I'm going to bring this back in because, like I said, I don't forget anything. Okay, y'all now are saying we got 2 phenomenal players, but we're gonna run this board. Somebody sounds delusional to me.
No, that's not what he's saying.
You can't run the board with 2 phenomenal players.
That's
some
not
of
what
these
he's saying.
teams. Now, let me finish, Panda. Some of these teams have more than 5 phenomenal players. We're not running this board if we got 2 phenomenal players. I'm gonna let y'all have it. Go ahead.
Okay, let me answer something first.
What are we talking about here?
Let me answer something first. Y'all expect the comparison is ludicrous. You are expecting that level of depth with 5 and 4-star to the team that hasn't won until 2015. Who parent is going to send their child to a consistently losing program with their ambition to be in the NFL? So the
You're making
comparison that
excuses.
you're
That sounds
making,
like you're making excuses.
I want to qualify what people are saying and the saying it is
But when you say
unrealistic
whose
to
parent is going to send
expect
their
to have
child,
phenomenal players
that don't sound correct to me. When you say whose parent are going to send their child, we just got
to
Jordan
a
Seaton.
losing program.
That's right.
I'm talking about how they just clarified Colorado from where they coming from. I agree with the previous panelist when he said, like, look, you got to look at what they had. Let's stop pretending like it's coming from a situation where he inherited a legacy program and then underperformed. He's
Hold up,
coming
time out,
from
time out.
nothing.
Let me
Anything at
ask
this
a
moment is
question.
phenomenal.
You're
That's
not
why I
answering
Panda,
my
said
can I
question.
ask
this
a quick
is the
question?
Where's Wild
first
Dog? Where's
full
Wild Dog? Keep
recruiting
your truth.
cycle.
You're not
And
answering
then
the
when
question,
you
Panda. Panda, you're not
Hey,
answering the
Panda,
question.
can I ask you a question? Or the panel? I understand everybody saying they didn't have anything, right? So normally you kind of compare yourself to your surroundings or your community. Did Colorado, let's talk about just the defense, because that's what sparked this conversation. Did Colorado have more talent on defense than TCU?
Prior to Coach Prime? Is this
No,
prior?
I'm talking about last year. Did
Okay.
Colorado have more talent on defense than TCU?
No.
That was a big question mark last
Okay.
year.
No. Let me go through the list. Did
It was a question.
Colorado have more talent on defense than Nebraska?
I don't
Probably
think.
even. I would say even.
Okay. Did Colorado have more talent on defense than Colorado State?
No.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Did Colorado have more talent on defense than Stanford?
Yes.
I know what they didn't have at UCLA. Did they have more talent on defense than USC?
No.
No.
Did they have more talent on defense than Oregon State?
Nope.
No.
Did they have more talent on defense than Utah?
You just run it down the list.
No, I'm going down
all
the
the way
list.
down.
Did they have more talent on defense than Washington State?
No.
Nope.
Okay, so you're saying out of all the teams that they've played, the only team they had more talent than was Stanford on the defensive side.
Yes.
That's what they just said. Yes.
Okay.
One, I totally disagree with that. And two, then that means there's nothing's going to change, because it ain't like they brought in anybody different this year. They didn't bring anything different this year.
Talent level is different this year. The
No.
talent
Okay.
When we
they got
compare
DJ
talent
London. I
levels
got
from
that.
last-
DJ London. I like him. Outside of DJ London, the Liberty Corner, I don't know. That it's a different type of football. Outside of that, the other guys they haven't even played.
Yeah,
Well,
but that's a loaded question, Alfaroot. And we go back on several panels, Alfaroot, but that's kind of a loaded question because you're looking for measurables, right? Because that's how everything kind of goes in the NFL. It goes by measurables first, and then those measurables can project to what you can be on the field, right? Like if you look at a defensive end, you want your defensive end to be 6'4" or taller, right?
But you don't want him to be. I don't want him to be 6'4" before I want him to be a dog.
No,
I'd rather a dog than somebody 6'4".
But what I'm saying, you're looking at measurables, because if you look at somebody that's 6 foot and 250 pounds, you're like, there's no way I'm gonna put this guy on the defensive line, right? So you look
if he's
at
a dog,
measurables.
yes, I would. If he's a dog.
Okay, but you still look at measurables because you
But
played.
time out. They just recruited a kid that plays D-line that's 5'11". They literally just did exactly what you're saying, and they projecting him to be the starter.
That's my African brother.
What I'm saying, Alfaroot, that's the exception. That's not the rule, and you know that from an NFL.
I know that, but I also do know this. On every level, you have people that look like Tarzan and they play like Jane.
Okay,
that's on every level.
If we were to look at Alabama's roster right now, because Alabama, let's say for the most part, they're the gold standard for the last decade, right? If we look at Alabama's roster, are we seeing a 5'11" nose tackle on that roster? Dog or not, are you going to see that on that roster?
No, they won't recruit it. No, exactly. They won't recruit it.
Because you're looking at measurables first. They're going to look at measurables, height, weight, comparison, speed, athleticism.
I also see bust. On their roster.
You see a lot of bust, but you will tend to hit on more of those measurables than you would if you start taking a lot of 5 and 11 guys and putting them on the rosters. You'll have a lot more bust.
But
because
there's a
of
big difference.
measurables.
What I'm saying, there is a big difference between saying having a 5'10", 5'11" defensive end and finding someone that played. The Pittsburgh kid, I love him. He got stats. He showed me he's a dog. He can play on the field. They have a lot of plays. This is my only concern with this offseason. I get they rank number 1 with the transfer portal, but we know the more players you get, the more. They were ranked number 1 last year. The problem that I'm getting with what they've been getting is, hold up, let me just finish this point. The reason why I'm having an issue with Colorado's offseason regarding transfer portal, they're either getting people that haven't played from high-level teams, or they're getting starters from other teams that were 4-8 or 3-9. That's the problem that I'm having.
Understand, but Al-Farouq, how do you get to the point where you can get starters out of the transfer portal?
You want to know the easiest way? You want to know the easiest way?
Win. You have to win.
I've been doing sales forever. You know what the easiest sell is?
What's that?
The easiest sell is selling the clients you already have. You got players. At what point do you start developing what you have? You have to focus on that.
Exactly. Development is the best key, but you only been there a year. So what's your track record of development at Colorado? There's no track record of development. There's 1 year of tape. Yeah. So if I'm a player, you can't tell me, well, I put 10 players in the draft at Colorado. No, you didn't.
No, I'm not. But see, you guys compared to
you
NFL.
Didn't do that.
No, you compared to the NFL. I'm talking about
from a development standpoint, right?
I'm talking about, were you better from game 1 to game 12? Was I a better player? That's what I'm talking about.
They were absolutely better. The defense was horrendous at the beginning of the year. Yes,
no, I saw Utah run the ball. They threw the ball 7 times.
They were terrible. They were terrible at defense at the beginning of the year. Statistically, they got better towards the end. Yes, you will have games where you have a Utah-like game, but that's one game.
I don't believe the defense got better because they could not stop the other team when they wanted to. That's what I'm saying. They have times, but you got to understand. Hold up, time out.
I'm disappointed.
You comparing, hold up. Did they give up 700 yards of offense? No. But did you ever feel like the defense was going to stop someone? No.
Didn't we see that in the last 3 games?
I didn't. I'm telling you.
You didn't watch the game.
You were a lot better
because they
gave up 400. Okay, I got a stat for you. I got a stat for you. Let me give you a stat. When you talk about they better, do you realize the last 5 games, if they only from yards per game, if you only took the last 5 games, forget the beginning of the year when they got blown out. And now keep in mind, I'm talking to it from a football fan standpoint, not a Colorado, just a football fan standpoint. If you take the yards per game that they gave up the last 5 games, they still would have been last in the Pac-12 in defense.
But did they get
we're not
better?
talking about.
But what's better? What's better? What's better?
All right, let me answer the question. Let me answer the question.
Panda, wait, Panda. How do you quantify better?
See, the thing is, you guys act like, okay, so if I'm trying to give an analogy where I'm the worst in the world and now I'm second to the worst in the world, I got better. You get to a point where you can only get better because you were worse. You were the worst ever. There's no other way but going up. But at the end of the day, were you still horrible? You were still horrible. Colorado, I don't care what you say. Y'all gonna have problems, guys. If y'all keep giving them excuses and you want to see that same defense you had last year, y'all, it's gonna be a long time, guys.
Listen, when you sit in there,
Wait, let me answer first.
I'm a fan. Hold on. When you're sitting there, you're watching the game and you're watching game after game after game. Okay, they lost it, yeah. But you look at some things you can pick out in the game. You say, well, they did do this. Wow, they lost that. You go to the next game, okay? Okay, they may have lost that one. But as a fan, you're looking at, actually they didn't play too bad. Here's a game where they should have won it, but they didn't do it. And you look at, okay, well, why didn't they win this game? As a person that's sitting there watching the game, not involved in any statistical battle, none of that kind of stuff, but just someone that's watching it. I could say they got better as they got closer to the end of the year. Going out, they played a little bit better.
There was a
Well,
game.
let me interject.
There was a
Let me
game
interject.
that
Let
they
me,
had
Panda, hold on 1 second. Let me
forced
interject.
turnover. I'm not talking about 3 and out. I'm talking about forced turnovers. What happened was the offense couldn't get going. So don't say that if you're going by statistics, you are absolutely correct. So let me give you the acknowledgement that statistically, the defense did not perform throughout the whole season. But you have to be able, when you're critiquing as a coach, because we're putting ourselves in Coach Prime position, what were the good takeaways? What were we able to adjust to with the talent and the staff that we had? We can't turn around and say they wasn't the best talent, they wasn't the best schemes. So it's like, given how we critiquing, he's supposed to get rid of everything again.
No.
That's not going to happen. So
let's.
in the
I'm gonna use your
adjustment,
theory.
right?
I'm gonna use your theory.
Wait. Let me
I think the
finish.
kickoff.
Let me
I
make
think
this
the
last
kickoff
piece.
got better. I
You
think the
said
kickoff got
at the
better,
end
right?
of at the end, the defense, the last 5 games, you didn't see any changes. But I don't think you look at the turnovers and get into the quarterback.
Okay. So let me use. I'm going with you. I'm gonna go down your road.
We finally
How does
got to the
everybody on this
quarterback in
panel?
the
No,
end.
I'm going. Look, give me 5 seconds, and this is my point. When it comes to sports, it's result oriented. When you get to a high level, it's result oriented. Forget that college
That's
tribe. Forget
correct.
that you did oh well. It's result
Correct.
oriented. So let's do this. I'm gonna ask you, how do you feel about the kickers for the kickoff on the kickoff? Let's talk about the one thing that was absolutely ridiculous. How do you feel about the kickoff?
They were
Kickoff
terrible.
kickers.
They were terrible. All of them.
Okay. What would you say if I say, but they got better? Early in the year, they was kicking it out of bounds. Now it's straight, but they kicking it to the 25-yard line. How the hell do I sound when I say that? I sound ridiculous.
Well,
No. That's what you're telling me. Colorado's defense was kicking the ball out of bounds. I'm giving you the analogy. Now they kicking it in the middle, but it's still at the 25-yard line. That's what I'm telling y'all.
So they got better. Something got
But
better, right?
is it really better? It's still horrible.
No,
whether it's technique that got better or something improved to the point where they could get it on the field to play.
Hold on. Hey, Harry, let me come in here for a minute, please.
So get rid of the whole team again.
I think two things. Number one, we have to stop over talking one another. That's why I left a lot of panels, because when one individual was making a point, another tries to we get enough time on this site to voice our opinion, and let's be respectful to the other panel members and allow them to interject if they have something to say. I've been waiting for a lot of time here to come in to make a point on several issues, but I just couldn't stand the over talking, because I couldn't hear what both of the panel members were saying. And Afro, you're not going to change our mind because we're fans of CU.
I got you.
If a guy ties his shoes up a little tighter in game 10 than he did in game 2, he's a better player. And we're going to find any little thing. That 25-yard line is better because he's not kicking it out of bounds.
I agree. You know what? I agree. You know what? You're right.
Because I'm looking at it.
Don't do that, Alpha. Don't do that.
But he's absolutely right. He's telling the
because
truth.
I'm looking at it from a fan's point of view. And my 100% example of that is Panda's of the solutions that he is interjecting, and then when he says yes, even the 25-yard line means that it's better. No, come on, let's not go down that rabbit hole. We're intellectually above that.
Hey guys, mute if you're not talking, guys.
We want to speak in a rational manner here, not that kicking the ball out of bounds the first 5 games and then the last 5 games, you're kicking it at the 25-yard lines. No, that is not better. You're setting your team and the defense up again for failure, just in another way. So I would just like to say that.
I want to interject something real quick. Can I interject something real quick?
Who's that? Who's that talking?
This Coach Mike. This coach.
Okay, go ahead, Coach.
Hey, listen. This is the one thing that I think Afro is missing the point, and a lot of us are missing the point, is that we need.
Hold on. Can y'all please either lower your volume or mute when you're not talking? But I'm hearing a lot of feedback. Lower your volume, guys. Everybody lower your volume. If you're on YouTube, lower your volume so that we don't get the feedback. Go ahead.
See, I like to do a deep dive on stuff, man. I thank the Most High for allowing me to go to school to be a investigative reporter. So we should have kept some of those backups. We should have kept some of those guys off this team that coach came in with his spiel and he ran everybody out, because we wouldn't be having this conversation if we'd have just allowed some of those players to stay instead of coming in and forcing them out. Yeah, they probably wasn't ready for what Coach Prime was saying, and they probably left. But look at where these guys went. I'm finna name some of these schools that these guys went to: Kansas State, Michigan State, Arizona, Alabama, Oregon, BYU,
Florida State,
Memphis, Florida State. I'm talking about the guys that was on the 22 team, not the 23 team, not the team that just happened. Right. Listen to where these guys went. SMU, Washington State, Utah State. Like, if these guys were so bad, none of these schools would have picked them up. University of Houston.
Yeah, some of the guys did pretty well.
Wait, Coach, stretch.
Yeah,
That's a loaded response, because let's think about it.
Can I ask a question?
You gotta wait till somebody finish their thought before you jump in.
A 1-11 team, so they finished their season the end of November, beginning of December, right?
Correct.
Right? So they immediately hitting the transfer portal. Coach Prime doesn't get to Colorado until when? When is he officially announced?
He got there January 2023.
Exactly.
Actually,
so if my season is already over as a player at the end of November or the 1st of December, why am I sticking around? My coach is already fired. So why, if I'm talented enough, why am I sticking around? When
they
Coach
have the
Prime
dates.
gave that first Louis luggage speech, he wasn't giving that Louis luggage speech to them guys that transferred to Florida State, Oregon, and all. He wasn't giving that. I think it was only one guy that left while Coach Prime was there and went to Oregon. That was Nico Reed, and he didn't even play. He played against Colorado just because they was already up by 40 points. So that's kind of a loaded response, Stretch. You my guy, but that's loaded.
They have the dates on here, and I'm gonna name the dates now.
Okay.
They have the dates when they hit the transfer portal. 5/11.
Upshaw don't count because Upshaw was recruited during that Coach Prime era. He left because the recruiting coordinator left and went to Arizona.
Okay, I'll name a few players then. I'll give you the dates since you want to know the intel. All right, here we go. I'm gonna name a few and tell me if you remember them or not. Shedeur Traore. Tahar, I don't know how to say his name. He left on July the 8th, 2023.
He was a tight end that wasn't going to play. They told him they was asking him to switch position. He wanted to be a wide receiver. He said no.
So he's rated a 92, and he went to Mississippi State, SEC.
But did he not get recruited by Coach Prime? He got recruited by Coach Prime to come there.
Yeah, he
Coach
was from
Tim Brewster recruited him.
Academy from London.
Come. Yeah, that's the British guy, one of the British guys. He played at Arkansas State. He played at Arkansas State prior to that. He got recruited by Coach Prime. Stretch. Next.
I'm just saying that I'm just giving you names and dates. That's all.
Next. That's one. Next.
All right. We got We got Yusuf Maragahabal. He's 86 on here, and he left 6/29/23, and he went to NC State.
Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with that guy. Okay, so that's
I'm
you
not
one
either.
and
I'm
one.
not either. I'm not either. So I'm just saying, like, okay, they had a losing season, right? And they had a losing culture, right? But
Mm-hmm.
this is my point. I'm right now. I'm in a bidding war with a lot of different schools around here in my town trying to get me to come to them, and I'm trying to tell them I want to develop the guys that don't have the stacked teams. I don't want to be on a stacked team. I want to develop the guys that I know once I invest in them, they're going to give it back. Sometimes when you're dealing with a stacked team, you don't get down into the nitty and gritty of what's going on with an individual. That's why I love these platforms, because there goes a lot of different psyche goes into creating a winning tradition. And so when you see these guys being able to transfer, not transferring down, transferring the same level, there has to be something that's proven that these guys have what it takes to play on that level. They just had a cankerworm within the program that was eating up all the good players with the good talent.
Can I ask you something, Coach?
Go ahead.
You going in with Deion Sanders as the head coach. You didn't recruit none of the people coming from a losing team of 1-11. What is your pitch to keep them there if they already decided to leave? For example, a block of them left after the spring game. So you listed some players. Now we need to quantify and put things in perspective. So you said development. In the new NCAA structure where players could leave every year at will, and you have a non-effective NIL system, not the NIL in terms of going on getting like Ford and stuff like that. I'm talking about the collective was not active, so the school didn't have money, and you came in on the job and they couldn't pay you yet. With all those things being factual, tell me how you inherit a team like that and you have time to coach them up.
You don't.
All right.
Given what you
So
said, you like the
so
underdog team and you like
correct.
these different things. And I
Correct.
want you to bear in mind that you cannot no longer control a player to stay because they have their family who's pulling them one way. They have their desires to be seen and play, pulling them one way. And I come in with the lights and the glamour and the glitz. But you already made up your decision. And help me understand how you could change around the roster, given this
Well,
scenario.
there are, like, I love Mr. Carson whenever he talks. There are strategies that people play to break individuals. And the kind of strategy I done learned over the last 5 years of me coaching is that you don't come in yelling, screaming, and hollering. You come in and it's like dating a woman. When you first start dating a woman, do you show her your true self at first?
Yes, I
If you're a
showed my
stand-up
wife
person,
my
you do.
true self.
If you're a stand-up person, you do. It depends on
Okay.
your motive. The
Okay.
motive of the individual. If you're
I'm just
looking to
giving
get into the
I'm gi-
draws, you
Can
come
I
with games
interject
and
here for a
schemes.
second? Can I interject?
Go ahead.
Now, I think from a football standpoint, what Coach Prime did is challenge those men. He challenged them. And some took the challenge, accepted the challenge, and others didn't. And it was not to run them away. It was to see who was psychologically strong enough to be a part of what he wanted to build. That's the way I saw it. That's what I heard. And that's what happened.
And
Those
that's the
that
way I
weren't
took it.
psychologically.
Yeah, but you never answer the question though.
So
Coming
what I
in
was
as
trying
Coach
to
Prime.
so what I was trying to tell you is that, like DC Carson just explained, I'm not going to take Coach Prime approach because I'm coming in a place where I got to fill 101 spots. All right. And I know that in the transfer portal, I'm not going to get all the top guys at a 1-11 losing tradition for 20 years worth of losing tradition. Might have had one good season in the last 20 years. I'm not finna run everyone off. I'm finna evaluate within my spring and my spring conditioning, my winter conditioning, right? Because you got winter conditioning, you got spring conditioning, you got summer conditioning. I'm not going to run everybody out. I'm not going to come in with this glorified speech. And if you look at the way these guys were looking at Coach Prime when he was talking, they wasn't ready. See, we're dealing with a new generation of kids that are not built like us. Can everybody tell me their age on the panel?
I'm in my 40s.
I'm in my 60s.
I'm 65. Ron is 65 years old. I'm Harry B's grandfather.
Hello.
Harry B's in his 40s. But Coach, I'm
in
gonna
my
say,
30s.
hey guys, let me come here. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. And let me just because the show is going into a direction that I need to bring back.
Yes.
The idea of how Coach Prime stepped into a situation. We're looking at hindsight, and I always tell my kids hindsight is undefeated. So
I'm gonna steal that,
Prime,
Harry. I like that. I'm gonna steal that.
You can take it. Hindsight is definitely undefeated, and we can't take hindsight and say, well, because they went here. I mean, I even made a couple of videos and say, hey, look how, how the situation looked where these kids went into these winnable programs like Florida State and everything. But we can't judge Coach Prime based on what he didn't know stepping into a situation that he stepped into. So we gotta switch it from there. And Coach Prime came into a situation. He was doing what he thought was best, and that's where the direction of the team went, because you got to be able to answer the questions in the press conference, not based on somebody else's expectations, but based on what you thought that you were doing as a head coach. So with that being said, Coach Prime got a grade of B on the year, and I want, before we end the show, I know we did a show before where we asked everybody, hey, Coach Prime got this. I want to ask you if you think that this grade and how in the player, the coaches that he scored higher than, do you think this was a fair grade, or do you not agree that was a fair grade? Because at the end of the day, we can point the fingers at everybody else, but this is going to be coaching. Troy Taylor from Stanford got a grade C-. All right. Kenny Dillingham, he got a grade of C+. Coach Prime of Colorado, he got a grade of B. Do we agree with those two grades based upon the two players, the two coaches that he got graded higher than?
Yes, I do, and let me explain why. They are coming from a stable platform of recruiting, a stable platform of players being there and performing. They've been going to bowls. So when you all are critiquing, the reason why I asked specifically what you could have done differently, you haven't addressed anything other than his style. I love when we address his style, because his style mightn't be for everybody. I agree with that. But when we take it down to the X's and O's with what you got, we all agree that when in position, the talent couldn't produce. So when we're critiquing, we had to understand encompasses of everything. If those players want to leave, they would leave regardless. So that's all I'm saying. Leadership also means putting right people in place. He did the best he thought he could have done. It turns out that the suggestions he got turned out to be bust, meaning that the OC, the offensive coordinator, showed flashes, then he starts showing the same identical play. I learned from this program that I cannot solely blame him because it's Coach Prime's fault to make the necessary adjustments. So
Are,
I
are we
learned
talking
that.
about the coaches' grades here?
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. There's a lot of thing encompasses the grade. You comparing the grade to people who had a structure in place versus no structure in place. So I
But do
said the
you
B
think the
grade.
B was good for Coach Prime this past year, or not?
I
Overall,
believe it
yes.
was very fair. Yep, it
I
was a
thought
fair
it was
grade.
fair.
Yeah,
All right.
I would have given him a B plus.
So let's try to keep it to a minimum when you are assessing the grade, because we want to get everybody else in here. We gotta bring the show to a close. So this is your opportunity to tell me within 30 seconds, if you can, or a minute, why you agree with the grade of B, or why you think it should be different. So let's go to the tennis channel, and then I'll go down the line. The tennis channel, tell me if you agree to that grade. I think you just kind of give us a precursor.
Yeah,
to it.
I just did. I think it was a good grade. I would give giving him a B plus. I think he did an excellent job with what he had, man. Just like last year, just like this year, he's working with what he has within him. He's doing this is just me. He's doing a great job, doing a lot better than I would do.
And you think he did a better job than Stanford's coach, who handled him with 29 points? He got a better grade than that coach. You think he
Yeah.
did better than the two other coaches?
Yeah, I'm a little biased, but yeah.
Okay. All right, Coach. Coach Mike Lowry, what are your thoughts on Coach Prime's grade?
I gave him an A off the field, and I gave him a D minus on the field.
All right, can you unpack that a little bit?
You got 127th ranked defense. You have a lot of critical moments. You got a 29-0 debacle. You don't know the overtime rules. It's just a lot of things. You playing daddy ball. You got a slow developing cornerbacks. You running 4.6 40s. You don't have nobody out there really running 4.4s really. You got poor linebackers. It just was a D minus for me.
All right, that's what's up. All right, Mr. Ron Tate.
Yes, sir.
What are your thoughts on the grade of B minus? I mean B. Actually, he got a B. Sorry. And yeah, what are your takes on that, please?
Well, I think it's a fair grade. B plus or A minus. I think it's something that he definitely would earn or should have earned this year. With what he had, the situations that he had to deal with the short period of time, with the amount of talent, I think he did a great job amassing and constructing this team, putting it together, and making everyone believe. That's an A plus for that. Having that program, having millions of people watch that program every week. So I just think he did a great job, and I look forward to that system being injected into the additional talent that he has. And Afro, man, I appreciate you guys coming on, man. You come back, man. You make this thing great.
Thanks, bro.
All right, so JR Boxing, what are your thoughts on the grade of B? Do you agree with the grade, or do you think it should have been different in any way?
Nope, I believe the grade is very fair. A B. If you take the total encompassing factors of Coach Prime, the university, putting together a staff, at the last minute, working with the players, getting players out of the transfer portal in the dime minutes. He did an excellent job. So you can't ask for any more that first year, but more wins, right? If he wins 6 games, then everybody's saying that, this is the best thing since sliced bread. Unfortunately, he won 4 games, but a B is very fair with everything that he had to endure, his health as well, everything he had to endure during that season last year for Colorado. A B is very fair across the board.
Okay, so if he got a B and Stanford got a C minus, do you think that's a fair grade for Stanford's coach, Troy Taylor?
Yes, I believe Troy Taylor has been at the University of Stanford. This is going into his 3rd year at the University of Stanford now. So
No. This will be new, right? These are coaches that came in with Coach Prime. These are new coaches. All 3
new
coaches
coach
are new.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then yeah, that's a fair grade. A C for Coach Taylor right there. That's a fair grade. With
Okay.
being able to recruit and bring in staff and flipping and revamping a program. That's a fair grade. And Stanford's
Okay.
not an easy program, just like Colorado. It's not an easy program to get people to.
Mm.
Harbaugh did it, but when Harbaugh did it, NCAA rules and things are a little bit different. So I think it's fair grade across the board.
Okay. I'm sorry. Who was that talking? I lost my space. Who was
JR Boxing.
JR Boxing? Okay. All right, Mr. DC Carson. What are your thoughts on the grade on Coach Prime? Grade of B. Is that fair or unfair? Are you still with us, DC? All right, DC's stepped away for a second. Mr. Alfaro, what are your thoughts on the grade? Do you agree with the grade, or should it be something that's adjusted, you think?
Well, first I wanted to answer Creole. I think Zimmer should be the D coordinator, but he's been asking. I haven't been able to talk, so I'll move on from that. And to keep I know you cutting out, so I don't want to start the panel from going. I give, just to summarize real quick, I give Prime an A++. On and off the field.
On and off the field. Can you unpack that a little bit?
Well, I give him an A++ because I think he accomplished what the focus was. I think the attention that they received, being able to be in the spotlight, being able to have many platforms and everything. I didn't really judge Prime on wins and losses because I don't think the first year was that focused. So I'm gonna just keep it at that. I give him an A++ because even the bad calls accomplished what was needed at the time.
Yeah.
Now, based on your analysis and how hard you were going, that sounds a little weird to my ears.
No. Hold on. Time out. You asked me about when. I said I do not evaluate Colorado on wins and losses. If I'm looking at wins and losses, even though that was not his focus and that was not the purpose of Colorado, then yes, I would have different type of critique. But since my theory is, because it explains a lot, that his focus was not wins and losses, his focus was on the attention, then he received an A++. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, but I don't know that they're grading these coaches based on what their intentions was.
Well, you're asking me on what you asked me what was I grading them, right?
Well, no. So the grade that I'm showing you guys, this is like college football. This is college football grading Coach Prime. It's not
but they might grade them on wins and losses as well. They might
Tell him your theory. Hold on, Liberian King. Don't hang up yet.
We're not because it's gonna start y'all for a whole nother hour. I don't want to
do that. No, it's not. Just tell him your theory real quick, Afro, and then leave it like that.
All right, man. Because I just wanted to make sure that I understand your role of your train of thoughts. That's
tell him, Afro.
Okay. So give me 2 minutes, guys. The panel and Chad, guys. So when it comes to entertainment, you have the Denzel Washingtons of the world, you have the Meryl Streeps, you have the Angela Bassett's, right? They're entertaining. They move the needle. But you also have the Flavor of Love, the reality shows. They also move the needle. So what I'm saying is I don't compare CU. I don't put them in the bucket as wanting to be Angela Bassett or Denzel Washington. I compare them to the Flavor of Love, Real Housewives in
Trash TV.
So hold up. So with that being the case, I think from the reality shows, they are the best. Because from recruiting to coaches to the wait and see, I think they do a great job of the marketing. And I think for that particular lane, just like I felt like Love and Hip Hop or Flavor of Love was probably one of the greatest reality shows in history, I think Colorado matches that. That's what I'm saying.
Apple, did you compare us to trash TV?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
did.
No.
Well,
Wait, hold
brother,
on,
you
brother.
got a panel of smart
Time
brothers
out.
here,
No,
man.
see,
We read between
that's
the
where.
lines.
See, this is where it gets tricky. I
Okay.
said in year one. I didn't say for his whole coaching career. I'm saying in year one, the mission was okay. Let me explain something to you. And this is how I know I'm actually factual. I'm telling the truth. I told you it's gonna be another 30 minutes. I
That's
know
fine.
I'm telling the truth.
I'm
Hold
with it, man.
up.
I'm with it.
Everybody on here, give me 2 seconds. Everybody on here would agree that Deion Sanders probably knows more football than most of us in his little pinky. He's been around the game all of his life. Would you correct? I even say he knows football more than I do, and I know a lot of it. Okay. With that being the case, when you are up 29-0, do you continue to throw the ball? Just answer yes or no. Just that. Don't give me no explanation.
I said no.
Answer yes or no.
I said you don't. You run four downs.
Okay, boom. Okay, so then my next question is this: with you knowing that, let me put something on top of it. You up 29-0. Would you also go for it on 4th down in your own territory 4 times in that game? Would you do that as well?
No.
No. Okay.
If you do that,
Hold up, time out. The only reason for you to go for it on 4th down, for you to keep slinging the ball, and for everything that occurred, I'm just giving you one game. I have a whole lot of scenarios that made no sense to me. For all of that to occur, the only explanation and the only eyes that I can view it from, because I know they know football. I don't even care if you're in middle school. I wouldn't even do that in middle school. The only view I can look at is from, this mug trying to be entertaining. Oh, he killing. This is fun. Let me sit up in my seat. I promise you, the most talked about thing that happened on that week was, did you see Colorado lose that game? That damn game was entertaining, bro. They lost it, but it was entertaining. I was like, damn. So that's why
Did Oregon not do the same thing when they were up?
Because it accomplished.
Did Georgia not do the same
Because if
thing
you were
when they
trying to
up?
win the game, you wouldn't
There
have to do
are
that.
examples that defy what you were
Panda,
saying.
you gotta wait. You can't just talk over people. That's the issue that we were having earlier. We can't start talking over people when they're talking. We got to give them that respect and let them finish. At least give them a break.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. If I'm viewing it from why would he do that, then it explains the rest of the season of not running the ball, the rest of the season of a lot of different things that happen. That lets me say, oh, I get it. Why am I over here tripping about wins and losses? They're not really trying to win the game because you wouldn't do no stuff like that. So let me view it from their eyes. Was it entertaining? Absolutely. So, man, you know what, my brother? You lost the game, but don't even trip on that. I'm going to give you an A++ because you had me talking about, I'm still talking about it to this day. Still to this day. That's why I said that. Even recruiting Seton. There was no reason for Seton to do all of that, except it was entertaining. If you just recruit a kid, sign your paperwork, let's move on. But it sure was entertaining. It was entertaining.
That was definitely, yeah. I agree.
Okay, so
that's all I'm saying.
I see your point of thinking. So let me just remind
Can
the
I
audience.
respond to it?
No, gotta give me a second.
Okay.
I'll give you the mic. I'm coming to you. You're next, actually. but the idea of rating a coach is you're kind. I feel like you're taking the idea of rating the coach's rating, and you're trying to apply your own thinking to it. The idea
that's any
of
rating.
The coaching rating, the A, B, or C. I think what you just laid out is you saying that you're giving him a, because I asked you, do you think how they rated him above or higher than the other coaches? Do you think it's fair? You said I would give him an A++, and then you went into a line of saying that it's because I stopped thinking of him as a real coach or a real football team, and I started thinking of him what he really is, which is a more entertaining than being a real football player real football team.
I think you're misrepresenting me. No, don't. It's not that simplistic.
You're still here. You're still
okay.
here.
I hear you, but I did not say that. I said the fact that I rated him an A++. Hold up. I rated him an A++ because I believe he is a real coach, and I know he doesn't do things like that. So with me believing that he is actually a real coach and he knows what he's doing, then it has to, the only way I can explain the things that he did was, okay, he was trying to get Shedeur 500 yards this game. Or, okay, he's entertaining. Let's go ahead and get this 4th down and let's just keep doing it. That's what I'm. If I thought he was a dummy coach, then I would say, man, dude, this dude is a D because he was
you
actually trying to win
compared
games.
him to trash TV, and you're like, wait a minute. There's the Denzels who we take seriously. They're the real actors, the real comedians that we take seriously. But then when we start looking at the B-list entertainment, which is more like trash TV, and then I put him into that perspective, then I can judge him based upon that and say he got an A+. But you're not judging him based upon the Denzels or the real football people like the Alabamas and the Georgias who will make better decisions in football. I can't judge him based upon that. So am I wrong to think that the way that your train of thought is to put him to grade him based upon how you perceive him to be, not a real football
No. I'm saying it because he is on a reality show. If he was in the movies, then I would rate him as an actor. But Colorado is currently a reality show. Everything that they do is a reality show. So I can't say I'm going to look at Flavor Flav as an actor if I never see him in the movies. Right now, I see him on reality TV and he's killing it. That's what I'm saying.
So
You double talking, bro.
why do you say if I would
You
compare?
literally double talking. It's either he's a coach or he's not a coach.
Real
You
coach.
double talking.
No, you can
bro.
be an actor, but you can be a reality show actor. What's the problem?
You are literally double talking. It's about
I'm not
coaching.
double talking.
You
hear
are.
what you, I'm literally
allow
as
me
clear
to
as I
right,
possibly can be.
explain what
Alpha Roll, let Panda, because Panda, you're next. You
I'm
go ahead,
sorry,
give me your thoughts, and then yes, go
Okay.
ahead and give me your thoughts, Panda.
Man, that narrative that you're pushing is coming from a part of the social media space. That's not an original thought. And that platform been saying that for a minute. So let me stick a pin on that. Secondly, you are critiquing football, coaching football. What you are talking about is saying that the man is a spectacle of football. And that is incorrect because you also align these are other things that were good. So you are double talking. That is what I mean by double talking. And that narrative that you are pushing on that other platform, it has not been uplifting overall. It has been critiques that are happening with jabs and knives. And unfortunately, there are only 3 coaches that are black that ascend to that level in the way they did. We got to support them, bro. This ain't overly exhort support Coach Prime, but let the critique be the critique on the football. That has always been my process on this. Y'all are going into other phases of it.
Okay,
If
let
he
me break it
doesn't come
down.
with the, if
Let
he
him-
does
And let
not
me ask
come,
you.
I'll come back to
if
you.
he
Let him
does,
finish.
I'll let you cook. Let me cook. If he does not come with that excitement, does the stadium's full? Does the interest to go to Colorado re-engages? We have to take the good with the bad. And when I asked the other coach, what would he have done differently? He has yet to say anything about football. He said the speech that he made coming in. Come on,
You didn't let
bro.
me finish. You didn't let me
Let
finish. I was gonna tell you. You didn't let me
it
finish.
come, bro. I was not the one who stopped you. I asked you a question and he went into circles. So it's my time. I got the mic. So when I asked to those levels and those degrees, no one made it about football. And that's the problem because we're talking about a man who is getting assaulted by the media. And you just talked about anybody's going to go for it when they so high up. Oregon does it. Georgia does it. You want me to keep going? Oregon went for it on 4th and 20 multiple times. So there's evidence to support that football coaches take risks. Coach Prime took some risks and it didn't work out. I'm cool with that. I am cool with that. But to say he is a spectacle or the lowest form of entertainment is disrespectful. And I ain't going for it. I ain't going for it. Not because I'm a Coach Prime fan, because we as black people need to understand what the whole operation against him has been. Has there been moments where he lived up to the foolishness? Absolutely. So if that's the narrative that we can agree on, absolutely. But when it comes down to X's and O's, you have to show me with what he inherited, what he's trying to do. Because when both of y'all speak, y'all are making me understand it's going to take him 3 years. So why your critiques are so harsh when y'all are so good at football? Because I respect your football acumen, both of y'all. I respect your football acumen. So this is not coming from I know better. I agree with the football acumen. But when it comes down to you shoving your mind into the position, y'all go different directions. That's problematic. That is problematic. Let the X's and O's be the critique. We
Yeah,
can't
I
go
got to
with
agree
one
with
person.
Panda. I have to agree with Panda. Panda, I got to cut you short, man. I got to agree with Panda on that one because the way that, 1 second, because the way that you were critiquing Alfaro when Alfaro you came in, we were talking football. You were really, you're on the football. Then when I asked you about the grading, then you start going into, how he's, the entertainment value and stuff like that. It confused me just a little bit. I like to keep it with football because I think the grades are about football. They're not grading him based on entertainment value. So it seems like you kind of went left with me on that, and it's kind of weird. What do you think, Alfaro?
So if you look at their grading, they break down their grading. And when they break down their grading, what did they give Coach Prime as a coach?
They gave Coach Prime a B. I think we talked about that.
No. They gave them like 4 or 5 different categories, and they gave attention. They gave a lot of different things, and he got an A in one category, and then he got like a C or a D. And I think it was more the football category. If it's the same article that I was talking about, I don't know. It might be a different article, but I saw another article talking about the grading and their methodology and how they came up with the numbers. Do you see that there? Do you see how they broke the numbers down, or no?
No, not on.
Okay.
He would have to dig
Well, then
deep.
never
He
mind.
would have to dig. He would have to dig deep to find that article, Alfaro.
Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry
So
about
we're
it.
not using the same article to make it fair. It has to be the same article.
Check this out. Yeah.
So is that what you were
I got
speaking
the
of?
motion.
Is that what you were speaking of?
So in
Just so I can
regards
understand.
to because he's a black man and I'm giving him a critique, I have to support, which I do. Once again, I said this past year. That doesn't mean that's going to go on to this year. You asked me about last year, right? So, for example, when Al Sharpton ran for president, I wasn't going to vote for Al Sharpton. Not because I hate black people. I just think he wasn't qualified. So don't use the whole black thing. You don't know what I do. Don't use that black thing. Just because he's black does not mean he's overcritical. I like the coach from Maryland. I like the coach from Notre Dame. Hold up. I like the coach from Penn State.
One second, Alfaro. We're almost out of time. I gotta go pick up my son from the bus.
I got you. So remember, this is what I'm.
Give me 1 second. Let me ask you this. Let me just get straight to it so that we can cut the analogies down. You said in the article that you're reading, you said there was an A for entertainment, B for this, and B for that. What I was asking you for was the grade for football.
No. You asked me my grade. You literally asked me my grade. I said overall grade.
Then I clarified it, and I said, what is the grade that you will give them because they are actually grading football? So and then
my bad. Well, I misunderstood that. That's not what was asked to me. You asked me what my grade was.
I wasn't reading the article that you're reading. I wasn't.
Should it be higher or lower?
Right. I wasn't.
Okay, let's do it like this. From a football standpoint, knowing what I know and knowing what I know that he knows, how do I feel that the team did defensively, offensively, and special teams according to the talent that they have? I will give Coach Prime a C, a C to C minus in that area. I think they had a team that could have went 8-4, but they underachieved and they went 4-8. That's my personal opinion. If we're talking football.
So can I interject really quick? Hey, peace and love to all on the panel, man. I'm off. Hey, thanks, Harry B, for the opportunity.
All right.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
Love you, brother.
That was Coach. And Harry out and Mike, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some smoke, but here it is. We talk about if it's on the football field, then it's an F. And I'm gonna explain why and real briefly. When you go in and change something, generally you do stuff from 100. You do give 100 days where you do a 100-day assessment and you don't change anything.
A lot of stuff was changed in a 100-day assessment. Again, he can do things his own way. But if we're talking about what's on the field, I know people want to add in all the curves and the different things, and all those are factors. But at the end results, again, the outcome, it was an F. Now, that doesn't mean they're improving, but you have to assess it for where it is. Now, well, these things were changed and that stuff was changed. And again, my background, I'm not going to change. There's no curve. At the end of the day that's what it is. Now, if you want to ask me about, I think what Alpha was going into, where and mention, if you want to go with program improvement, different ball game. But if you're talking about straight football, X's and O's on the field, that was an F. And I don't see how we can get around that. Again, we can add in all those. And if we got our evaluation criteria that summarizes, increase in tickets, increase in viewership stuff. Now I'm gonna get you right there as a B. I could
3
agree
more
with
wins is not an F.
but hold on, Panda. I didn't interrupt you. But again,
You're right. But I ain't feeling it. 3 more wins is not
you
an
don't
F.
have to. You don't have to like you don't have to like it. But when you say football, X's and O's, records, wins and losses, how you lost, though they had some good things, it is an F. But however, if you add in all the other stuff outside of it, then we get into that C plus B. That's the only where I'm coming from. That's it.
Yeah, so I think that makes sense. I mean, I think if I don't know about the F, but I mean that's DC, that's your perspective. But I mean, if we're saying okay, an overall rating, I can't rock with Alpha Roy saying A plus because even if we're doing an overall, okay, so all right, so my wife says she's at the bus stop, so I can go a little bit more. So
Amen.
So anyway,
Look
I
at
don't know
God.
about that.
Look at
If I
God.
was to rate him overall, I would say I'm sticking with the B. That's an overall, and I think I gave you guys my football on the field stuff. It was like maybe like a C or something like that, because I feel like he could have made some better decisions. And then I think people got to understand that Coach Prime is 3 years in, and we got to still give him that grace to understand. Hey, man, give him some more, give him a little bit of room to grow, give him a little bit of room to understand college football, how everything works and stuff like that. And we'll be, that grade may change, but overall would be a B because of what he did off the field and how he affected the game of college football. On the field, I would say C minus, just on football acumen and stuff like that. But I think
See,
I
the
feel like you were trolling a little bit.
the reason why I brought Afro in, and because I love his take, because you got to understand we're getting a take from an NFL football player, right? I didn't make it to that level. I made it to only the collegiate level, and when he talks, he gives you a different perspective versus playing the game and now watching the game. So when we're doing our analysis and we're getting our takes, and as well as DC Carson give us a military perspective viewpoint, because you got to remember football is like a comeback sport, just like the Army and the Navy. So you got to have these different perspectives that give us an idea of what's going on. So when these guys are talking, Panda, and we love your ideologies because you have a great theories, and we love the way you support the urban community. So we don't want to get misconstrued about what we're saying. We just have high expectations because we've been to certain places and we know what to expect. That's all, Panda. And when we're talking, we need to remember that this is the panel where we equally give each other's the opinions to speak their mind, where we don't cut them off and interject and go back to the dysfunctionality and the irrational behaviors. You know what I mean?
So
Coach.
wait, Panda, wait. I'm gonna give you the mic, Panda. So I want that's and I just want you to know, based on what Coach just said, that's why I try to get clarification. That's just so y'all know, like no matter what the take may be, no matter how the person may be all left for me personally on my perspectives, I still need to understand where they're coming from. And Alfaro, I didn't want you to you're my guest. I didn't want to make you feel uncomfortable. I just wanted to know where you were coming from. I just wanted to. Hopefully, you understood where I was coming from with that. All right.
Oh no, I'm good, man. I got thick skin, bro, and I understand some of the stuff that I might say. That's why I didn't want to get into it. I knew you didn't have that much time, so it is what it is. One day somebody might hit them a certain way, and you might be like, you know what? I can kind of see it. Sometimes you could, and sometimes you might say, I'll never see that. There's no big deal about that. It's cool. If
All right.
everybody
But check
had the
this
same
out,
thing,
Harry.
you wouldn't have a good show.
But check this out, Harry. I will say this is that Alpha did bring a good point, and I want to address this, that sometimes I've seen in the show where people will say, well, look at the documentary. So I'm going to ask people this, is that, so do you think that documentary, what's the name of the documentary?
Prime. Talking about Tough
Okay.
Prime?
Do you think it's going to give me something that's favorable or unfavorable? Is it going to be biased or unbiased on what I see? What do you think it's probably going to lean more towards?
It's neutral right now. With me watching it, the last 5 episodes, it's neutral. I would have never expect Bishop Thomas to snap on the team after the Oregon game and have to be taken outside. I wasn't expecting that.
Right. And so see, what I'm saying is that we're looking at different information, and sometimes that's why I love this show, is because some places I'm getting stuff that I'm sitting there clearly. Like I went back and watched a show about early before the season started, and of course there was one thing. Alpha Roo knows exactly what I'm talking about, and then one person was saying one thing, and you can just see it was a whole lot of believing things, and we come in and we believe in versus, okay, when it was asking about quantifying it, it was never any quantification. And that's the danger. So I can sit here and say, like y'all hear me say, I support Coach Prime, but then I hope I built enough rapport where I sit back and say, if I'm looking at it logically and factually, and I want him to succeed. See, the reason why I say an F is that I was in a career field where I couldn't tell you were great, because it could cost somebody their life. So correct. I can't sit here and tell you that, okay, well, this is okay, or it'll be fine, whatever it is. If somebody's sitting up there and they're doing things that could cause somebody to cause loss of limb, sight, or life, immediately I'm getting on to it. And success is winning for all. So I like what Colorado is doing. I don't want nobody to get me wrong, but you have to get to a point where there are going to be people in these conversations that are they're not black and white, because I understand gray, but they're going to call it for what they see it. And that doesn't mean that this is always going to be what it is. But like, for example, if I go into I took over a position and everything was jacked up and I had an inspection coming up, you know what I got? An F. I even asked people coming to look at it, but by seeing what I had wrong, it helped me to make everything right. And I was A's from that standpoint on. Even got awards for it. And that's kind of how I'm going to say that as far as in our community is that, yeah, I get it. We don't want to hear critique, but understand sometimes that's constructive criticism. It's for love. Colorado is going to be fine, but we don't know what the ceiling is. And that's kind of what we're discussing.
So Bishop, Bishop, what are your thoughts? Bishop just came back on.
Yeah.
You have something to add because you just came back.
Yeah, I just came back. I snuck out of the meeting. So the thing is that we have a platform that we can get all of this. This is why I called it a barbershop, because we need all of this, because we understand that he had to go through the fire in the first year, because what he had to do is literally tear it down to the studs and rebuild it and hope everything that he put in place was sufficient enough to make it through the season. Now he knows where he needs to correct and what needs to go forward. So I gave him a D plus for the simple fact being willing to take on such a terrible job and be willing to know no matter what, it may not work, but I was called to be here, so I'm gonna put my best foot forward. So therefore, with that on the field, there you bring into your coaches and the players together. They have room to grow, but the potential and the hope is there, and that's all we need.
All right, Panda, go ahead with your thoughts.
A lot of the platforms are given opinion based on no information. A lot of us are couch coaches. But then when we look at some of the things revealed in the documentary, regardless if you think it's biased or not, we realize some of the panels were lying. They were not presenting truthful information. Shedeur needs to take the guys out to eat. He doesn't do that. He doesn't hang with them. We see in the documentary that was not true. So the reason why I am distinct about where some of these narratives come from is that same platform created some of them. And then now we have more information, we could understand that they were just entertainment. And we took entertainment from media platforms and social media spaces and made them true. The reason why I asked Coach what he will do differently and Alpha, I realized that the method that you all grew up in is a different football culture. And I even will go as far as saying it was a winning culture. Having said that, football has changed. And in the change of football, the standard in which you all came up in requires 3 years to get to that level. So understanding that, y'all knowing that, and even in your coaching that, for y'all to have such a disdain of where he's at with 1 year is unrealistic with y'all knowing football to the level that y'all know it. That is the only thing I'm saying. I am not here saying that your critiques are unwarranted. The only time I get loud is when the critiques go personal jabs. Because y'all are not realizing those personal jabs are also the reason why recruits, family, and parents who don't look like us and in those positions do not want their child to go there. So keep it about the football. But given the narrative that you use, y'all understand football to the degree because one of y'all went in the NFL, which means you know from what he inherited, it takes him 3 years to produce the type of football that you love and you believe in. So why the critique is at the level it is now? Given from 1 year, it doesn't mean don't critique him. It doesn't mean that the things that you're saying are not valid. It just means at the end of the day, for where he's at, from where the team come from, a 1-11 team, it is an improvement.
Can I get in there, Panda?
Sure.
That I just want to say that, and this includes you, Panda, and well, I'm not saying it includes anyone. It includes everyone. That we have to take into consideration the fandom, the pure fans of CU and Coach Prime. I'm going to have a different perspective than Afro. Coach, I'm going to have a different perspective than you because I am a hardcore fan. I respect your point of view. I hear your point of view, but my reaction will be and has to be from the stance that I am a hardcore fan. Now, do I mean to harm anyone? No, because I'm looking at it from the lens that I'm a hardcore fan. So there's a line that I don't want anyone to cross because I'm a hardcore fan. And we have to take that in consideration with some of us. And it's not that we mean anything by it. We all need to have thick skin, including me as a hardcore fan. And I really appreciate everyone's comments and perspective today. And Afro allowed me to see these things in a different light, other than the X's and O's. And I may not have gotten as far as he did, but I had a contract or two back in the 80s with Cleveland and New England. So I really enjoy listening to this. And guys, if we have to understand that our emotions play a part in our description and our analysis of the X's and O's.
All right, so let me ask Coach Mike, what are you showing us?
I was showing y'all a picture of me. I know Coach Prime personally. I was showing you a picture of Coach Prime and when I went to one of his camps and he charged everybody to come there, and I was mad about that because I want y'all to know I own my own nonprofit organization. You can look Stretch It Out Enterprise up, and you can Google me and you can see some of the things I've done. I've been fortunate enough to have a lot of money, not Coach Prime type of money, but money that can do things for people. And I just challenge him as a person. That's all. And it might come off the wrong way to some people. And I am a coach right now, and I am an ex-football player as well as a basketball player and a track runner. I did all these things in college.
Hey, Coach, are you responding in the sense that you've been reading too much of the comments? Because it sounds like it.
Yeah. It hurts me that
I stay away from the comments, brother. I stay away from so I don't
Yo, do
No,
y'all
no,
see
no,
what
no.
they be saying about me? Come
It
on,
hurt.
Coach, don't do that. Coach, don't do that.
Yeah, man.
Well,
You
it
gotta,
hurts
Do
me.
not
It
do
hurts
that.
me.
clean out the
It
comments,
hurts me
Coach.
because people can say I don't know him to speak on him, but I'm his first cousin, best friend. I've been offered to go to the games, and I done turned down going to the games because I have my own road that I'm on, and I want y'all to know this.
Listen, man.
I,
You gotta listen, man. I appreciate your wisdom. I appreciate everything you've joined on the show. And Afro, are you trying to spell Afro? Let me know because somebody said it's Alpha, not Alpha Row, but Alpha.
It's
Anyway,
Alpha Row. It's Alpha Row.
Afro. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, man, listen. I appreciate Willie's
Well, actually, Alpha Row.
the tennis channel. I appreciate all of you guys' wisdom. You're bringing different things to the show, and I think that's what makes this show. I think the number one show on the internet. That's my opinion, obviously. But listen, get out of the comments, guys, because they be trolling me. The stuff they be saying about me, I'm like, good Lord.
no, but what
I'm
I
like,
was
what?
trying to
Hey,
say,
somebody's child.
I'm not coming from a facetious place. I'm
Yeah.
not coming from a place of hatred. I'm coming from a place of analytics. I'm coming from a place of I'm in the fire with them. You know what I mean? I'm on the ground zero level right now. So I was trying to tell Panda the reason why I brought up the girls scenario. Yeah, you might say I've been a connoisseur of women, and Lord forgive me, Most High forgive me for being that type of way all my life, Father. And I have removed myself from that for the last 7 years. But I was trying to get a comparison of we don't come in yelling and rah 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 when we're trying to date a woman. You know, we don't come in and laying the law down when we're trying to date a woman. And young men and young kids are like that. They're very vulnerable, especially in today's society. They didn't grow up like us, and so. And just to piggyback that, I was raised by the first African American in my area to integrate golf. I was also raised by a military police officer as well as a Air Force uh, instructor. My grandfather raised me right, and I detoured off. And so when I know certain lifestyles are incorporated in certain type of facets of life, such as coaching, you can't bring that ulterior ego in when you have guys looking up to you for certain things. That's all I was saying. So when Coach came in with that stern, hard, firm personality, it rubbed a lot of players that could have been his backups that would have made his team a lot better. Those guys hit the portal just because the way he delivered himself. Yeah, they might have been weak mentally, but I deal with kids that are weak mentally, and it takes time to develop a little Timmy into a beast, or what they call a dog. It takes time. I've been with a program that's been losing for the last 4 years, but guess what? We're in the playoffs. I got a ring. I can go in there in my room right now and show you my ring we won 2 years ago, and we made the playoffs this year. And the team that we had 2 years ago won the conference this year on the next level. So there goes it goes a lot of things into developing and mentoring young men. And so I've learned that the hard way, because you remember, I'm telling you my story. I've been out there in the street, and I was like the prodigal son where I waddled in the streets. And so I came back on the other side. So I had a lot of history with a lot of different things, and I have a lot of discernment. And so when you start this panel off by being spiritual, this is the kind of panel I want to be on. But a lot of people are not going to buy into what we're trying to develop. So when we do go off on the left side of the road, when we have a fork in the road, sometimes it's warranted and granted that we need to have these type of conversations that we don't have. You know what I mean? And I'm not, and Coach Prime know me, and he knows me well. And he knows that I always challenge him, because when he came to the field that day, I was like, Coach, why are you charging these boys? You ain't been to Fort Myers in 20 years, and you charge these boys to go to your camp. Like, come on, man. This should have been done for free. You know?
Right, so if I may jump in here real quick, because I got another person that's coming on. I just want to let you know, like, when you brought up the idea of, hey man, you know, the talk, because like I said, I've made a video about that. And when Coach Prime is doing what he's doing, and other panel members have said, hey man, this is him challenging the players. And I think it has a lot more to do with the fact that he wanted to win now than more so, and then not really knowing what the players, you know, what the players had. It has more to do with that. Let me bring on Sam. Sam, welcome to the show, and thanks for calling in.
Hey, you guys. I've been listening to the path for the last 5 minutes. I would say if I had to give it a grade, I guess I look at it differently. Obviously, I'm a woman, so I've never played football before. So, and I just really started watching and paying attention because of the Colorado Buffaloes and Coach Prime. But from my perspective, if I had to give it a grade, coaching, I would give a D, like dog. And then players, I would give them a B. Someone said earlier, oh, you need to quantify this. Why are you grading it so low? I'll tell you why I give coaching that grade. Lack of adjustments the second half, terrible clock management in a lot of the games, terrible personnel management, favoritism in politics, and and then of course what Panda said earlier this week, utilizing the Alabama defensive schemes. It just didn't really translate to what we had going on because we didn't have the personnel to really kind of implement that. And that was a Kelly issue. So from a coaching standpoint, I would give them a D. I give the players a B because I do believe that the players were playing, some of these players are playing well above their pay
including
grade.
that O-line. You give them the O-line a B? Wow.
Well, I will say this. I will say this. Okay. All right. You're right. I would say from a totality standpoint. And remember, they were white hot. I shouldn't say white hot. They were really, really hot in the beginning. And understand that Tank, the one that the really bad offensive lineman, he got some award his first game at TCU. Like they gave him some, like he was a Pac-12 offensive lineman that week or whatever. Now, granted, he was terrible. But I think there was some, me personally with the O-line, there had to have been something that was going on behind the scenes that we don't even know as to why, and we may never know as to why they got so progressively worse. But I'm sorry, I'm a stand for the players. I like the players. I still give it's not a high B, everybody. It's a low B minus. But for the coaching, I give the coaching a D. So my overall grade for everything in terms of like football part of it, C. Now, where it gets really, really high, like an A+ would be obviously the marketing. Obviously the ability to sell tickets and the hype and all of the craziness. That's an A because it got me interested and I was not paying attention prior to. So that's my grade.
I think that's where Alfaro was trying to go with it, understanding how he infused the type of energy that he brought to college football, and having just layman people who were not necessarily thinking about college football, bringing them into the fold and them being part of the YouTube community and all of that stuff and talking football when they never probably would have talked football on any other level. That's where the A++ came from. Alfaro, and Alfaro, if you're still here, you want to piggyback on that, or should I?
Oh no, you good. I mean, you good. I think he did an A+. Yeah, you're right. I think marketing everything. I think he did an A+.
But can I respond to something Coach said?
Okay, so hold on, Panda. Hey, Coach, and y'all were having this side conversation about why you didn't finish your thought. Coach Lowry, did you want to finish your thought before Panda answers you?
Yeah, all I was saying was that I would have came in differently. I wouldn't have came in with the rah 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 attitude. I would have came in with. I would have sat back and allowed myself
Oh,
to
okay.
watch film.
Okay, that's what you were saying.
I
Okay.
would have wanted to watch film on my guys. I want to see how they look, how they played. Even though they was listening to boom bop music in the meeting rooms and stuff, I would have gave them time because there's a 3-strike rule in college. You get 3 strikes and you're out. You don't just get rid of a person on a 60, 70, $80,000 scholarship just because they're wearing hats backwards or wearing their pants sagging or they're listening to music in the meeting rooms. You set order, and then if they break order, then you punish them and deal with it accordingly. And so me, I deal with kids all the time. I just don't run kids off. I was trying to show the panel where I got a kid text me out of nowhere saying, "Coach, thank you for developing me because I almost wanted to give up on football, and you kept chasing after me and chasing after me." And so that's some of the things that we have to do as men, because we don't have a lot of strong men today. Women are running the society, and so me as a man, I look at things differently now because I was in that society where I was allowing women to run my society, and I was allowing money to run my society. So now I took the horns by the ring, and now I see things differently. Now my ethics and my morals have came back, and my dignity and my values have came back. So I look at things totally different than what I was trying to explain when I was explaining it for the moment that I was explaining it. And I'm sorry it came off like that and the hostility in my voice, but I just want to know that certain things that we do as black men can make or break us. And as we see that Coach Prime is anointed, like you stated, Harry, and it's brought all us together that from Liberia to down South Florida to the Midwest to Texas to wherever we from, this man has a ability to bring people together. And with him allowing himself to come in like that with a rod and a staff, just flipping over the tables, it was uncommon for me, and that's why I spoke up on how I would dealt with that situation if I was given the opportunity. That's all.
All right, cool.
So,
All right,
and I want to follow up, Panda,
First
when,
off,
when you're done. I want to follow up this DC, but go ahead, Panda. I just want to
okay.
follow you up.
All right, thanks for
First
being
off,
patient, DC. I appreciate that. Go ahead,
First off,
Panda.
coach, is nothing but love. I don't know if the comments is influencing you, but this is entertaining. And the reason why I use the barbershop analogies, the barbershop get heated, the barbershop have different personalities. So I am in no way offended or anything like that. You talked about anointing. Let me give you a biblical understanding of the same
Uh-oh.
scenario.
Here we
When
go.
Jesus came into Lazarus, everybody was like, "Why you came so late? This was your homeboy. He already dead. He already stinking, right?" But when he came, he told all the non-believers to leave. And I think a lot of times in our lives personally, there are unbelievers who don't believe in the program, who don't believe in the vision that you have. So in order for you to raise the dead, you need people around you who believe. Hence the terminology, I believe. So a lot of times, if we want to use biblical analogies, I can take it there. So I'm not offended in any way by you having a perspective. I implore your perspective. The only pushback I was having is that I wanted you to look at the football in terms of what he have and what's necessary to win. And if we are imagining better players, he doesn't have that. If we're imagining better schemes, unfortunately, when we look at the hire, Coach Kelly was a better recruiter than actually calling plays. It just the shine got on him because he was at the Alabamas. So he by default he looked good. When given the opportunity with better opposition, it became problematic. What happens is in the scenario that we are in, your scenario of football is phenomenal. I personally believe in building and developing players. But all I want you to see is the turn of football is no longer how you and people like me love football. I love the development. we had poor technique
Hey,
on
Panda,
the
hold it
offensive
right
line.
there. So let me ask Panda, hold it right there because you said something that he said. So when he says, when Coach says, to the way that you develop young men, which I kind of look at it where when you're looking at the current state of college football, it's a little hard to subscribe to Coach Lowry's method of training, which is necessary for young men to groom young men. It's a little hard to do with today's formula of football with the transfer portal and everything. But when Coach says, hey, we need to take time to groom these young men, are you saying are you not aligned with that train of thought, Panda?
The grooming, unfortunately, has to happen on the high school level to create a structure of discipline. So, for example, when people go out to recruit, they look. I don't know if people ever been in those
But
situations.
this is college now. We're not talking about Coach Prime, right?
No, I'm talking about in as a whole, right? Because the model that he's using is legacy football, which is phenomenal football. It created the powerhouses that we love. But unfortunately, in modern football era, Coach Prime is actually the how to put it, the birth of the modern football era with the new rules. I think a lot of people is not understanding the new rules. Somebody commented on him not knowing the rule. The rule was just implemented the same physical year. So there's a lot of things in the structure of it that is new. There's a lot of things in it that we have to understand that how we build those legacy programs, he unfortunately is not going to have that privilege. It will never exist. His best bet is the people that he bring in to keep them for 2 years, because with that being eligible to transfer at will, if I develop you, right? So, coach, you sound like you develop players, and we thank you for that. We love you for that. But if you develop a player, and it's happening at the high school level, coach, you are a coach, so you know this is happening at the high school
There's
level.
NIL in the high school too.
And people are getting students to use addresses and go to different places. This is happening now. So I'm saying with it happening now, we also have to adjust our mindset, because if we use your format, it will take them 3 years to win 6 games, right?
Okay, so
But
No,
do we have that
no.
time?
Giving time.
No,
Giving
yeah,
time.
you have time. You had all the way until August, what September the 1st, whatever the first day of kickoff, September 2nd. You came in December and you got rid of everybody in May. You
So
didn't give them a
again, you're
chance.
wrong on that. You are factually wrong on that. When he went in, he laid down what the vision was. You said Moses and the rod. When you set the Red Sea apart and you tell people to cross over, if you want to stay, this is what is expected. If you do not want to stay, go back to Pharaoh, using your Moses analogy. And the first time Moses was not in their presence, a lot of them built the calf, which means that they went back to the old form of thinking. When they
Yeah, but
started to lose, you said biblical. I'm giving you biblical. When they started to
okay.
lose, they went back to the old form of thinking, meaning that they start saying it was better to be in Pharaoh. It was better with the old coach. So when we come to these analogies that you use, you have to put them in context. And I'm saying
But
the
those,
context that you're using is great, but it doesn't
but
fit the time that we live in. You
can
have
I
to
tell you
apply.
Coach,
something?
can I say something?
Can I tell
Coach,
you? Okay.
can I say something? I
Because
understand what Panda's talking about, because you're talking about a mental process. They said if you want to change a habit, it takes at least 21 days. That's factual. If you're going to change anything in your life, the change starts within 21 days. What Coach
But I
Prime
would.
had to deal
I'm
with,
sorry.
what Coach Prime had to deal with when he went to Colorado, it wasn't a physical thing. It was more of a mental process. He had to deal with a whole bunch of people that had the wrong kind of thoughts.
they thought about losing. So he had to first teach them how to be winners. You've been taught how to be a loser for 6 months. Now all of a sudden this man come in there and said, don't allow my confidence to offend,
Your
your
insecurity.
insecurity. But what does that mean? They have no idea what he's talking about. So you have to deal, even in football today, you've got to go through that mental process. Everything is first mental, then it's physical, because the mental will transfer everything to the physical. That's a fact, and that's how it works. So I understand what you're saying, Panda, because that's prevalent in all the sports. They're finally going back now to when you get into yoga, and you've done yoga before, but there's mental exercises that you need to do that's going to keep you tuned in. Everybody can get strong. Everybody can get physical. Everybody can, I can knock your head off. But just like my man that played for Michigan, basketball, what's the guy's name? He didn't have any timeouts.
Oh, Chris Webber. Chris Webber.
Yeah. That was.
He called
I
the
remember that.
timeout. That was not physical. That was the mental process. Kicking in, it should have kicked in under pressure, but it didn't.
All right, guys.
So Harry,
so DC, I'm gonna let you cook, but I gotta ask the panel, like, if Coach understands Panda and if Panda understands Coach, because I feel like this is not gonna be resolved. I feel like it's gonna continue to go. But let me have DC cook a little bit, and then I'm gonna come to you both so that we can get understanding, because this ain't going nowhere. Go ahead.
You're
DC.
right. So first, I'm gonna say, Harry, you're absolutely right about the comments. I was probably like a second away from responding to somebody saying, if they put us out in the woods in the middle of nowhere, I can make a tent out of your skin and sleep under it comfortably. But I'm messing with you. Here's the point I'm gonna get into. Yeah, you gotta ignore those. But here's where I'm gonna go. It's that we got to look at this from this standpoint, because sometimes we say things but don't realize it contradicts something else. For example, we all say Coach Sanders is a phenomenal recruiter, but then we turn around and say, well, we only got these people, we only got this, we only got that, and it's to a point. Okay, well, if we're going to say one thing, then it should be where people were flooding to the portal to get the Coach Sanders. He should have almost all 5 and 4 stars, whatever it is. But we know that's not realistic. So you got to think about balancing what you're saying. The other thing I think is that, Coach Sanders does do some unorthodox things, but you got to also understand that sometimes it's going to work great. If it works great, you look like a genius. If it doesn't work, you look like you don't know what you're doing. And so the thing being is that, kind of like with the recruiting, though, is that we can probably at this point saying, well, Coach Sanders is a draw, but that ability it's not an absolute, but it is a constant to it. I think that one thing you generally do when you're talking about leadership in an organization coming in, especially if one was at 1-11 and consistently bad for over a decade, is that you got to come in and kind of look your people in the eye, in your eyeballs, and find out what they can do. Because some people, I've seen it where people were horrible, then they will send them to me, and then they wind up being phenomenal. And part of that is because you have to get them to have buy-in, not just to what you're doing, but buy-in to who themselves. So again, those are things we don't know. We love Coach Sanders, but I think sometimes that we're just willing to be supportive of him, but that doesn't mean that we must be agreeable. I agree with what Panda is saying, is that you need to put the believers out. But then there's going to be some people like me that's like Thomas that say, I need to put my hand through the holes in his hands. So basically what I'm saying is that we got to look at his X's and O's, which are phenomenal. His ability to get people to come to him is pretty solid. But then you also have to look his ability to get complete buy-in and develop people. And that might be where we are kind of having a little friction, that area.
All right, so Coach, you take it first. Can you guys agree to disagree, or where are we going from here? Have you understood each other, Coach? Coach Lowry, that's you. You might have to unmute. I'm not sure.
Nah,
All
he's
right,
not
let,
mute.
let, let me give it back to Panda. Panda, are we at a certain level of agreement, or where are we at?
But if you listen to what I'm saying as a football lover, Alpha and Coach come up in a culture that I like because it's hardcore development. You bring in a 5-star, they might not see the field to the second year, third year sometimes, right? So the expectation in that scenario requires time. It requires the development stages.
I don't
But
want you to
you,
repeat what you've
So,
already
but
what
this is
you've
what I'm saying.
already gone
I
into, because you
really
said it
want
like
people to,
1,000 times. I just want you
but
to.
yeah, but
Panda,
I want us to get to a
keep,
point where we come to a conclusion, not to
but
repeat what we keep saying.
right, and I'm gonna wrap it. Panda, I would just sit back and say this: is that yeah, I would say to your response to that, and as I move on from it, I don't think most of the fans are willing to give him the adequate amount of time to do a transformation of a team that was where it was into where we want to be. Because you got people already saying 12-0 in championship at year 2, and they were kind of saying the same thing last year. So I think you got a sect in there, and that's got to be where the Buff fans got to have that conversation to go, hey, look, we're just looking for Coach Sanders in Colorado to do well. So anyway, just kind of closing that out is that I have no problem saying if you want to give him 5, 6, 7 years, because zero issues. But then I hear the conversations that's not saying that. So which one is it?
I think
is that
Panda's trying to
to me?
say. Hold on, Panda. I think Panda's trying to say, let's grade him on the realistically based on what's today. So I think, without having to repeat everything else, is like, okay, let's just make sure that the commentary and the grade, or however we are perceiving him to be, and we're making our comments, let's just make sure that it's based on the reality of what he was facing. Is that kind of what you're saying without having to repeat everything, Panda?
Yeah, I'm basically saying that what you just said, and the
Mm.
thing what Sam said, every football program has those problems you talked about. So, example, Tom Brady complained about having 2 reps till he eventually got to the starting position. So, if we go to the legacy style, understand you're going to still have disgruntled players, because that means that you're going to have depth, which means that you're going to have first, second, and third string. Are we comfortable having that established throughout the whole program? The depth that we say that we need, and the more linebackers and the more all these things, I think is absolutely what football is about, that design. But are
Panda,
we comfortable with that?
Panda, I didn't miss. Maybe I didn't miss what you first said, but Harry asked you a question. Did you agree with what Harry said, or in the
You are
beginning?
correct. You missed the first part.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'd like to interject is, okay, we have to understand that we're going to have different points of views on here. That's the purpose of this panel. If we were all saying the same thing, then I don't think Harry's panel will be very successful. And I think the second thing is that we have to respect someone's opinion, even if it is different than ours. I've heard several things, or a couple, not several, maybe just 1 or 2 things that I disagree with. But I try to understand what the panel member was saying, even though I disagree with what the panel member was saying. And it's not for me to tell the panel member, I can give my point of view, even if it's different than his or hers, and then allow, the rest to go into the atmosphere. But I don't have to begrudgingly tell you that you're 100% wrong, Harry B, because you disagree with me, or I disagree with you. It's your point of view, and I have my point of view, and we hope that the various points of views that we're sharing with everyone on this platform will be entertaining enough to keep us on the platform.
So, Coach, Stretch It Out Entertainment, you got to email me, remember? Hot tips for tlpsports@gmail.com if you want to come back on the show. You got to email. You got to. He said, not to my coach, Mike Larry. Yeah, but you got to email me. I don't know your email to just send you a link. So you got to email me from whatever email you want me to send it to, so I can send you the link. So I got a couple of links to send. So, hey Sam, did you want to say is Coach
Yeah,
Alfaro
I'm
still
right.
here?
I'm right here. Yeah. So the one thing that's cool is I think Prime's gonna get as long as he wants. Whether I think Colorado has pushed all their chips in with Coach Prime, and it's smart too. I think they're going to turn it around. I think they're going to win some games once they kind of change some of the culture and some of the focus, because they have the ability. I know the coaches are good. I would like to see the coordinators. The only thing that I am concerned about with Colorado pushing their chips in, and the reason why I'm saying they're pushing their chips in is because Colorado, ever since Colorado changed their transfer requirements for all students, because it allowed the Colorados to get players that could not qualify for Colorado, so they had to change the requirements for all of the students that come into Colorado. They're now, as a school, they're out of the top 100 rankings, and that has never been Colorado. There's some things bubbling underneath that people aren't talking about, because I know we look at it from football, but Colorado is now, I think they're ranked 105. Man, Colorado has always been like a
I
Georgia
don't know if
Tech.
it's just me, but your audio just cut out.
Oh, you can't hear me? Can you hear me?
Your audio cut out for a second there.
Okay, my bad. Can you hear me clear now?
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. So Colorado, as a school, academically, for the people that don't know it, Colorado has always been a very academic school. They were closer to a Stanford than they were to an Alabama regarding academics. So now they have just came out with the rankings for colleges, and they're out of the top 100. I don't think I've ever seen that for Colorado. And I know a couple of players that still stayed in the Denver area that used to play for the Broncos, and they were explaining to me that a lot of the coaches, the high school coaches in the community is actually, and I know they don't have talent out there, so I'm just giving you guys facts. They're watching how Colorado recruits, and they are a little disheartened that Colorado has not recruited anybody from the area, from Colorado, just the state, no players from the state.
Mm.
And they said a lot of the kids are starting to lean towards Colorado State as their school of choice. Now, I'm not saying it to hate. I'm just giving you guys facts. You guys can digest it as you want.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking for Prime, I don't know if it's sustainable to not recruit your state or any surrounding states at all. Now they might have recruited and they might not have seen any talent, so I get that. I don't know. They might not. There's some, they got some kids from the SEC from the area, but I haven't seen, and this will be different because Prime is different. I have not seen any school in America from the Alabamas all the way to the Tulanes. I've never seen a school be successful without recruiting dominating their area, at least for the best talent. And I'm curious to see how he's going to navigate that over the next 2-3 years. But over time, if Colorado does not recruit any kids and all the kids and a new generation comes about and all they like is Colorado State, for CU, for Colorado University of Colorado, that's kind of that's troublesome if it doesn't work out in wins and in bowls.
So
he can win them all back by winning bowl games and do all that stuff, but you can't lose and not recruit me. Those two things together, that down the road, that could be detrimental, as well as the academic sliding. That's detrimental.
Okay, so
can I respond to that? Because what
no,
he
give
said
me a
wasn't
second, bro.
accurate.
Let me run the show. Give me a second. I think the biggest answer to that question is transfer portal. I don't think in today's college football environment that Panda's talking about legacy football and all of those things. I don't think in today's environment that even matters anymore. I think I read somewhere where somebody prominent said, does recruiting high school even matter anymore? You know what I'm saying? Because of the transfer portal, when you got 4 or 5 stars or jumping to that transfer portal, and you don't have. It's not. These are not like if you saw all of the quarterbacks that jumped into the transfer portal and the type of talent that's in the transfer portal, you start asking yourself the question, like, does it even matter anymore? Because you can literally shop into the transfer portal and get all of the necessary players you need because the transfer portal is jumping like that. So as far as the high school recruiting from your area and how that legacy stuff worked on that end, I don't know that that's even a matter. And then you got to look at Colorado football. Just from the research that I've been doing and following CU football, I've never gotten anybody that I could have done a video on that really had a strong Colorado base that was such a game-changing player that I felt like Coach Prime could have went after and didn't go after. And then Coach Prime himself has said they're recruiting in state. But to win right now, there hasn't been the type of talent that they need that they could have gotten that would have made the difference for him to recruit them. So with that being said, go ahead, Panda.
You pretty much hit the hammer on the nail. Sometimes we get information from people that is not accurate because we can now look across the kaleidoscope of D1 football and they do not have any Colorado natives that excel to prominence. And this is what I say when I said, do you accept where football is today? Because some of the points that you're making, y'all are struggling to accept things don't exist that y'all are used to.
Time out. Okay, two things. I didn't get my sources from coaches. I got my sources from parents. That's very well versed in football. Second thing. Hold up. Second thing. The SEC came into Colorado this year and recruited one or two players this year. One's going to Tennessee, and I think another one is going to Vanderbilt. I think something like that. So I get it. Remember, I came in here and I told y'all, I understand the talent level is not where if they were in California and Florida. I admit that. All I'm saying, I'm giving you guys information. I'm letting you digest it. You don't have to be defensive about it. I'm just saying there's no school in America from Ohio State, even with the transfer portal, from Michigan to Alabama to Florida to even teams in California. They do recruit their area. Notre Dame still recruits Indiana. You still have to recruit your area. And that's all I'm not saying you're going to find a 5-star. That's not what I'm saying. But just like you got the kid from like a 2-star, there's some kids in Colorado that you build a relationship with the coaches in Colorado, and you find a kid that you say, I'm going to give him a scholarship, maybe a half scholarship. He's a good player. He might not start for us, but we never know. We might be able to develop him. That's all I'm saying. And this happened 1 year. That doesn't mean it's going to continue to happen. Next year, he might find some players. But I don't know. I want to see over the next 2 or 3 or 4 years. I don't know how sustainable it is to not ever get anybody from your own home state. That's all I'm saying.
The reason why I push back with such force, because DNVR, which covers them, also let us know that Coach Prime did a camp, and all the available talent at the time came to the camp. So that's what I'm saying. When we get information, people are speaking out of passion. And we can factually check against what you are saying.
What did I say that's wrong? What did I say that's wrong?
Hold on. Wait, let me finish.
Give me a second, guy. Let me.
The SEC did recruit out of Colorado. I'm confused.
I said, 1 second, guys. Panda, respect the host. Listen, I understand your passion and I understand how you are approaching, but sometimes it sounds like you're talking because you know that Alfaro is right here. He talked to him. You're sounding like he's not in front of you. It sounds like you're talking like some people do in the comments where they comment on a video like the person is not here. And he's just giving you information. It's not like he's telling you that this is everything. He was just giving information and so address it like that. You're sounding too passionate.
Okay. Mr. Alpha, what I'm saying is your information needed more information added to it. So let me put it this way. Attempts was made to recruit Colorado. And even such, they did a recruiting camp. So I'm not saying that your passion for it or what you say is incorrect. That is how programs become successful. But if the talent pool within the recruiting, knowing based on the stuff you said today, where they were unable to stop the run, stop the passing, and the crossing routes, you are, as a coach, looking to recruit players that can accomplish those goals. And the DMVR, which covers it longer than us because we are bandwagon buffs, said they haven't seen that level of talent in a while. And they name about 7 players. And
Okay,
from
so you're
those
basically
7
kind of
players,
piggybacking on what I said, right, Panda? You're kind of saying the same thing. That the
pretty
talent
much.
pool. Yeah. So let's just
So
let me bring on guys. Hold on, guys. So so Afro, I understand what your position. You were telling me, but how do you feel? Let me bring on East Coast Cav, and let me bring on Tim. And Tennis Channel, I'm gonna pause you for a second. All right, I'll bring you back on. So just hold on for a second. And DC Carson, also the same thing, because I got a couple of people that's coming on. So don't feel bad. I didn't kick you out, guys. Sam, I did the same thing for you because I'm at capacity. The show's hot. We are way over time. But East Coast Cav, DC, Tim Smith, welcome to the show. Just give me a moment. Let me have Alpha Rose speak, and then you guys can come on. Okay, welcome to the show, though, guys.
Okay.
Peace, brother.
Okay,
thanks,
so
man.
you are correct. That's why I started with saying I understand Colorado's talent is not like California, Texas, and Florida. I agree with you guys on that. But I also feel that building those relationships and still promoting those kids. I constantly see media and videos from I guess they are sanctioned Colorado channels. We need to get this kid, or this kid would look good. I never see a kid from Colorado. All I'm saying is this: the SEC came into Colorado this year, and you can look at it 24/7, whatever. They picked up an offensive lineman from the state of Colorado. Tennessee did. Now, is he better than Seton? Absolutely not. All I'm saying is over the next 2, 3, maybe 4 years, I hope that is not sustainable. I hope they find some talent locally that they can still be ingratiated with the fan base in the state of Colorado.
Okay,
Because
so
if you don't recruit Colorado, and you totally stop recruiting Colorado, that is problematic. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying bad. I'm just saying it's problematic.
Based on behalf of Panda and my ideas that I shared with you, do you agree in today's environment of college football with the free agency that is called the transfer portal and the NIL situation, would you concede that the legacy idea of recruiting your state is not that detrimental to Colorado's plans in the future?
I would say no. I would say if you don't recruit, okay, this is what I would say. Let's talk about the whole landscape, not just Colorado. The transfer portal has a lot of players. I put quarterbacks in a different category because at the end of the day, there's only one quarterback on the field. If I'm a good D lineman, I'm gonna be on the field. If I'm a good DB, I'm gonna be on the field. If I'm a good wide receiver, I'm gonna be on the field. If I'm a game changer, I'm gonna play. So let's start it at that. The transfer portal, I don't personally believe that now, Prime is in a different situation. So I'm talking about overall, guys. I'm talking about college football. I don't believe that you can consistently win by relying on transfer portal kids that either got kicked out from their other team or didn't play on their other team. I don't believe. I think the core of your team are people that have been there 2 or 3 years that you recruited, and you use the transfer portal to plug holes that you need help with. That's my belief. Now, can I be wrong? Absolutely, because this is a new world. This is like the frontier for Star Trek and stuff. This is something totally different.
Okay, so let me bring on
Can I cut in there real quick?
Hold on. Let me bring on I believe this is Coach coming back on as Stretch It Out Entertainment. What are your thoughts on that? Do you believe that the transfer portal is sustainable because it's not going away, and this is the new way of football, and I don't see it going away. So how is it not sustainable? Can you please help me with that?
Well, if coach is saying that he's going to be, he's getting comfortable, you have to recruit internally first within the state, and you have to build up. Because you got to understand that game between Colorado State and Colorado, that shit was good. Excuse my language. That was a great game.
You owe me $5. YouTubers got to pay me $5. You just took it away.
I'm gonna have to send it Walmart to Walmart because I don't believe in digital currency.
Well, then don't use no foul language. I don't get paid if you use any type of foul language.
All right, my bad. But like I'm gonna let Afro keep explaining because I'm gonna get the numbers for y'all. I'm gonna tell you all the Colorado players that have made it to the NFL, so we can think deeper than what we're thinking. We're thinking surfacely right now.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, Tim. I was just about to bring you on. Go ahead, Tim.
Okay. Rick George hired Prime to turn around that program. That's where it starts at. Now, as far as with Panda and as Afro, I hope I'm not pronouncing it wrong. Alpha. What they talking about? I feel like both of them making good points, and I feel like the old school can still work with the new school as far as the portal. Winning the national championship through just by transfers out of the portal has not been seen just yet. I mean, it's still being experimented with, but bringing in recruiting from just Colorado, it looks good, but we all know where the meat and potatoes of players are really located at throughout the country. Not to say that Colorado can't bring in a key player, but like Panda was saying, these kids, with the way that things are going now, how is that going to work with transfer portal and developing these players? Because they may stay 1 year or 2 years and they're gone. But if you think about Nick Saban in Alabama, yeah, they getting a few transfer portal players, but they recruiting heavily. So they have people in the back, but they're coaching them as well. That first, second, and third offense. But I feel like Prime bringing in Sapp and some of these other guys is what's going to help keep some of them guys in house, so they're not going to want to transfer out.
All right, so I just wanted to make the point that he just said something. We got to keep in mind that some of these players, they're making decisions based on their future, and they have to decide to stay or leave. So we also have to remember that. And East Coast Cav, what are your thoughts, man? Thank you for joining the show.
I could say, first of all, salute panel. I would I would say that somebody feedback.
Yeah, there's a little bit of feedback. If you guys
Probably
can either
me.
lower your volume or mute when you're not talking.
Oh, I would say I know like Phil Lowe, the offensive coordinator, line coach. I know he's from Colorado, originally in Hawaii, but he grew up in Colorado. He came out of there, so I know there are some players there. But if you talking about getting, I would say like 20%. He did 40-40-20 thing, where he did mostly transfer portal. Remember, Prime got people that were experienced, like that Sam Okunlola kid. He's experienced, so he's getting people. He's not like getting people that are bums. So I think he did something last year, but this year he's getting people that already had playing time. They're probably in the last 2 years, and he's pulling. And they had experience, and he's pulling those type of people. He ain't just pulling anybody out the portal. So that's just kind of what I wanted to say.
the Colorado players that go other places, they also have an opportunity to transfer or jump into that portal, right? So
Right.
that's also something to look at. If a Colorado player beats out at another school, they have the opportunity to jump into that portal, and Coach Prime would take a look at them. But I would like to know, I guess, from a legacy standpoint, is it a spiritual thing or whatever it is? Maybe y'all can explain it a little bit better for me. But if you don't have the players that are churning out, just like DC and Maryland, like DC doesn't really churn out many players because they don't stay. So what is it that says that the transfer portal will not hold up, but you should groom Colorado kids? Like, what is that thing? I just want to know.
Can I interject real quick, and I'm gonna get off this topic real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Calais Campbell came from South Denver, Colorado. Calais Campbell, he went to the University of Miami. He played for Arizona, Jacksonville, Baltimore, and Atlanta. He entered in 2008, and he's still there in 2023. Philip Lindsay, Southern Denver, Colorado, Denver, Miami, Houston, Indiana. He came in 2018. Currently, he's still there. Adrian Cooper, tight end, Pittsburgh, Minnesota, San Francisco, from 1991 to 1996. I'm just saying, we want to dive deep. We can dive deep,
But those are before Coach Prime. The talent and those guys are way before Coach Prime. Be realistic, bro.
I haven't did the 2023, 2022, 2021, but I can dig deep for you and show that there are some players that made it to the NFL from Colorado. That's all I was saying.
Oh, well,
And that's not the point we
Let
were
me ask you
making.
this though.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I can speak to that because I do research for videos. So keep in mind I use Colorado Buffaloes that usatoday.com. I also use Kevin Borba from Athlon Sports, and then I do a lot of the Buff Stampede from 247 Sports, the guys that cover Colorado football. If the players were there, they'll write up, like I've done a video where I highlighted all of the players that were coming out of Colorado, the talent that was coming out of Colorado. The writers are not in 2020, anytime from 2019 to 2024, like right now, I haven't seen any writer like highlight like 4 or 5-star players at the level that Coach Prime wants to win. I just wanted to put that out there that I have the information. Like I've done videos on it. There's not that much talent coming out of Colorado for us to say, oh my gosh, Coach Prime could be in trouble if he doesn't start recruiting Colorado. The talent is just not there.
Hey,
I got
Harry,
a question for you, Harry. I got a quick question for you, Harry. So, do we all on the panel agree now? And I'm not saying load his team up with 2 or 3-star players. That's not what I'm saying. So, you guys, I know you guys recognize that. I'm just saying there's some talent that comes through there, build a relationship. Might be 1 kid, 2, maybe a kicker. I don't know. But do we all agree that Utah has been pretty good for at least the last 5 to 6 years, right? Would you agree that Utah has been pretty good and they have some pretty talented kids now that's gone through their program, and now that they're juniors and seniors, they're pretty good?
Correct.
Yeah.
I think Utah
So what
was
I'm saying,
one
this
of
is
the
what I'm
best
saying.
teams that I thought that
Utah,
I was
okay. Utah has built their program on 3-star recruits. That what I'm saying. I'm not sitting here, and I understand Prime is like, I'm not trying to be Utah. I'm trying to be the national champs. I get that. But what I'm saying is it can't be no kids and all kids. There's an in-between there where there might be 1 or 2 kids that you say, hey, even an in-state tuition is not going to cost as much. So even from scholarships and numbers wise, that scholarship doesn't cost that much against the books. There has to be a kid or 2 in the state of Colorado between now and the next 5 years that's good enough to play for Colorado. That's what I'm saying. I didn't say it's going to happen every year. All I said, I'm going to be watching that to see if he can start to get some kids from Colorado that has some kind of talent.
Is that a pride thing though? But
that sounds pridely.
I wanted that. That's why I was trying to ask you. is that like a pride thing? But what data wise, because we are a data channel.
Okay.
I want you to kind of speak on what does that matter? Like, is that a
That
pride
you
thing
recruit
or is
your
that a
area?
spiritual thing? Yeah. Why
No,
does
that
it
you
matter when we have a new era of football?
No. I got the new era of football. I'm not saying that I recognize the new era of football. What I'm saying is, okay, this is what, then maybe I can ask you a question. To answer your question, I'm asking you a question.
Okay.
Can you name me a team, old era, new era, that is successful, that cannot recruit their state or the surrounding states? Can you name me one school that can't do that?
Well, I will
That's
ask you a
successful?
question. In the answer to your question, I will have to ask you another question. Have you heard Coach Prime saying that he does not want to recruit Colorado?
No. I didn't say that. What I said is over the next couple of years, I said this year maybe they didn't have any talent. I said over the next 3 or 4 years, I want to see how that relationship with the schools in Colorado, the talent in Colorado and the surrounding states, I want to see how he's able to recruit that. Because my understanding is, even in this new era, none of these top teams or even middle of the pack team, bowl teams, go 4 years without recruiting their area. That's all I said.
I
That's
think
literally all I said.
winning cures all sins. You know what I'm saying? I think as far as whether Colorado turns on you or if you don't have one person from Colorado, the fact that you have Lodeholt coming in, you have you're attempting to keep Colorado in the conversation. I don't know that it's going to be a detriment to Coach Prime, because Coach Prime wants to win now, and you have to do before you put Colorado on the you put Colorado on your back and say, I'm going to carry you into the new era and do whatever I got to do to make sure that Colorado is on my team. Before you do that, you got to win. And I think once Coach Prime starts to win, the talent pool may increase because of what happens when winning starts to happen. Then that means that everything is going to step up in Colorado, because Colorado got to have a bigger pool of players. So are there better? What's the name has a history? Utah, number 6 in our preseason too early top 25. Utah has a history of winning football games. So are there high schools that are in Colorado, that are in Utah, or is there a better base?
Yes, but they don't have a history. They don't have a history of 4-star recruits, 4 or 5-star recruits. You're saying exactly what I'm saying.
Is that what it's about?
Hey, can I say so?
Yeah, you can say. My bad.
Okay,
I'll sit back
I
and
just
listen.
I have a question to you. Deion Sanders, Coach Prime seems like he wants to go with that NFL type style coaching staff and potential players. And it makes me think, okay, since he want to go that direction, he's looking for more plug and play recruits and plug and play transfer portal guys. If you look at the NFL, all those guys on the rosters are plug and play guys. If they wouldn't have recruited them. So going to get maybe a 2 or 3 star that's going to take 3 or 4 years to develop, I feel like he's not looking for that right now.
Yeah, that can't happen right now.
That can't happen right now, because why give this type of, even though he's a 3-star, why give him a scholarship when you can reserve that scholarship to maybe see, okay, what do I need to add depth at? What do I need to maybe add a player right here on the defensive line that may be a 5-star or a senior transfer come out of the portal that I could give that to.
Can I ask the panel something? The question I want to ask is, let's say we use Alpha system, the building and development of our players, right? Forget the portal and all of that. We're going to use the portal, but the main structure is building and development. Does Coach Prime survive 4 years of straight losing using that method?
No. Okay.
Well, hold on. You got to qualify survive. What does that mean?
Meaning that if he's going to get fired, will he get
Fired.
fired?
Oh, that's
if
a
he
difference between surviving has a lot of different ways to survive.
okay.
Fire is the ultimate thing.
Right.
So
So I'm going to use Alpha
he can survive
Legacy.
a few losing seasons, but firing, he can
Mhm.
survive 4 seasons of losing. Yeah.
All right.
From
So
fire, from getting
but we're
fired.
Well, I would
using
say let's. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Can y'all hear me? Okay, so let's look at it from this standpoint because part of a program you have to have community buy-in. Think about this. Most of you were not Colorado fans a year ago. You were doing something else. I don't even
Nope.
know what your team was a year ago. I've been being from Alabama and being a Bama fan all my life from back to the Bears. So we in this state have buy-in because we have players that go and play for Bama, and people have buy-in to the school, the winning condition, and because of where we don't have like professional teams, we navigate. You're either going to be a Bama fan or Auburn fan. All right. So when you start looking at Colorado, what's happening is you've got a lot of people who are not Colorado fans. Now I'll give you some references that I follow Colorado. I got a chance to go hear Coach McCartney speak one time years ago in the '90s. Phenomenal dude. I see now why they were able to do a national championship because that guy was a great coach. All right. So what's going to happen is that you've got people who are coming in because let's just face it, a lot of people you're not really there for Colorado, you're there for Prime. And part of setting that thing up for Colorado long term is that they've got to have whole community buy-in, and they'll buy into winning. But then while we have a connection to Prime, you create an issue where the school or the team does not necessarily have a connection to the community because you don't have people from around the area infused in there. That may seem like it's no big deal, but let me just say this also with the portal. Right now, you can jump in the portal and you have talent in there. There's no guarantee that Colorado will get that talent. If you'll notice, it's starting to go up on about money, money, money. That's why Nick Scrouton, or whatever his name is down at Texas A&M because Colorado can't compete. I got all the stuff that Dion is doing, but that's hard to compete with that oil money. Here's where I'm going with that. What starts happening when these top players and even the second string players start getting NIL deals where they have a commitment to it, meaning you got to stay here for 2 or 3 years in order to get X, Y, and Z. How is that going to impact Colorado? Because now you're not used to developing anybody. You're not used to recruiting anybody. You're used to going in the portal and hoping that some crumbs fell off of somebody else's table that was an entire piece of chicken that you could eat off of. And
Whoa,
that's those things that you
whoa,
got to look at. You're
whoa, whoa,
hoping to
whoa,
get it.
whoa. I mean, we still talking about year one. So when we talk about player development and everything, this the first year at Colorado. So let's not go too far down the line.
Well, you
Now,
got to. You
if
got
this is
to.
no,
You got to.
if this is 3 years from now and there's no player development happening at Colorado, then there's an issue. But the first year football has just completed, and we're talking about well, there's no player development, there's no this, there's no that. Well, the track record speaks for itself. Look at Travis Hunter from Jackson State to the University of Colorado. He was with Coach Prime. He was with Coach Mathis. Even though I'm not a huge fan of Coach Mathis, but Travis Hunter has developed since being with Coach Prime.
Harry, to getting
Same,
off a little bit. Harry, to
same,
your original question.
same thing for the other players that have been with Coach Prime since Jackson State. They have developed as players. Now, for let's use Cormani McClain as one of the highest ranked recruits for the University of Colorado. Now, if he comes back in year two and he still looks like that year one player, then we're gonna be like, all right, what's really happening at the University of Colorado? Because he doesn't look like he's gotten any better over the year of tutelage he's been with your staff. So when it comes down to recruiting, the best thing Coach Prime can do for the state of Colorado is have the University of Colorado have high school football camps. That's how you keep the high school coaches involved.
Something happened to
Did
his
he
audio.
I get what you, I get what he's saying. And when he comes back, I'll shut up. But the thing is, you don't wait till that stuff happens and then respond to it. You're already prepared so that, hey, you already have some contingency plans. And that's all I'm saying. Again, it's not saying they can't develop players. It's not saying that they can't go in the high. It's not saying any of that. And I think we got to get out of the thing of saying, okay, well, if I'm saying this, I'm automatically saying, well, they can't do it or they're not doing it or they ain't thinking about it. That is not what's being said, especially not to me.
I got some information.
But that is happening now. The high school camps is happening now.
Panda. Hold on. I got some information that can shut this whole thing down. He's doing it. Coach Prime is doing it. He's already spoken on it. He wants a Colorado pipeline. He wants to make sure that Colorado talent increases. His presence alone in Colorado, and we do have to consider that 1 year thing, right? Coach Prime's presence in Colorado alone is going to increase the talent base in Colorado. There's going to be kids that want to play for Colorado football, whether it's CS is the rival, because there's like 4 schools. Coach Prime, when he entered Colorado, when he got there, registration at the university and the surroundings universities increased right away. Like, it's going up. Like, people were sending me information like, yo, do a video on this, do a video on that. So, and then Coach Prime has already had conversations, stuff that I couldn't do videos on, conversations that he's having with high schools in Colorado and the local coaching people in Colorado. Coach Prime is establishing communication with all of those schools already. It's happening. I'm not saying I'm on the inside of Coach Prime and his team and people like that. I'm just telling you what I've read through the newspaper and conversations that they've already had. It's already happening. So I believe it was who started the conversation? It was Alpha. So what Alpha is saying, just know that it's happening. And I just wanted to just let you guys know, fear not. It's not like it's not happening. It's happening. All right, Stretch. I don't know what I call you now, Stretch or Coach or whatever you want me to call you now.
Stretch. I done had a YouTube. Man. I done had a YouTube since I think 2005, and I stopped promoting my music, my people that I was, I stopped doing all that stuff. But this been a YouTube I had forever, so I always watch YouTube, and it's been my company. So,
all right, so
I've been trying to brand the Coach Mike Lowry thing because that's what the kids call me, Coach Mike Lowry. So
I'm not gonna comment on the name. It's like one of those things where you get saved, but your name is still 69 and you want to keep it. I ain't gonna. I will leave you alone, brother.
Hey, man, I'm gonna tell you, I got a new name, man, but a lot of people don't like my name because it's from your town. I got it's Mikael Enoch, so they don't like that name. So I just don't, you know what I mean?
Okay. Go ahead, keep stretching out. It's all good. I'm with you. I'm not gonna try to read too much into that. But okay, guys. So I don't know what you guys were on today, but it's now 4:52 p.m. on the East Coast. Do you guys feel like? What's a better question for me to ask?
Whatever it is, the answer is no.
Whatever. You don't even know the question. If this was another team, would we be as critical?
I'm critical of Miami Hurricanes, so yeah.
I'm critical of the Wolverines, man.
You ought to heard how they I'm on a bunch of. I love YouTube, man, and I was on the Alabama platform after they lost, and you ought to heard how critical those guys, and some of these guys on that platform are ex-Alabama Crimson Tide players. And so they was like, man, why would we run a quarterback power on the last play of the game? So think we the only ones that's critical, man. It's a lot of platforms like Ole Miss got a platform. Georgia got everybody got one that's relevant in the media right now.
Okay.
Hey,
So I would say us being critical is not new to college football, but Panda, before he came on, he was trolling in the chat. He was saying, "You guys are always talking about the bad stuff. Does anybody have one good thing, whether it's a player that they feel like Colorado got this? Is there one good thing before I close out this show that you can tell me that you like? You know what? When we're looking at the whole pack, looking at the whole Big 12, Colorado got a key X, Y, and Z that I think they're about to be a problem. One good thing, so that we don't end up on a bad note." And Tennis and Willie, I'm going to start with you. And don't say the gold jacket. Leave that gold jacket alone. I don't care about that gold jacket.
You don't like the gold jacket, huh?
That gold jacket is not going to save him. Not this time.
Look, man, I like everything about what they're doing this year. We got some people coming on this team that, if you watch
Can you guys lower your volume? I'm getting feedback. Can you lower your volumes? I'm getting feedback.
I don't
Please.
know if it's mine. Okay, maybe this me. You get a lot of people. They're sending really good video in, man. Really good, and I'm really excited about what they're doing and about what's coming in. I have nothing but good things to say about. I know everybody went on the other stuff and this and all of the hypotheticals about last year. This year's the one I'm more concerned about. And listen, we got some players coming in, that's dogs. We got some players that's coming in that's very talented, and that's what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to 2024. I'm sorry I can't go back to 2023 because I don't have much hair on my head, so I'm pulling it out what I have. So we're not gonna go back to those days. But I'm excited about 2024. And so many of us are still caught up on stuff that's, and it's everybody's getting it out now. It's getting it out. But I done got it out. I done did all the crying and stuff I'm gonna do. Guys, I'm looking for 2024. That's my focus. Remember, what was the word from Coach Prime? Expectations. What are you expecting? What are you expecting to come your way? And if you're talking about the old stuff, guess what? You're expecting it.
So the question is one thing positive that Colorado has. It could be Jordan Seaton. It could be anything you want to say. I need you to. I know you're old school, so you always give me these. Okay. You know what I'm saying? These great overalls, but I need you to still answer my question, brother. Okay. Willie, give me one thing. Give me one thing that Colorado has that you can hang your hat on and say, I like this because the Big 12 ain't got it.
Okay, I'm gonna stay with our defense this year. I like the fact that we got great defensive players coming in, and I think that's gonna keep me excited.
Okay, cool.
That good? That good?
Yeah, the defense is one thing that you are excited about for the Big 12. That's good. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right, Panda, I'm coming to you next. What is that one thing that, since this is your thing, you inspired this segment. So you were trolling, saying that we weren't saying anything. We don't spend that much time on the positives, which we spend a lot of time trying to make sure that we talk about what Coach Prime got. But what is one thing that we got that you would say I'm proud of, and it's going to be a problem for the Big 12?
A lot of people don't look at this player, but I think Mathis, in the short 5-yard, 7-yard slant game, he has showed out last season, and in the small times he got on the field. I'm looking for him to stay there, and us sending Jimmy Horn on the long routes like he's supposed to. The other thing I'm grateful for is Yardman in the comments that keep hating. He's going to be around for a long time because Coach Prime is going to do great this season coming up. So
Yardman is a citizen of the channel. So because when he comes on, you don't let him and you come on at the same time.
Oh no, that's not a wise decision. But on a serious note, I really think the that piece, man, of that short routes. He runs the route very well. So we talk about development. I like how Mathis runs those short routes. I think when we switch Jimmy Horn to run up, which he's very good at, just
Lower
go
your
down.
volumes, guy. We're getting the feedback again.
Yeah, so that switch I think is great. I am excited to see how the offensive line hold up against the passing, meaning when you have.
Oh, you're just gonna take two things? Now this is your third thing.
On that note, love everybody. That's it.
Panda want to give me the whole laundry list. DC Carson, what is that one thing that Colorado has that the Big 12 doesn't have that's an advantage, and you feel like it's going to be a problem for the Big 12?
Altitude. That
Yeah.
altitude in Colorado, those home games, I think that's a huge advantage to them. And then I'll close with saying this, CU fans, I've been a Bama fan all my life. People die after you're equivalent to Colorado and Colorado State. So you're gonna have to get some thick skin, because once you start getting up there, people are going to come and it's going to get ugly, and you ain't seen nothing yet. So, but with that, so you're gonna have to get used, because that's football talk. Sometimes there's some underlying things. We know what those are, but sometimes it's just fans being fans. You got some fans at some of these schools you're going to that are like from Nebraska. You have not seen that. I'm just telling you. So you gotta have to expect that what you're gonna get, and you're gonna have to be used to that and go in there and be comfortable and let that team play on the field. But again, like I said, big thing Colorado has going for them is that you are training at altitude, so your conditioning should be better than everybody else's.
All right, Coach Lowry, it's on you. And you know the question, or you want me to repeat it?
I know the question.
All right, sir.
I'm glad and I'm positive that we don't have almost 50 something players in this transfer portal around this time. Thank you, Jesus.
Wait a minute. What are you doing? What are you doing there, Coach? Stop being a panda. And no, you're being
when
a
they
wild
start
dog.
attacking them, he's gonna
Stop
cry
being
again.
a wild dog. That was a wild dog move. What does that mean? Can you unpack that, please, wild dog?
It's funny.
What does that mean? Honorary wild dog.
I just believe that the coach is building something right now, and it's very fluent, and it's very trending, and it's we got a few guys that are left, but the nucleus of the players that he brought in, some of them going to the NFL, and you don't have a splash of, like the media put out there, 50-something players that hit the transfer portal at Colorado. And I'm happy about Warren Sapp getting his degree and being on the coaching staff too as well.
Wait, let me understand. Maybe I heard you incorrectly. Did you say that you're glad that we did not get 52 in the portal, or did you say we're gonna get 52 in the portal?
I'm glad we did not have 52 guys transferring from the Colorado Buffaloes in the 2023-2024 season.
Oh, okay. Oh, man, I heard you wrong. Okay. I thought you said, I'm glad we're getting 52 people in the transfer. Okay. So glad so glad I've cleared that up. Hopefully nobody else heard that as well.
We're gonna it's probably gonna go up to about 35. We're at 8, 19, 20 right now. It's gonna go up to about 35.
Okay. We're keeping a lot of the guys, and it looks good that some of the stayovers may be still there. So it looks good. I think Trevor Woods is staying, right? Because he was one of the solid ones. I really like Trevor Woods.
Yeah,
Ron Tate, you came back on to give us your perspective on one good thing, because we're not ending on no bad note. What is one good thing Colorado has that you feel like is going to be a problem for Coach Prime for the Big 12? And please don't say the Go Jacket.
Shedeur's going to light it up next year. This coming year. Shedeur Sanders, make believers out of all of us. Spectacular. Shedeur Sanders.
You want to unpack that a little bit? I'll give you some time.
Okay. With a better offensive line, his perspective of the game at the FBS level, his experience that he gained this past year, the bumps and bruises, and the things he knows what to look forward to. He knows how to study these teams now.
Yeah.
So I believe that he's going to be more impactful, and he will be the first quarterback taken in the NFL. First round pick, number 1.
And which we started the show off by saying why he was left off the early predictions to be a Heisman hopeful. So according to you, man, that was a travesty. That should not.
That was a travesty, and that's a Coach Prime hit. And it's funny they talk about that. They talk about that with some of the recruits, the things that's going to happen to them because of Coach Prime. And that's a perfect example right there. His rating, his experience, and his record at the FBS level, and they did that to him. And that's because of his father.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
Okay.
Listen, the positive note. I want to leave that he will make them eat their words.
Oh, so you got 2 in. Good job. It was Shedeur, and they're gonna eat their words. You got 2 in. You think you're slick? I got you though. That's Bishop. Bishop, feel free to throw 2 in. I might have to give the other panel members. I might have to bring them back on or just give their second one. So.
Oh no, man! It's awesome to be a part of this barbershop, and the gumbo was fire, and the best is yet to come. Watch and see. Phil Lodeholt is the real deal.
All right, are you using Phil Lodeholt to be your one thing that Colorado has, a secret weapon or something that Colorado has that is going to be a problem for the Big 12? Are you using Phil Lodeholt for that?
Phil Lodeholt and Sapp, because both the problem areas are what's going to be able to iron sharpen iron. So the best is yet to come. True.
All right. So East Coast Cav, the microphone is yours. One thing that you feel like Coach Prime has, a secret weapon, it could be, but one thing that you think, we ending on a positive note, that Coach Prime has that nobody else has in the Big 12.
Secret weapon. And you know what? Some of y'all gonna disagree with me, but I think this year is gonna be his year defensively. I think he's gonna step up. I think he learned from his bumps last year. Kamani McLean. I think he gonna.
Okay.
I think he gonna do it this year.
Stop it, Harry.
He took his bump. Whatever, Harry. Whatever, man.
Yeah,
I think he took his bumps this year.
I see what you're doing there. You want to keep this show going longer. You think you slick.
I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. I think he's gonna have a breakout year. I think he's gonna shock the world this year. I'm confident in him. He showed little spurts of it last year.
What?
I think Kamani gonna shock some people. So and also Shallow. Shallow's gonna do good too. Again.
Weapon?
You got 2 in there.
I'm not going to ask nobody else for a pushback. I would definitely push back. Are you kidding?
Come on with it.
I just watched the film on that man. That man don't even want to tackle nobody. You ought to call him Baby Prime in his prime.
Y'all stop that.
Oh boy. Oh man. All right, we'll see. Next year coming. We'll see.
Yo, so hold up.
Hey, Harry, I got a question real quick. Phil
Hold on,
Lodeholt.
before you ask your question, I want to ask East Coast Cav when he got off the panel. What did he go? What did he eat? East Coast Cav, when you left the panel, did you go have what did you go eat? A New York hot dog to make you think that Kwamani is going to be a secret weapon?
Oh boy, here we go. Listen.
You must have had one of those.
Oh man.
Canal Street hot dogs. Where in the world did you eat that gave you confidence that Kwamani McLean is going to be a secret weapon?
He gonna do it, man. He gonna do it. We saw spurts of it already in the Oregon game. He gonna do it this year. I think he gonna have a breakout year.
I love to have to get into your brain and really figure out what data you're leaning on. I don't see the data, but I gotta respect it.
All right, I want to come back to this when the season's over next year.
Okay.
I want to come back to this.
You're not
Okay.
alone. I'm a convert. I'm a Kamani convert.
We got two on board.
Was that Panda?
Somebody said they had
Got
a
three,
question.
baby. Got three.
Yeah.
Oh, we got three Cormani converts.
Got three.
Am I standing alone on the island?
You
Come on,
standing
man.
alone, man.
Hey,
No
stretch
ship
it
or
out.
nothing.
Stretch it out. Please help me.
Hey, look, don't leave me on the shore. I'm waving my hands. I want to jump on the boat.
I don't see your hand. What's up?
Harry,
What's up,
you're
Ronde?
losing people.
I know I'm losing
Man,
people.
listen, I seen that guy. Listen, I seen that guy. He played pretty. I'm gonna give him a C- for being a freshman. I ain't gonna give him a D. But the man had an opportunity to make a bunch of great plays. Like on that, I'm gonna tell you what really made me so mad. If y'all go back and watch the film, look at the fake punt against Oregon on their own 10 or whatever yard line it was, 18-yard line or whatever it was. Look how Kamani got faked out by that slow ass, oh my God. That slow jack.
I know you don't believe in digital currency, but it's stacking up. I'm just letting you know now, bro. You're gonna have to
get your Zell ready.
Hey, look at that fake punt in their own goal line, and look what he did and how his IQ is not there yet.
Coach,
And
you know what you would have told him? Stop thinking and go ahead and react. He's thinking. He was thinking too much. 18 years old. Come on, an FBS level. Come on,
That's not fair though, man. You can't use that punt because he fooled everybody with that. That was a good play. He fooled the whole defense.
I always teach my guys, watch for the fake punt. I'm yelling and screaming. And they gonna try us. I don't care if they don't try us. I'm already instilling in their head that it's a possibility. You understand me?
Yeah.
The whole coaching staff missed that though.
Yes,
put that on that young man.
Thank you.
Coach.
He was right there. He was right there to make the play. He was right there to make the play.
Here we go.
He was right there to make the play. You gotta watch the play. Go watch the play, please. Please watch the play.
I watched the play.
Bro, I brought up the play earlier when you were saying that teams don't go on fourth down and 20 something. I brought up that physical play. It happens. What I'm saying to you is the entire team and coaching staff got out coached on that play.
But he wasn't
because of that.
He wasn't at the gunner. He wasn't at the gunner. He was at the rover. He wasn't at the gunner. He was at a rover spot.
I'm gonna watch that play this weekend.
Hold on, guys. Hold the line. Listen, Coach, I'm out to get him. Who was talking about talent earlier in the show? Who was the person that was saying the coaches can do everything, but who was the person that was saying talent?
This is the end of the show. The beginning don't matter. This the end of the show. I'm on East Coast side right now. We ain't doing that. East Coast, you got to hold.
Yeah, we ain't paying attention, man. We in the fourth quarter, man.
Yeah,
hold up. I got one better than that. Harry B.
Yes.
Who was the one that says CU was going to have a no-fly zone?
Okay.
Day one.
Yeah.
Who was that, Harry?
Good one. Good one. Good one.
That was me. But listen, we're talking about what's now, okay? Because we were just talking about in the beginning, the coaches are going to coach and they're going to give you schemes, but if talent is not there.
We'll see. We'll see. We don't see.
I mean, the coach
we don't see that in Alabama
for how you line up.
We don't see that in Alabama because
Alabama just lost like 10 players.
They give their guys a year and a half or 2 years to develop.
Not today.
Armani didn't have that opportunity at CU, but we'll see. You will see a significant difference in him next year. And who is Phil Loho?
But for the record,
listen, man, y'all that stuff, man. Komani's not going to be no secret weapon.
But for the record, Coach, you were right in saying that Komani should have made a play. So I'm gonna give you that.
Yes,
I'm gonna give you that. I'm fair enough to give you that.
Even as a new convert.
But to quantify it, it can't be solely on him with that scheme that they run because they all got beat.
Did I help you out by calling you out?
Hey man, I'm still rolling with East, man. We locked in.
There you go, Panda. There
A
you
matter
go.
of fact,
That's why
our
the
nickname
gumbo
is
is
Fourth
fire.
Quarter Boys. We the fourth
Hey,
quarter boys.
You're the
hey, I
fourth
got
quarter.
one more thing to go before you let us go. You started off so wonderful, and I'm gonna bring us back full circle back. Remember, guys, this panel, as the Liberian King has told us, that this panel is built upon grace. So remember, when we're doing our analysis and we're doing our critiquing and we're doing our judging, let us remember that we're going to give this program unmerited favor and kindness and mercy, which is called grace.
Well, look, from now on, we're kicking Harry B off. This show is now the Panda perspective, baby. The Panda perspective.
No.
And like somebody said a couple of shows ago, let's make that the Panda Express, please, for the love of God.
Hey, Panda, they want to give you a segment, man. I saw it in the
That's
chat.
right, man.
I saw it in the chat.
Give you a segment, baby. So look out,
That's
Harry.
We don't need Harry no more, man. This is the Panda perspective now.
Harry
Let's make
is
sure
the
that's the
reason why
Panda
we in. I
Express,
like
because
that.
Lord. Oh, man.
That would be good, though. The Panda Express.
Hey, one more thing, Harry B, you going to the games this year?
I'm only going to go to one game because I've learned that going to the game is not financially, it doesn't make sense because I'm a streamer and because I'm a YouTuber. I realized that there's too many cellular stuff going on in the games and doing the games. I can't stream, so I can't do anything. So when I came home from the airport, I was so tired I couldn't even put up a regular video. So I was like, once I assessed it, because it was actually a couple of members that helped me to get to these games. So when I came back, I was like, I can't do nothing. I'm so tired. I'm jet lagged. I was like, nah, man. And then that one game that I could not make, when I streamed, I realized, oh man, this is way better because as a content creator, unless you are a news channel, as a content creator, it's better for you to be at home creating that content than for you to go to the games. It doesn't make sense.
Well, I got a suggestion for you. They have those wireless routers that you can purchase through Verizon. So we can. I really want to get us together because
Like a hotspot.
Yeah, it's like a hotspot. You can. Realtors use it. So you can buy. It's
I
only
used to
like.
I used to work for Verizon, so I know what you're talking about.
So you can use. So remember, we can one day, in the Lord's will, maybe we can have our own tent, and we can, like they're saying in the chat. The only reason why I bring it up because when somebody just said a barbecue, a bandwagon barbecue. Now
hold up. Y'all want me to go to the game? We can have a tent and we can do like a live from like the tent. Y'all want to do that?
Nice.
I can do that.
Facts.
So you can pick any area and we can start politicking right now, and we can get it. You say it costs, and I can tell y'all about this program where you can get money for traveling. It's called Dream Trips. And you can be your own travel agent. So you can book everything through there. You can get a percentage off eating, a percentage off traveling. It's wonderful, man. I tell you no lie.
I like the idea. I'm not lower your volumes, guy. I like the idea of streaming live, like maybe at the game, like a tailgate, something like a tailgate, streaming there and having people even come on to the panel as we talk. That sounds really, really like dope to me. So,
hey, Harry, between me and you, okay? Don't quote me on this.
Between just me and you or the rest of us?
Listen, between me and you. Nobody else. Listen,
hey guys,
nobody else is listening.
Off and turn your
nobody else is listening. Listen. This is important. Man. You are a content creator, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Check on the press pass. Just throw it out there and see. Just throw it out there. That's all I'm saying. I ain't saying nothing more. Enough said.
I mean,
you know what?
I can talk on that.
Some fake behind that.
Yeah, I can talk on that. I can tell you why I don't want a press pass.
Ah, okay.
Let me tell you why I don't want a press pass. A press pass is more like a news. Like if I was a channel that was more geared to around geared around like news and putting out clips that work like that, then that'll make sense for me. But getting a press pass is not priority because the advantage for me or how that would benefit my channel, there's no benefit for me. I've thought about it several times, and I did, I did think about taking the class to get a press pass and all of that. But there's no advantage when you are doing what I do. From this vantage point, it makes no sense for me. Not right now, at least. When I get bigger and I start writing like more articles on my channel, and people start listening to the articles because I do write as well. So, but then I might be able to do that. But right now, press pass doesn't work for me. In my next growth spurt, I would think about press pass. It'll make more sense.
Tailgate.
But I definitely like, Coach. I definitely like that tailgate idea. I think if we can take the streaming out on the streets, man, that'll be something crazy.
I don't know, man. Coach don't look like he could barbecue, man. He ain't giving me barbecue.
Man, listen, I'm a certified cook, man. I don't know what you talking about, man.
Listen, it looks like East Coast Calf can eat some hot dogs because he's been eating some crazy hot dogs to think that Cromani McLean is. Let me stop messing with East Coast, man. East Coast, man, I'm sorry.
You ain't gonna mess with the fourth quarter boys, man.
Listen, man. Let me let y'all go. Y'all can see me talking. Y'all see me talking.
Hold on. Let him see this before he go.
What is that? Oh, here he goes showing his plate. What is this? Instagram?
Yeah.
Oh my!
You know your old lady made that.
Man, come on,
Hey, Panda, man, we kicking Harry B off, man. This is a mutiny, man. This is the Panda perspective now. Make sure y'all follow.
His old lady made that. He ain't cooked that, man.
Isn't Panda the one that says don't take it personal?
Is that neck bones and collard greens?
Yeah, you already know what it was.
Isn't Panda the one that says don't take it personal, East Coast? It ain't my fault. It ain't my fault you think Kwamani's gonna be
everybody follow Panda now, man. We subscribe to Panda, man.
Panda, look at that.
Oh, what?
Panda, look at that.
Coach look like he's doing something over there though.
No, Coach is grabbing Google
images. All right, Coach. Are you stepping up?
Said that's Google images. Okay.
Coach is grabbing Google images and calling himself a cook.
Hold on. I got one more. Hold on. I got one more. Hold on. I'm finna get you right here.
Somebody by the name of Bishop, I believe they could cook. Most bishops could cook.
Oxtails, collard greens, hot water cornbread.
You see the difference? You see the difference?
Red Kool-Aid. Y'all know what time it is.
You see the difference? Bishop start naming things. Coach start showing things.
I'm gonna show you footage.
Panda, when you got a name like Stretch It Out, how do you feel like about cooking? You see me, boy. All right, so I think what Coach is saying. So I think what Coach is saying that we're gonna have a couple of and people do charge for those tailgates, right, guys?
Yeah, it's a little charge. We'll figure that out. We got time.
We're gonna have some tailgates. It seems like we might have to do a couple of shows on the road to get this thing kicking because we're the livest and we are the ones that talks the truth. So, and we allow people to talk
trips. I was telling the lady in the chat, it's called Dream Trips. You have to go on there. It's called Dream Trips. It's a membership. You pay $100 a membership, and you can be your own travel agent. And you can make money off eating out. You get a percentage off your check for eating out.
Thank you, y'all, man.
Off where you stay at. You get a percentage off your rental cars. I just took a trip with my Dream Trips and stayed in a 5-star hotel that cost $375 a night, and I paid $125 a night. So you do the math.
All right, guys, let's leave it right there. I appreciate the camaraderie. I appreciate the I mean, you guys' wisdom is crazy. And usually when somebody kind of says something that you weren't thinking about, it makes you go, It's interesting that they said it like that. So I appreciate that the fact that we got a panel that can bring different perspectives to what we're doing here with Coach Prime and his Colorado Buffaloes. Hey man, this is Free for All Friday. We stream for at least 5 hours and 22 minutes. That's crazy. Never streamed for that long. This is next level streaming. I thank you. Thank you so much for
You're
being
welcome.
a part of that. All right, guys, y'all have a good weekend. If any breaking news happens, just expect me to come over here so that we can chop it up again. All right.
Oh
You
yeah,
got it.
it was some breaking news happened.
All
You
right. Big
seen
salute,
Willie
Harry.
Gaines put up the video? Did you see
What's
Willie
that?
Gaines put up the video? Did you see Willie Gaines put up the video on Twitter?
Somebody said about the video earlier, but we didn't get to
Yeah.
the video.
Okay, well this the last day, so Monday we'll cover it then.
Okay. All right, guys, have a good weekend. Let me go crawl under the covers and and stop talking because I'm starting to lose it.
All
Y'all
right
have,
now.
y'all
All
have
right,
a
much
good weekend,
respect,
guys.
Harry. Much respect, baby.
All right, peace out. Peace and blessings. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate you joining, being a part of the live show, guys. The show must go on Monday through Friday. We are going to be streaming, guys. It's going to be a 2-hour show. It's not always going to be a 5-hour show. It's going to go to a 2-hour show. We have a new email. It's going to be jointlplive@gmail.com. That is the new email, so make sure that you keep that locked if you want to come onto the show and share your views and your perspective. That's jointlplive@gmail.com. I'm going to have a graphic that speaks about that, guys. I thank you so much for being a part of the show. At the bottom of your right here, if you see right here, that is my Cash App. So if you want to bless me, you want to bless the show for me to keep doing what I'm doing, guys, right here is my Cash App. You can Cash App me here, whether it's $2, $3, $4, whatever you want to bless me with. It helps me to continue to do what I'm doing. I do this show live, and I do it full time. All right. YouTube is paying me, but you can also help the blessings as well. But I thank you for watching, guys. Wednesdays, we're going to have Wild Out Wednesdays, where we're going to have more of a conversation that talks about the things that are surrounding Coach Prime, the issues that are plaguing our community. We're going to have more of those conversations on Wild Out Wednesdays. Fridays are going to take a similar turn, but we're going to talk more football. That is Free for All Fridays, but we're going to be Monday through Friday. It's just Wednesdays is going to be a little different, but it's going to be 2 hours from 12 noon on the East Coast. It's going to be 9 a.m. on the West Coast. I hope you enjoyed the show. If you are a supporter of the show, I appreciate you. Thank you. Namaste. God bless you. I'm out. You know who I am. I'm Harry B. And that right there was the Liberian Perspective. That's TLP Sports Club. Brah.